A very amiable morning to all of you and welcome back to day 2 of Sustainability Summit 2021. If you're only joining us today, I must be honest with you, you did miss out on quite fruitful conversations yesterday, particularly around economic recovery. We were speaking so much about sustainable energy and sustainable cities. How do we contribute to conversations that could ensure that we achieve, not only as an African continent, but as a global community, how do we achieve sustainability even better? And how do we contribute to the sustainability agenda? My name is Thabang Mashiko, and I will be your host or your chair or your whatever you want to call it. But you see, I've got a lot of spice this morning. So put on your seatbelts because it's about to get a bit rocky today. We're going to be speaking about sustainable packaging. And we've got an amazing panel of speakers that will be kickstarting our day. We're not only talking sustainability in packaging, but we're talking sustainability in food security, and also how can we achieve food sovereignty in the continent. We're also looking at building sustainable infrastructure. So do stay tuned. Please don't forget to hashtag SUSWeek21 on all our social media platforms. That is SUSWeek21 on our Facebook, LinkedIn, and Twitter as well. Don't forget to visit our virtual exhibition to engage with our exhibitors so that you can stand a chance to win. Right after this, we are going straight into our sustainable packaging panel discussion. Stay tuned.
At first glance, Tetra Pak packaging material looks pretty straightforward. It's just cardboard, right? Wrong. Packaging material is so much more than that. There's a whole science behind it. In order to package everything from the most sensitive dairy products to the most acidic of juices in an increasing number of different package shapes and sizes, with different openings and closures, and to keep the product safe throughout its shelf life, the packaging material has to be just right. It all begins with the sourcing of paperboard, aluminium foil, polymers, and ink. Then, in factories around the world, the materials are combined using a series of sophisticated technologies. First, we print our customer's design on the paperboard using one of 5 different printing techniques. Then we score crease lines on it, making it possible to form perfectly shaped packages. Next, we laminate it at high speed. And finally, we slit the big rolls down to the right size for our filling machines. The result is our product, packaging material with a smart multi-layer structure. Each layer helps protect the food or drink inside the package in its own way. The outermost layer of polymer protects the package from moisture. The paperboard gives it strength and rigidity. In our aseptic packages, a second layer of polymer glues the paper to the foil, which in turn acts as a barrier against light and oxygen, and enables induction sealing. Finally, the inner layers of polymer protect the package from the product inside. No matter where it's made, all our packaging material must have consistently high quality, so that it can be turned into packages that always look just as good, are just as strong, and just as convenient for consumers to use. We are continually innovating the next generation of material to make it even more sustainable by further increasing the renewable content and helping our customers differentiate the look of their packages so they stand out on the shelf, with advanced printing techniques that make package designs even more vibrant. Our smartest ever invention keeps getting smarter, making it possible to package and store more food products and giving customers new ways to reach their target groups, which further strengthens our unique end-to-end offer, all the way from the raw ingredients to the retail shelf.
That was an intro video by Tetra Pak, who is one of our lead sponsors for the Sustainability Summit, but also particularly for this panel discussion. Without wasting any more time, ladies and gentlemen, let me welcome our panelists who will be gracing this morning's session. But before we do that, there's a quote by the Logical Center that I'd like to read before we begin. It says, education is learning how to spot the signs of history repeating itself. And I think this then proves true the importance of having such discussions so that we understand where did we go wrong and how can we make things better. And without wasting any more time, our panel discussion is about sustainable packaging. And our experts this morning will be taking us through to what does it really mean. So please do post your questions. We do have some questions lined up for our panelists, but feel free to drop your comments and drop certain details as well on our virtual chat. Just like yesterday, we'll be reading them out to our panelists. We know that packaging plays an important role in protecting consumer goods and eliminating waste. The packaging sector continuously focuses on improving design and material use towards achieving sustainable packaging. Sustainable packaging, once again, is made of material that reduces its environmental footprint over time. To achieve this form of packaging, the sector continues to make use of renewable materials, improving product design, and transitioning towards circularity. Consumer demand for packaging made with material that have minimum environmental impact is growing. This session will explore sustainable packaging design, the challenges in transitioning to sustainable packaging, success cases, and future developmental ideas, which is more critical to this conversation. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce the Sustainability Transformation Manager from the Greater Middle East and Africa, Fereshte Asemi. She is here with us, and they'll be introducing themselves and their organization in great detail. We also have the Group Packaging Manager from the Spark Group South Africa, who is Devin Galtry, and he'll be also taking us through. So we look forward to understanding how the voucher system works there, Devin, so that we can shop at Spy and not Checkers. We must just abandon all the people that are not loyal to the summit. And then once again, we've got the founder of the Makerspace, Mr. Stephen Gray, who was with us yesterday. So he loves us so much that he chose to be back. But we're looking forward to also just get more details because you shared so much yesterday, Mr. Gray, and I think we didn't have a lot of time. So we look forward to hearing more of your knowledge today. And we also have the co-founder of EcoAmet Solutions, David Owisi Mensah. And he is also here with us. Thank you very much for joining us there, David. We also have the founder and CEO of Toma Now, Tomorrow, which means Tomorrow Matters Now, Jayeshala Rajput. So welcome to everybody this morning, and thank you so much for joining us. We'll all be doing, of course, our introductions. Please let us know who you are, and of course, what do you think about sustainable packaging? How can we be more sustainable in our packaging as well? So let's start with Fereshte from the sustainability, who's a sustainability transformation manager. You give us great detail about your organization. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. This is Fereshte Asemi. I'm working in Greater Middle East and Africa for Tetra Pak, and I'm based in Tehran, Iran. And today I'm honored to meet with you and to be part of the panel, even though it's virtually. And again, I'm honored that you've come to listen. And of course, I'll be glad to discuss and explain if there are some questions. My main responsibility in Tetra Pak is to ensure that whatever Tetra Pak does should make a positive impact in our planet. And I have this from our founder, Ruben Rousing, who was operating with sustainability principles in mind even before the sustainability definition was defined. He believed that a package should save more than it costs, and talked about reducing waste, improving efficiency, and using the least possible amount of raw material that all key sustainability drivers nowadays. And today, sustainability is embedded in our corporate DNA. And you know that our motto in Tetra Pak is protect what's good. And we know that protecting what's good must mean protecting the environment. So in our pillars promising, we have protect what's good, which means protect food, protect people, and protect planet. And our ambition is to deliver the world's most sustainable package, and which includes covers the entire value chain from climate, circularity, and biodiversity. And our ambition is to deliver this all, to cover all these areas and to create a best balance between this all. And our circularity ambitions is to achieve, how we are going to achieve this are that all carton packages are collected for recycling, and zero carton packages become litter or are sent to landfill, and all future carton packages are made solely from renewable resources and or recycled materials, and to be fully recyclable. So I think that's good for the opening, for the introduction.
Thank you so much, Farishta. Thank you very much. Truly appreciate that. Let's have Devin. Devin Galtry, are you with us? Oh, yes, you are.
Here I am. Good morning, everyone, and thank you again, and thanks for including us in this summit. We truly privileged to be here, so thank you. So I represent the SPAR Group South Africa. I work within the risk and sustainability team, a part of the group, and I look after. I'm responsible for packaging for the group, and in that space is everything SPAR brand related. For example, everything we have in our stores and our brand, etc. Our model is slightly different to other retailers. So is this the vulture talking? I'm not too sure, but in terms of we have. Most of our stores are independently owned, so we own about 100 of our own stores, but there's 900 other retailers, independent retailers, and that is the slight difference to ourselves as to our competitors who pretty much own all the stores that they operate in. So I guess implementing sustainable packaging concepts and systems is that much more. Let's call it the road is longer, but we try to take the authentic, inspirational route instead of the hard and fast you will do, because often we find if we say you will do something, we don't have the buy-in. Ultimately, our view is to get the buy-in and inspire our retailers to do better in everything that we do. So SPAR's approach to packaging is a new approach, I guess. It's something that we've adopted in the last 2 years. We've taken a serious look at it. Hence the reason why packaging fits under risk and sustainability and not under marketing. Where we take it really seriously. We find that if we're putting product or packaging onto the shelf, onto the market, there's a risk to the environment or to people, etc., then it's ultimately a risk to our brand and our business. So it's taken very seriously within our group in terms of what we do and how we do it. And the approach we've taken is to adopt circular systems, circular economic systems and systems approach to where it's ultimately moving away from a linear type fashion into a more circular type environment where our packaging materials never become waste, and we've got a hell of a long way to go. This is not something that's done overnight, but this is the approach and this is the strategy which we've adopted. We've also are founding members of the South African Plastic Pact, where part of that is a pact where we have a bunch of targets which we need to achieve, and I guess we'll get to those later in the questions. But we have put ourselves some targets, and there's a huge collaborative with other retailers, with other brand owners, with other material producers, recyclers associations, municipalities, etc. We're all on this path together, and it's an amazing collaborative where we all have the same thinking and the same systems approach. Because I guess all these systems, and that if they are not done at scale, we can't provide the scale, then often they are not commercially feasible. So at least we have some structure, which is very, very exciting. And also, we're all leading into EPR right now, which is the extended producer responsibility, which is a global shift in the way of thinking within governments, where we now are accountable as a brand owner or retailer. Everything we put onto the market, we're accountable for recovering it or getting it into a system, for example. So it's a hell of an exciting space. We're fully supportive of EPR. We're fully supportive of the new way forward. We believe it needs to be done. And we understand that recycling isn't going to save the world at all. We need to really start from the ground roots. And earlier mentioned about design for circularity, reducing the amount of impact we have on the planet, to drive reuse, recycling should be the last thing we should be thinking of. So that's, in a nutshell, sort of our approach. And I guess you're going to attack the vultures as we go along. So thank you.
Thank you there, Devin. You've given us a good kickstart. So vulture territory we shall go. Thank you. Jaishla?
Good morning, and thank you so much for the opportunity. I'm Jay Sheila Rajput from Toma Now. Toma Now stands for Tomorrow Matters Now. Toma Now is a green economy consultancy. We're based in Cape Town. We essentially help high impact businesses grow and have been doing this for over 8 years now. We do this across South Africa, parts of Africa, and we have a growing presence in Europe and in Asia as well. So this gives us a wonderful global perspective in being able to actually tackle some of the challenges that we're facing. Part of what we do is our work focuses on the development of the waste economy as well as on the circular economy. This places us in a unique position because we get an opportunity to work together with organizations that are part of developing and implementing policies, whether this is the Department of Fisheries, Forestries and the Environment. And we work together with organizations like the Consumer Goods Council of South Africa. So we have an opportunity to look at things from an industry perspective, to understand, as an example, when it comes to food packaging, how we can be able to minimize impacts, as well as to be able to look at reducing as a whole. We further also work together with producers. These are the ones who are actively producing packaging to be able to protect consumer goods. And this, in turn, puts us in quite a unique position. It allows us to be able to look at things from a holistic perspective and to be able to actually tackle things from that side. This is the key thing in my mind that's needed from a systems-based perspective, is to be able to understand where the different pieces are and where we need to be able to make key shifts going forward. When it comes to sustainable packaging, our view is simple. For packaging to be considered sustainable, you have to look at the entire value chain from a life cycle perspective. We can't afford to limit our thinking simply to the raw materials themselves. We need to actually consider the entire process beyond the input material itself. We need to actually look at what goes into the design, into the manufacturing process. We need to look at the raw materials that are being utilized. We need to look at the use phase that's with the consumers. And we actually need to look at the post-consumer phase. So we advocate in terms of a much more holistic approach when it comes to the development and the design of packaging and the use, and to look at things from a fit-for-purpose perspective. So thank you very much for this opportunity. I'm really looking forward to the panel and to the engagement that follows.
Thank you very much, Jaishla. You truly have also given us a kickstart, I think, particularly looking at the ethical side of building a waste economy. So we look forward to engaging on that with you. Thank you. Mr. Gray, Stephen.
Thanks, Yvonne. You're one of the few people that calls me Mr. Gray. I think you keep thinking my dad is in the room.
I knew you would mentions. I was ready for them today.
Please call me Steve. So I, as I said yesterday, I run a small incubator, technology accelerator and innovation collaboration space called the Makerspace, and we train people how to use equipment and technology to bring their ideas to life. We're running a project that we've been doing for 2 years now around sustainability and specifically a project to train people to start businesses using innovative circular design techniques. We have something called the Innovative Waste Design Studio, where we teach people how to make products out of waste, how to transform waste into valuable products. And it's a massive challenge. So we are on the ground here trying to figure out solutions, sustainable solutions to this massive problem of waste, and specifically single-use plastic being one of the key, single-use packaging, whatever you want to call it, one of the key outputs of our society, consumer society. So yeah, we've got a lot of experience working with people and trying to come up with new products and ideas, and very aware of the scale of the problem. So I'm very keen to get into the panel and see what solutions we can come up with.
Maybe let's start with you there, Steve. What makes packaging sustainable with your experience, particularly with the hub that the incubator or hub that you've developed?
Yeah, well, I think the definition of sustainability, we need to get to the roots of that first. So if you think about scaling something to infinity, if you had to scale it and scale it and scale it, at what point would it break? So if you take the water cycle, of the earth, you've got water evaporating, turning into clouds, condensing, raining down, and that continues. And you could scale it as much as you want. It never goes away. We never run out of water. When you take something like single-use packaging, you take a product that you're going to use once, something you're going to use once, you wrap it in some packaging that's going to last for hundreds of years. You scale that to the thousands and millions, and that's where you hit the problem that we're seeing now with the natural environment suffering. Right. And the problem is accelerating as our companies are getting better at delivering products, as we're getting increasing the economic activity and access to resources. People are buying more stuff. So what makes something sustainable is it needs to either disintegrate into nothing, or it needs to come back and be reused. And so that if you make 100 more, 1,000 more, 1,000,000 more, you don't end up with something falling out the back of a truck or in a dump site or in the ocean. So I think, yeah, the question of how we get there, though, that is the obviously the challenging one. I think what we have to understand is that the problem starts with this consumer culture that we've all become so accustomed to and grown up with. And so we kind of here, as talking about packaging, we can't take full responsibility for the problem. We can't solve the problem on our own, that's for sure. We can make packaging that can be composted, and we can come up with some clever ideas about new packaging and new materials. But we're operating in a slightly broken system where we all buy in, or society at large buys into the idea that we should just be able to walk down the street and buy something every day and just keep buying more and more stuff. Right. And so, we have to also push back a little bit on that side. And then I think, concerted efforts about what is the actual cost that we're willing to pay. So if you had to offer consumers the option of saying, well, here's something packaged in a completely sustainable package, it's going to cost you twice as much. Are they interested in that or not? And if they're not, then the economics are not working in our favor. So I think the big challenge is like trying to prioritize which is more important, the natural environment. Like Devin was saying, he said we're a long way away from where we want to be. So does that mean for the next 50 years we're going to just the natural environment, they'll just suck it up and just deal with it? The fact that we're just going to pollute the ocean and the rivers and or are we going to say no? Well, we need to draw a line, and so where the regulations come in, you want to see a little bit more teeth to bring actual change.
Yeah, I think you've raised quite critical points there, Steve, because you also are helping us cognitize the fact that packaging is, or it should be, a very personal, home-based thing. And how do we make it personal? How do we make it home-based? You're right. Tightening regulation, forcing people to make it matter, through regulation and through policy. So thank you very much for raising that. I think let's go to Farishta, and then we'll go to Devin, and then Jayshala. Farishta, in this regard, just based on what Stephen has covered, yesterday in some of our panel discussions, we were speaking about building an ethical economy, but this was, of course, in a different context because of the subject matter. But in this regard, I think for me, an ethical economy, when that comes to sustainable packaging, should be about the health of our citizens, the health of our nation, making sure that we are not as impacted with climate change as we are. So my question to you thereof is, how can we make packaging more ethical, through our corporate sustainability initiatives?
Let me start with agreeing with Steve that, I agree with you that today packaging causes lots of problems, and that's undeniable. We cannot, not talking about that or put that aside. But the packaging secures food safety and availability on the other side. By 2050, the world's population is predicted to be 9.1 billion, which will require an increase of 70% food availability. And packaging helps keep food safe, nutritious, and available. And with 33% of food lost or wasted each year, high performance packaging plays a critical role in today's global food delivery system. However, I agree with you, and sustainable packaging can make a difference. And how we can do that, we need to rethinking food packaging from the ground up, replacing fossil-based material with plant-based materials, increasing renewable share of material, which in carton packaging, on average, more than 70% of the package is paperboard. We intend to increase even more plant-based material to replace the fossil-based polymer with plant-based polymer to remove the aluminum and replace it with alternative, with sustainable alternative solution. And we are testing it in some market in portion size. And on the other hand, we need to work on more on recycling and end of life of the package. That's not like Joshua said, that's not the only solution, but we need to think about circular economy. We don't need to consider the package as a waste, but as a potential a material to reuse it. And nowadays, that we have more than 170 recyclers worldwide, two a paper recycler in South Africa and one polyoleo recycler in South Africa, that they are using the used beverage cartons and turning it to other materials, and we have other investments in progress. In between the responsible sourcing, increasing share of renewable materials, and recycling, we have to work on our own operation to decrease the waste, the pollution that we are creating in our own operation. And we have this target to reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2030 for our own operation, and with the ambition of net zero greenhouse gas emissions for the entire value chain in 2050. Okay. And also we are supporting our customers to improve their environmental footprint when it comes to water use, energy use, and of course food waste in their own plants. And on the other hand, we are working with our suppliers to make sure that they are working sustainably in transportation and other critical areas.
I don't want to, because that's a power packed. I've got so many questions now. As you say, a point I want to ask. So let's hold it there, because we still got about 45 minutes to go, and we're gonna need you for that. David, I must extend my apologies. I did not give you an opportunity to introduce EcoMed.
I had a glass of champagne yesterday. So I think that's what made me maybe, forget somehow. But my apologies. Please, as you introduce your organization and yourself, may I then ask you to answer the following question. Has the pandemic influenced your approach as EcoAmet to sustainable packaging design? But please, may I afford you the opportunity just to tell us more about your organization and yourself. The rest of the panelists, please be a bit patient. You all have power pack content, so I'm trying to get through everybody in this hour. David, over to you, and then we'll go to Devin and Jayeshila. David?
Thank you so much for the opportunity, and no apologies needed. Actually, it's a really difficult job you're doing, and congratulations on everything you're doing. I want to say thank you to the organizers for this opportunity to share ideas on what we are doing. My name is David Uwisi-Mensah, and I'm a co-founder of EcoAmet Solutions. And our company is actually into environmental consulting, especially in wastewater and waste management consultations, right? And we are also into environmental advocacy. So today, I'm actually very excited that as an environmental advocate and an educator, I could be in the midst of the packaging industry to discuss things about sustainable packaging. So from this point of view, we have this podcast that we normally have environmental conversations on emerging solutions to emerging environmental issues. So you can just always find out Green Living Chat podcast. It's available on all podcast platforms to listen to the conversations that we are having. So I'll come from that perspective of an environmental educator. What is happening in the packaging industry, and what could be the possible things that as an environmental educator and also from the environmental management, waste management consultant, we can say about how we see the packaging industry and what can they do possibly to help in packaging. So, I mean, it's very clear that a single-use idea is not helping. It's very, very clear that the idea of single use is not working, and it's very obvious. There is nothing wrong with any material, being it wood, being it paper, being it glass. There is nothing wrong with the materials, but the way that we're using them is the problem. And sometimes we just have excessive packaging. Another issue that we have is that the recycling idea is not working really well, because it really doesn't make economic sense. If you have a bottle and the lid of the bottle is made from a different material, the label is made from a different material, and the bottle itself is made from a different material, making the waste management system a very difficult thing. Sometimes we have the label, we all know the label of recycling. It's available on every packaging, but we don't know what to do with it. It's actually not recyclable. So this is the reality, and this, if we are trying to look for sustainability, these are the things that we have to look out for. So is it possible for the industry to get into sustainability? But the issue here is that what is actually sustainability? Because it's actually become a household name that everyone uses it for their individual benefits. A lot of companies have been sued for having sustainability on their websites, but they're actually not doing anything. So if you look at the actual meaning of sustainability, which is for us to be able to meet the needs of the present generation without interrupting the future generation from doing the same. So it's just limiting our footprint, because whatever we do, we're going to have a footprint. But the actual sense is how much footprint are we leaving for the next generation to be able to have the pleasure of the facilities that we have. So in my opinion, I think that the packaging industry, it is possible to attain sustainability, but we definitely need to find the balance between sustainability, satisfying the customers, looking deep into what is needed in the supply chain and not overdo, and our economic benefit. It is very serious because, of course, it needs us to sacrifice a lot of things because we cannot attain sustainability if we are not ready to sacrifice, because we are really used to a certain system that is very difficult for us to change right now. And how do we know that a material is sustainable? Everyone has talked about life cycle assessment, and it is very important that every industry needs to know the footprint of their materials they are using, right from the source through the process to the end of life. And it's very important. We cannot do that without research and development. So if the industries are not really looking into this, then it means that we are really not willing to get into this aspect and to save the planet. We definitely have to add value and to the products that we are doing, because if I take a biscuit, open it, and just throw the rubbish away, that is single use. If you haven't added value to the customer, for the customer to be able to find other uses of this packaging, then it's practically single use. So already the customer has bought the package, but add a certain value for him or her to use the package for something else. I heard of a company that is doing a similar thing for refugees. They sent them packed products, and they had to use the package to turn into chairs and tables to be used in their refugee camp. And that was very wise example. And for sure, this can help for upcycling and downcycling as well. Education is super, super important. And I really have to stress on this, that we cannot do without education. People are so glued to the way of life, our high consumption rates now, that if we don't educate ourselves, clients, customers, and even ourselves in the packaging industry, it is not possible to move on. And one important thing also, which is my last point, is we have to design packaging systems that are localized. Every country, every region, every town has different products that they consume, though we have generalized things that everyone needs, but the designs and the concepts really needs to be localized. And so that will be an important thing to help different regions to be able to reduce their waste and also to be able to attain sustainable packaging. And so generally, I think that the sustainability approach needs to be collective. We cannot do it individually. It has to be a collective approach. And as I mentioned earlier, it definitely has to be a lot of sacrifices. Sometimes, as I think Steve mentioned, that if consumers, the people are not willing to pay extra for these sustainable materials, then it really doesn't make sense. So as a consumer, we have a price to pay. As a producer, we also have a price to pay. So definitely there has to be a certain level of sacrifice. But this is the part where no one wants to hear. But generally, it's important that we consume less. We cannot attain it if we keep going like the way we are consuming. There is nothing wrong with the phone you have right now. If you think that this month you traveled and you don't need Amazon to keep sending you products, just send them an email that you don't need it. It's very simple. We definitely need to consume less. Thank you.
Hey, Jeff is not going to be happy with that statement, my brother. We don't want to be. But quite a great point there. I think, Devin, maybe you can come in here because there's quite an important interface that I believe you can bring forth to what Fereshta had mentioned about, food security, or rather food safety, as critical to sustainable packaging. Because if you think about the packaging form of food, if it's able to last longer, then less food would be wasted. And I think, Fereshta, that was quite a deep point that really could bring a lot of sober-mindedness. And also just David, just also speaking about the footprint of the material. How do we go back to the basics and look at an expression of different values? I love the biscuits, but I'm telling you now, all of us, if you can change it in alcohol, we will be there. If you say alcohol is going to be packaged in glass and whatever, trust me, they're going to do it. Why? Because it'll be legislated. Or if you say chocolate or whatever. So I think the legislation part is also very critical, which I would want Jaishila to extend on that. But Devin, please just come in there. How do we, as SPA, how do you guys manage packaging with the independent stores? And also, what initiatives has the SPA group applied to develop the waste economy? I think also just extending from what David was saying about the consumer, the plants, the value chain, maybe we can just, tie it all together for us.
Well, no problem. And I agree with everyone that's had a say previously, from Steve to everyone that's had a say. We do consume far too much as human beings, and we know that. And I guess the conversation has changed, and perhaps this may answer all the questions. Is that up until today, so let's take us dial back a few years. Packaging is, and when I say a few, let's say 10, 20 years. Packaging is ultimately it was seen as the editorial space on shelf so we can sell more stuff. So brands would use packaging as bright as, so it jumps out on the shelf. And ultimately those products are the ones that aren't necessarily designed to fit into any sort of system that it may never become waste. And if you just look at the amount of brands on shelf right now too, there's too many, man. And we just, as human beings, consume too much. And that it is as it is. And I guess with the regulations coming along, which we'll talk into your question earlier, is that the regulation now is, and the willingness of brands, and I'm talking from a South African perspective, I'm not too sure on a global perspective how that's planning out, but I guess it's quite similar because there's a massive trend globally. Because in the South African context, we sit on panels. So, for example, there's a sustainable retailer forum, which includes ourselves, Woolworths, Shoprite Checkers for a period, the Clicks Group, Pick and Pay, food lovers, as well as two clothing retailers in Mr. Price and the Fushini Group. And ultimately, that forum was set up 2 years ago to discuss these fundamental issues in a anti-competitive way, saying, what is the point of us all having our own view of what sustainability, also a totally overused word in the wrong context, but what message are we sending back to, number one, our suppliers, because generally the suppliers supply the same stuff to all our stores. We just find different ways of discounting it to get people to come and buy more stuff. But how do we give leadership in that space as a retail sector, not as far with Pick and Pays? We can be creative within that space, but how do we collectively work on aligning to ensure that we can move into a space where these more economic or these more environmentally friendly pieces of packaging, for example, and there isn't one that's going to save the world, unfortunately. There's no silver bullet. You really do need to work collectively as a collaborative to find these and seek these systems, solutions and system solutions thinking. So we should all come together with the same view of adopting the Ellen MacArthur Foundation circular economic thinking and systems, and it's obviously got environmental, commercial, and the social impact. So, and the social impact is hugely important too in South African context. South Africa, we have a massive part of our population which are unemployed. We need to create jobs. We have 34% of our country that do not have access to municipal services. So us privileged people that the municipality come around and fetch our trash on a Monday morning, when the truck doesn't arrive, we sit on our groups and we say, oh, the government's so useless. What about those people that actually don't have that service, that don't have that privilege? And ultimately, we've got to think of those guys. Those guys all shop at our stores, buying similar products. And their way of getting rid of material is in the environment. Where else do you want them to put it? So we'll be very mindful of the full system again. And Joshua had mentioned earlier, but what is the systems thinking from start to the end, the whole system involved? And the thinking is exactly that, around the circular economic thinking through the Ellen MacArthur Foundation, which brought on the SA Plastics Pact. And yes, plastics is one portion of all the other materials. But from that now is led into the EPR thinking in the discussion. And the EPR, extended producer responsibility, which is now regulation which will be effective on the 5th of November, is that everyone is now in the game. And everyone is thinking the same. So what happens then is that funds will then go paid through PROs, not directly to government. Funds get paid into these PROs, which are not-for-profits, and they're material specific. So, for example, we have a plastic organization, and I'm going to dumb it down because it is a lot of detail within those. But there's plastic, paper, glass, metal, etc. And each one of these PROs are now, let's call it, their role is to facilitate better recycling, better material uses, finding out better substrate we could use as a collective. We don't just leave everything up to them to do. We are already at this stage. So when in a sparse perspective, in our world, when we are now designing a piece of packaging, we don't just sit with our converter and say, hey, make us a bottle. We actually start talking to the waste collectors. We start saying, okay, guys, what materials are you having a problem with where we can create a product out of to put into another product? What is the opportunity exist? And there may be some and there may not be. And then again, how do we design that piece of packaging so that it has the ability to fit into the system? Collection is a big, massive problem in our country, as you know. And we're saying, well, how do we, as a retailer, which is most of our stores are 65% of them are in rural areas, in the rural areas where the opportunity exists, if I want to call it opportunity, because it is. It's opportunity to stimulate some economic growth and stimulate some economic activity, to try and give value to a piece of material that's lying in the environment or doesn't end up in the environment. So we are working tirelessly on how do we create systems within our spa world where we can bring materials back in, whether it's at the back of the store in a mini MRF type environment, whatever that may be, and then incentivize the consumer for bringing that in. They can go back into the store and go and buy themselves some food or airtime or some champagne if you'd like. But it's really to try and incentivize the consumer, because ultimately, and David mentioned earlier, education is a massive part of it. We did it last week. We've been working with, again, in our retail forum about barrier bags, single-use barrier bags, those terrible flimsy packets that our packers like to stick the bottle of Jik inside a bag. Like, those are totally single-use. So there's our retail forum is saying, how do we eliminate this? So we've all done independent trials within stores, obviously isolated trials to get consumer feedback. And the biggest problem, when I say the problem, our biggest hurdle is the consumer saying, no, we need that thing. That thing, we have to have it, goodness gracious. But we're saying, well, a year and a half ago, we never wore a mask. And now we have to wear a mask to save our lives. So we're saying, well, maybe we should just remove those things from store because this is the change we have to make. But it has to be a collective, because if Spa do it on their own, you're going to go, oh, hell's teeth. It's a marketing, then it becomes a marketing thing. So if it's all of us retailers, and not call it retailer, just call it the sector. If we all have the same view and the same vision, the same strategy, and we do this together, we have a way bigger impact than just one of us doing it in isolation. And there has been a lot of work going on in the collaborative space, and then hence where we end up now. And I'll refer back to, there is no golden piece of packaging that's going to save us all. There isn't. And for example, if we need to try and reduce or replace a certain type of packaging that isn't so friendly on the environment with something that is, we can't, there's no direct swap out. We've got to think of the systems, and there are a lot of systems involved in it. Maybe rethink the way we do stuff. And I can tell you, with the way materials are getting manufactured nowadays, we're moving away from multi-layered stuff. Because 2 years ago, the only reason why we use let's go back to the Tetra example. The Tetra Pak preserves the food. It extends the shelf life. It makes it more valuable to people that don't have refrigerators. Then we can extend the shelf life. Food waste is a massive drama. We throw away, I don't know how much food ends up in landfill. We do like 50%, I know, in the Western Cape at some point, in areas where there's agricultural areas. That turns into methane, etc., which is worse. And food waste in our stores, and etc. So we really got to work. There's so many facets to this. And ultimately, food security and safety is paramount. And we've got to think of ways of just doing it better. And we are very encouraged from a retail sector that there's a huge movement and a buy-in from us as well as our competitors. So now it is no longer being seen as a competitive advantage, having a certain type. And what that does is, when we can create the scale, like Steve was saying earlier, these other type of packaging are more expensive, yes, but at scale, the cost does get hugely reduced, because now the demand for that type of material becomes higher, and there's more technology. People get better at doing it, and it's a slow wheel. But I'm very, really encouraged that I know it's taken a hell of a long time, but the thinking has shifted from a retail space within food retail in South Africa, and which is hell of encouraging, because it feeds off into the rest of the industry. So the whole industry is going, okay, hang on, our old way of thinking don't work anymore, because we may not have a business in 5 years, so let's change the way we think. So I think we're going to see a massive shift in the next couple of years. I hope that's answered all your questions.
Yo, that's answered all the questions.
And I could go for days. So
I can see. And it's not because there's a lot to say, it's the passion, which is what I really appreciate about the spaces that all of you are in. Jayeshla, maybe you can come in there, just consolidating everything that's been said, and then we'll have Steve, and then our last round before we close. Jayeshla?
Perfect. I hope I can and thread it quite nicely. So here's a few thoughts that have actually come to my mind that have come up from all of the panelists. And that is the fact that we can't get away from the fact that we need consumer engagement, we need education.
Yes.
This is critically the baseline, without a doubt. And I think the part of the issue is that we've tended to take a much more paternalistic view. Don't worry, we got this. We're going to actually put in the sustainable packaging so you don't have to worry about it. And that is actually part of the problem. We're at a point where very few of our citizens, from a South African perspective, are aware that our landfills have reached capacity.
Yeah.
Finished, klar, that's it.
Absolutely.
No more. And they also are not aware that if we were to put in additional landfill sites, it would come at a significant cost to us, the tax-paying South Africans.
Yes.
And so for this, there has to be a reaction. And the reaction as part of this process is the legislature and the regulations that we see coming out now, is the action that's coming out from the industry engagement, from the plastics pacts, from all of these types of forums of different industry sectors coming together to go, oh my goodness, we got a problem.
Sure, sure.
Part of this journey could effectively be addressed if we stepped away from the paternalistic view and went for a much more inclusive approach. And this inclusive approach is everything from the consumer engagement to the way that the sectors are actually set up. And I'm specifically actually looking at it from a waste value chain perspective. Now, with the regulations that are coming up, and we've alluded to it in one way or the other, as far as the extended producer responsibility and the impact that that's going to have on packaging, there are quite a number of knock-on effects. There's effects that come into play at the municipal level, because now the municipalities have to actually engage with their householders in a totally different way. They have to actually implement some degree of separation at source. And the question is, are they ready for that? And the answer is probably yes, without realizing it, because most areas in our country are covered by the informal waste sector. Yes. And if we are able to approach waste collection in a much more inclusive way, we would be able to access these materials. And why is that critical? That comes down to 2 points. One is, for sure, we're trying to prevent the waste from going into landfill, because that's a critical problem by itself. The other is with regard to reuse of the resources. Where that actually comes into play is that there are quite a number of solutions or potential solutions in terms of the use of the resources that are out there. The problem is economies of scale. Absolutely. To be able to actually make this effective, what needs to actually happen is that we need to have enough of the material coming in. Imagine you're running a manufacturing facility. You need to know how much raw material you can actually count on so that you can plan your production processes, so that you can actually make your new product in turn. You need to come, whether it's new packaging, whether it's new final products, whatever the case may be, you need to know what you're dealing with. And this topic extends beyond packaging per se to quite a number of the other resources that we're utilizing. So this is the critical role that legislature can play in this particular space, is that we need a key enabler. We try to do this for some time by ourselves. We've had producer responsibility organizations, PRO, for quite some time in South Africa on a voluntary basis. And it was making some traction, particularly in the plastic space. But we need to ramp it up. We need to ramp it up in a quite a significant way, because it has made a dent, but not enough. And we need to make a wider dent in terms of the use of these resources. This is the key point that comes down to the education and the consumer engagement. You know, I'm going to give my age away over here. But when I was growing up, we had this whole thing about zap it in a ZB. Right? We understood that you couldn't just throw your thing somewhere. It had to actually go somewhere. There was no away. There were consequences for actions. And that is the type of engagement that we are needing. And we're needing that on all levels. The point that I wanted to actually make is that when we talk about a holistic system, we truly are talking about a holistic system. It means that we have to engage with our consumers to be able to say, listen, I think you need to know we have a problem and we would like you to be part of the solution. This is what we're thinking, but we'd also like to get your input on how can it be better. And in the meantime, our responsibility is we need to actually look back into the industry side of things. We need to actually look into our manufacturing processes. How can we reduce the amount of resources that we're consuming within our manufacturing process itself as a starting point? Then we need to actually look at the use of the actual raw materials itself. Where is it coming from? I was part of a forum discussion yesterday, which I thought a very interesting fact was mentioned. We have been nicely collecting our plastic packaging for recycling purposes over the years in South Africa. We have suddenly reached a plateau where we are not increasing the consumption of that recycled material. Because this is part of the problem, is recycling is not an end to itself. It's not a magical land where it suddenly disappears. We need to have the next step planned out. How are we going to utilize these resources? Where is it actually going to? How do we actually plan for the next use and the next cycle in itself?
That's right.
So therefore, if recycling is part of the answer, it's not the answer, but if it's part of the answer, then we need a clear plan in terms of how can we increase the amount of consumption of recycled components in what it is that we're manufacturing.
Cool.
And in this particular context, it is that legislature can play a role, because now we are having to have a concerted effort in terms of collecting the material itself. And with that, there can actually be a concerted effort in terms of investment that's needed for recycling and collection, for recycling, for reuse, so that these things can actually put the economics of waste into motion.
Sure. Thank you so much, Jeshla. I think those are very critical points there. Stephen, maybe you can come in. We've got 7 minutes left. So within that 7 minutes, I just want to read some of the comments in the live chat so that each of you can be afforded the opportunity to then just add, and then we'll have our closing remarks. So yeah, Steve, you mentioned a point earlier. You want to extend on that?
Yeah, I wanted to pick up on Josela's point there about economics and actually speaks to the whole problem. So I just wanted to just talk a bit about the economics of waste and to understand the problem, because economics has created the problem. The economics of consumerism has created the problem, and it's not going to be solved by the plastics tax, and it's not going to be solved by education, it's not going to be solved by the work we're doing, it's not going to be solved by any one mechanism, because if the economics are against it, it's like a leaking bucket. So the economics of waste are such that the cost of the waste, the cost of the packaging, let's call it, becomes waste, is not factored in. The total life cycle cost of the waste is not factored into the purchase price. And that starts from the production from polymers out of oils as a byproduct of the petroleum industry. You know, the cost is subsidized. It's a free byproduct. But it comes through to the packaging and to the products in a way that the cost of collecting it is not factored in. So we look at just the cost of buying the packaging, not the cost of buying it and then collecting it afterwards. So if you had to add that cost on, we have to equalize that cost and say that everything you bought at SPAR has to go back to SPAR. Everything you buy at Checkers has to go back to Checkers. Then if SPAR doesn't collect it and Checkers doesn't collect it, they have to pay a penalty. Suddenly they're going to push back to their suppliers and say, you better make sure you give us packaging that we can collect and process. And if the producer is not going to be able to produce packaging that can fulfill that obligation, they're going to find another producer. So at some point, the economics have to be changed. And we're hoping regulation is going to do that. But at this stage, it seems like it's a drop in the ocean. We see the economics of waste. We talk about, the informal economy, collective economy. Let me tell you for a fact that a collector cannot earn minimum wage. It's impossible. It's not feasible. And so what we're saying is that we're okay with people earning under minimum wage, because yes, it's better than nothing. But the economics of waste is that it's cheaper to produce something from raw material, from virgin plastic, than it is to produce something from recycled material. So there has to be, someone has to pay a premium to make it out of recycled, or to be forced to make it out of recycled material. So I think the key thing is, how do we change the economics? Well, we can't change the economics, but how do we use economics to solve the problem? how do we pass on that cost to the consumer so that now the consumer actually has a vested interest in waste? See, if you make it their problem and they make it the retailer's problem, make it the producer's problem, and we all have to pay something towards fixing this problem, we can then come up with a solution. And I think what's important is that people like us on this panel who actually experts need to be starting to just remind people that it's a collective problem and we need to get on board and we need to sacrifice it, as David was saying, and we need to be able to leverage the economics of the situation, and not just be okay with, oh, well, let's just come up with a new fancy product or a new, like short-term solution. So I think I would like us to try and pull together to say, yes, this is something we actually need to work together on. What do we calculate the actual cost of waste is, and how do we then split that cost up over the value chain?
Absolutely. And I think consumers end up not buying into legislation and, following all these new rules and new startups and so forth that we initiate through sustainable packaging because they feel like guinea pigs. Everything is just thrown at them, but they're never involved in the process. So I think you've mentioned quite a critical point there. Stephen, I just saw some eyes, like a meme on the screen. I don't know if it's our screen or yours, but it was quite interesting.
Yeah, that's my sunglass glasses.
I know, Stephen, you are so theatrical. I think more theatrical than me, But anyway, good point that you mentioned there. We're running out of time, so I just want to read the comments here. So, of course, you have the participants saying morning to everyone. They're quite excited that you guys are our panelists this morning. And they're excited that Tetra Pak has sponsored. So we are saying, Tetra Pak, come back again next year and be our lead sponsor for our panel discussions. No, it's just a joke. But okay, so we have Karen saying here, biodegradable single-use packets that only decompose at 40 to 60 degrees is a problem environmentally. I think, David, you mentioned that, but just going back to the footprint of the material, I think that's also Karen agreeing to those sentiments. And then you also have Margaret saying, interesting session. Agree, we need to work collectively. Social impact is huge. And appreciate where retailers have an occasion agreed not to use reverse logistics, but to allow locals to sell to buyback centers, so to make a living. I guess also speaking about the value chain that we were talking about, to say, how can it go to the consumer, go back to the producer, and how can it, sort of not really recycle itself, but some kind of model that is workable for all parties involved. We have Lynette saying the big retail shops could consider putting up rubbish collection points in these areas where there are no refuse collection, so people can get rid of rubbish there. They will have to remove this as well then. Once again, speaking to Devon's point, but there is a sense of it being unfair. There is a sense of social polarization with that statement. It still says there are those who can afford those services, there are those who can't. And I think it also speaks to the point of infrastructure, sustainable infrastructure, because we then have a lot of informal settlements where people just, obviously dump the rubbish, and it creates landfills. It's also an issue of hygiene. So once again, going back to Devon's point is, how can we make them involved? How can we make it better for all parties? And then we have Karen saying, could not agree more, Devon. Great comments. Collaboration across us retailers is important. I see that, Devon, somebody wants to give you a bells. So it looks like you're quite popular this morning. The comments are well received. We have Lawrence saying, oil is a major problem to get rid of, as 1 liter oil contaminates 1 million liters of fresh water. Collection agencies don't want mixed oils. I guess that's also a concern from Lawrence. Also adding there, Scandinavia has reduced their food waste by a significant margin. So that would be an incredible case study to research. We have Samantha saying, great suggestion, Lynette, but would people do it? Research says that people won't walk more than 20 steps to put anything in a bin. Yeah, no, that's quite a reality. Research says that people won't walk more than 20 steps to put anything in a bin. Sure. I don't know if anyone wants to comment on that. We have Karen saying,
EPR is going to force the need to communicate with the consumer and educate them. Ultimately, the consumer will be paying that EPR fee. I guess it's also leading to our next panel discussion around EPR. So that would be a nice comment to add there, but also to accentuate in this regard. We have Samantha saying, I'm cynic. Consumers pay a plastic bag levy, but they still line the streets, drains, and felt. Quite a good point there, Samantha. Bring back Zibi. Yo, we don't know what Zibi is, but thank you so much. Well, apparently I'm too young for Zibi. Okay, Samantha, we'll have to, those that know will tell us what Zibi is so we can do it. This is an engaging dialogue, very informative, highlighting that we have to take greater measures in managing waste and recycling. I think different industries need to talk with the use of recycled materials. There's plenty of space where this material can be used, but the industry still use traditional products. Great point there, Paulo. We have Darren saying consumers need to see that they have some skin in the game in order to change their behavior. Quite critical point, speaks to being accountable and taking ownership in that regard. So I then request our panelists to please give their closing remarks. We're out of time. Maybe in some of the comments that have been added, you can just add one or two sentiments. Maybe let me start with Farishta from Tetra Pak. Please, can you give us your closing remarks? And then we'll have Devin, we'll have Stephen, David, and Jayashala.
Well, thank you so much, and especially for those great questions. And to answer some of them is that, well, we have a clear strategy towards to address all those concerns. And the main strategy that we have is to have the sustainable opening, to have paper straw, tethered cap, etc. And then, having said that before, to have a more renewable package, full renewable package, and then to use recycled content. We just started using recycled polymer in our packaging, and then we are trying and testing to use recycled fiber in our packaging, but without compromising on food safety. That's the first important thing for us. And of course, one of the most important thing for us is to enable recycling by design and address anti-littering.
Thank you so much for that. That is Farishta Asemi, Sustainability Transformation Manager at Tetra Pak, Greater Middle East and Africa. Thank you there. Can we have Devin?
Yes, thanks again, all panelists and everyone for putting this together, and Tetra for the sponsorship. I think it's outstanding. And again, we speak of collaborative thinking, and I guess if we can all collectively create inclusive systems where everyone's included in the whole value chain, and ultimately fits into our purpose as part of our group, is to inspire people to do and be more. And ultimately, if we can include everyone that we go along with on this journey, it's ultimately where we want to be. So thank you very much, and the discussion has been fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Devin. That was Mr. Galtree, Group Packaging Manager at the SPAR Group South Africa. We are definitely going to be beneficiaries of SPAR, and we're going to be actively involved in SPAR strategy. So as we buy, we know that Devin is behind the ethical packaging of this. So we're going to be encouraging that. Thank you so much there, Mr. Galtree. Can we have Stephen?
Yeah, thanks, Abang. Thanks, everybody. I think it'd be great to continue to chat with you guys and see where we can collaborate, and possibly open up the conversation to the broader public as well. Our focus is in social upliftment. So we're looking at how do we develop businesses, how do we develop people who are unemployed to be part of the solution. But as I said, one of our major problems is economics at play. So I'm sure many of you guys have got R&D budgets and you've got a lot of backing. So I think more organizations like us that are doing the kind of hard work on the ground would really appreciate to work with some of you. And yeah, we all need to figure out how to solve this problem. So I think great to collaborate and to meet you all, and hopefully we can continue the conversation.
Thank you so much. That was the founder of the Makerspace, Stephen Gray. Appreciate your contributions there. David.
Hi, I'm really excited about the conversations we've had here today, and I think really great insights and thoughts have been shared here, and I think they are very practical for implementation. To conclude, I think that in everything that we do, we should just try and reduce the waste, because nothing can become waste until it's actually wasted. And human behavior is really funny because we see this trend in all the conversations that we're having. People travel all the way from one country to another just to go and litter the beach. It's very interesting, but as producers and as people in the industry, let's give the consumers a reason to actually walk and go and put the thing in the bin, or let's add value to the packaging so that they can have a reason to use it for something monetary or anything. And we cannot do, I repeat it again, anything without educating the people. We can always find a way to educate the people. Who knew that we could just eat ice cream, finish the cream, and just eat the package as well? Who thought that could be possible? So it's possible for us to come up with ideas. If we are investing into R&D, let's do it and do it well. Because if we can plant trees with drones and we can plant so many things with drones, in the 21st century, we can do better. Thank you.
Yo, David, you are a think tank of your generation, and I really look forward to reading your books, listening to the podcast. Please do post it. You have so much knowledge, just like everybody else. I really believe that this group has got a lot to offer, and conversations must continue after this so that they can, formulate tangible results. And just the issue of value, I think that is something that is going to drive our next panel discussion on EPR. So if you can, do stay tuned. But thank you so much for your contributions there. Truly, truly amazing. Thank you. Last but not least, Jayeshila.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to say a quick thank you. I've really enjoyed this panel, the discussion, the dialogue, and of course to Tetra Pak for sponsoring for this to take place in the first place. There are certain key things that are my takeaways that I think we need to have going forward. We need to keep the dialogue going. The more that we discuss this, the more that we engage, the more that we can build more tangible outcomes. We definitely need a collaborative approach. One person is not going to solve everything by themselves. And this is a journey. And this is really the critical point. It's a journey. We all have to start somewhere and we have to keep going. As David mentioned, there is no silver bullet. So we need to actually be at a point where we realize it's going to take the effort and it's going to actually require all of us to pull together. I just wanted to very quickly end off with my definition of sustainability. It actually comes from the immigrant mantra that when you come to a new place, you come there to create a better life for you, but not just for you, but for generations to come. And that is my view of sustainability. Thank you very much.
Wow. Jayeshila, what a way to end off the session. I'm not going to add, I'm not going to take away. You have basically just summed up everything for us. Thank you so much for your time, and we look forward to engaging more with Toma to see what are the initiatives that you guys do and how we can be involved. To all of you, thank you incredibly for your time. Tetra Pak, we thank you for availing this platform for us to engage. Like Jayeshila has just said, that the conversations and the dialogues must go on. Also, as Stephen and Devin have mentioned, the importance of collaboration. Let us do that. Let it not end here. Let us move forward because the world needs all of you as experts in your industry. And I believe that, the sectors that you're in, the companies that you're in, could provide a blueprint for our government to lead us better, for other corporations to lead us better in understanding what sustainable packaging means. So thank you all for your time, and we look forward to engaging further. All of the very best. Thank you.
At first glance, Tetra Pak packaging material looks pretty straightforward. It's just cardboard, right? Wrong. Packaging material is so much more than that. There's a whole science behind it. In order to package everything from the most sensitive dairy products to the most acidic of juices in an increasing number of different package shapes and sizes, with different openings and closures, And to keep the product safe throughout its shelf life, the packaging material has to be just right. It all begins with the sourcing of paperboard, aluminium foil, polymers, and ink. Then, in factories around the world, the materials are combined using a series of sophisticated technologies. First, we print our customer's design on the paperboard using one of 5 different printing techniques. Then we score crease lines on it, making it possible to form perfectly shaped packages. Next, we laminate it at high speed. And finally, we slit the big rolls down to the right size for our filling machines. The result is our product: packaging material with a smart multi-layer structure. Each layer helps protect the food or drink inside the package in its own way. The outermost layer of polymer protects the package from moisture. The paperboard gives it strength and rigidity. In our aseptic packages, a second layer of polymer glues the paper to the foil, which in turn acts as a barrier against light and oxygen, and enables induction sealing. Finally, the inner layers of polymer protect the package from the product inside. No matter where it's made, all our packaging material must have consistently high quality, so that it can be turned into packages that always look just as good, are just as strong, and just as convenient for consumers to use. We are continually innovating the next generation of material to make it even more sustainable by further increasing the renewable content and helping our customers differentiate the look of their packages so they stand out on the shelf, with advanced printing techniques that make package designs even more vibrant. Our smartest ever invention keeps getting smarter, making it possible to package and store more food products and giving customers new ways to reach their target groups, which further strengthens our unique end-to-end offer, all the way from the raw ingredients to the retail shelf.
I'm Simon Schielewiks. I'm an assistant professor of strategic management at the Lee Kong Kian School of Business in Singapore Management University. The study that we're working on now, commissioned by United Nations Environment and the Sustainable Digital Finance Alliance, looks at how digital technologies, specifically the intersection of blockchain technology, which is an area of interest in Singapore, and AI and machine learning, and then also IoT, so the Internet of Things, sensors, satellites, drones, all of those kind of measuring devices. So how these technologies together enable a new kind of economy. That's what we're hoping. So what we're calling the digital green economy. So for a long time, businesses have done corporate social responsibility or have worked on sustainability. And what that generally means is that they've tried to do less bad, so reduce their environmental impact, do some social projects somewhat tangential to what the company is actually doing. And that's great. And we need to encourage that, and we need more green energy and all of those practices. But what we see now with this, what we call the digital green economy, is really an emergence of businesses that are solving a business opportunity that is inextricably linked to also addressing one of the Sustainable Development Goals. So I think this is a very big shift in what we see in businesses, that they solve a genuine problem that businesses have, but in doing so, they almost accidentally, as an inevitable consequence, are also addressing sustainable development challenges. And that's really something that I think is quite new. With Alipay in China, where we did a case study on their project called Ant Forest, which has over 300 million users now, where people are actually incentivized to change their behavior via a simple online app, and they get rewarded in digital trees. And eventually, when the tree has grown high enough, the company itself, Alipay or Ant Financial, is actually planting that tree in Inner Mongolia, in the desert, in order to halt desertification. At the organizational level, in my opinion, if you're in the oil and gas business, you have to think about transformation, radical transformation. How do we redefine ourselves from being an oil and gas business to being an energy provider, and how do we move into greener technologies that are actually sustainable? And then at the highest level of government and then transnational organizations, making those changes is very important, not only because it changes a specific behavior, but also because it changes a mindset. Government should be the good shepherd and not only take care of its current population, but also take care of the future generations.
How do we secure a prosperous future for the generations to come? We invest to grow our economy in ways that are socially inclusive and environmentally sustainable. We invest in clean energy and reduce waste in the environment. We embrace clean technology because it makes us more energy efficient, energy independent, and water wise. We build resilience by closing the material loop and promoting investment for a thriving, prosperous Africa. We work to unlock the barriers to green economy growth, develop green economic opportunities for our youth, and support the growth of green SMMEs.
A green economy is an economy with decent jobs underpinned by sustainable, efficient, clean and profitable infrastructure solutions. Lowering carbon emissions is at the heart of the global climate change narrative, but a green economy will mean so much for the people of South Africa.
Branching out for a green economy. Forests cover 1/3 of the Earth's land area. At the heart of humanity's life support systems, they perform vital functions that make our planet habitable. Without them, we would struggle to survive. It's well known that forests play a key role in our battle against climate change, storing carbon while sucking in carbon dioxide from the atmosphere and locking it into their biomass. But what's less well known is that the products and services they provide are essential to every aspect of life. By regulating water for many of the world's rivers, they help secure water quality and supply nearly half of the world's largest cities, from Caracas to New York. They also help decrease the impacts of storms and floods, while helping control erosion. As the most biologically diverse ecosystems on land, forests are home to more than half of terrestrial species, from the great apes to the smallest of creatures. At the same time, they provide homes, security and livelihoods for 60 million indigenous peoples, while contributing to the livelihood of 1.6 billion people worldwide. The impact of forests reaches even further. In many developing countries, more than 80% of total energy consumed by people and industry derives from forests in the form of fuel wood and charcoal. Trade in timber and other forest.
Fantastic. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are tuned in to Sustainability Summit 2021. We are on day 2. And we kickstarted the day speaking about sustainability in packaging. We still are on that segment. We are now on to our second panel discussion, engaging about packaging extended producer responsibility. A lot of us might not know what EPR is about, but it is a practice and a policy framework in which producers take responsibility for the management of their packaging products after their primary use. It is the commitment made by producers to facilitate a reverse collection mechanism and recycling of post-consumer packaging products. The objective is to bring packaging back into the system to recover the resources embedded in the post-consumer waste. In South Africa, EPR continues to be voluntary and industry-led. Recently, the government has introduced legislation to support EPR and enable the packaging industry to divert waste from landfill and to advance the circular economy. Of course, the session We'll then explore the current EPR legislation framework, the challenges thereof and opportunities, innovative packaging collection solutions, and collaboration with government to increase packaging diversion away from landfill. With that, ladies and gentlemen, once again being joined by Tetra Pak, allow me to introduce the cluster leader sustainability, Tetra Pak, who's in charge of the Greater Middle East and Africa, Mr. Rodney Renders. He's here to join us. Welcome, Rodney. We also have the Executive Director at Packaging SA, Shabir Jedham. Please then correct me there, Shabir, in terms of pronunciation. We also have Fiber Circle Producer Responsibility Organization for Paper and Packaging, Mr. Francois Marias. Welcome, Francois. We also have co-founder of Kitoti, Gift Lubele. Welcome, Gift. We also have Salga with our South African Local Government Association, very critical to this conversation. Welcome, Mr. Bala Nengovela. Thank you very much. Let's kickstart the conversation with you, Mr. Rodney.
Thank you very much for the opportunity and the introduction there. I think this is a very, very important subject, extended producer responsibility. As Tetra Pak, I mean, we fully support EPR on a global basis, and we've seen EPR being implemented in many, many markets. As Tetra Pak, we operate in 170 markets globally. And in some markets, in particular developed markets, we've seen that EPR, if implemented correctly, with proper waste management, can actually lead to a significant increase in recycling rates. Okay. For the past few years, it was mainly Tetra Pak driving the recycling of beverage cartons with 2 recyclers in South Africa. What's great about EPR is that we're now working with our competitors and we're actually working on a newly formed product recovery organization called Fiber Circle to actually put together the EPR plan for beverage cartons. We're very excited. We spent a lot of time on putting this plan together. It's not finalized yet, but what we are seeing over here is that we're working together with our competitors. Our customers are getting to understand what EPR is going to mean for them. And ultimately, we're hoping that it's going to lead to a significantly increase in recycling rates. So thank you very much. I look forward to this panel discussion with my colleagues over here.
Thank you very much there. Mr. Shabir?
Tabang, thank you very much for the introduction. Good morning, everyone. Yes, Packaging South Africa, we have been working with government over many years and also have worked very closely in terms of developing the EPR regulation. Going back to about 2009, the issue of industry waste management plans were discussed with government, and it went on for a while. Then we had government, a Section 28 notice, which was published by government, which was meant to be a EPR tax. And as Packaging South Africa, we lobbied strongly with government and indicated that an EPR tax won't be beneficial or as beneficial as implementing industry-managed and industry-funded extended producer responsibility scheme. So in light of that, Minister Creasy acceded to our request, and she developed the EPR scheme under Section 28 of the National Environmental Waste Management Act. So in terms of EPR, as Packaging SA, we certainly welcome EPR. It's been a long road that has been going on for 11 or 12 years now. So we will expect some teething problems, as this is normally the case initially when new legislation becomes effective in any country or any type of legislation. And us as industry and both the DFFE, we do understand that it will be a learning curve for all stakeholders in the value chain. However, as Packaging SA, we welcome EPR, as I've mentioned. EPR is now mandatory, and Packaging SA and its members, which include the existing producer responsibility organization, will work together with government to ensure the successful rollout of EPR in our country.
Thank you very much, Mr. Shabir. Truly looking forward to exploring your thoughts on that. Francois Marias?
Thank you, Tabang. Yes, I think Shabir has sort of highlighted the start of EPR. And I think we're all excited that EPR is now here, and it gives us an opportunity, whether it would be forced in some way, but for all of us to collaborate and do the right thing that I think we all know we should be doing. So Fiber Circle was established a couple of years back by the paper manufacturers of South Africa in anticipation of the EPR regulations. So we are a producer responsibility organization looking after the paper and paper packaging sectors. We obviously help develop, implement and manage the sector's national EPR schemes and EPR fees. And all of this, of course, will be done in accordance with the Section 18 regulations. We are a non-profit company, and then, of course, we also have public benefit status, which is good. And, of course, we are all registered with the department, and I would also urge everybody that needs to be registered with the department and the different PROs to do so ASAP. And we're proud to say that just about 100% of all the paper manufacturers of South Africa are members. And we represent the certain sectors in the paper industry, which would cover the packaging paper sectors, the office paper sectors, newsprint, magazines and coated papers, paper labels and sack, and then of course multi-layer papers. And this would of course include beverage cartons as well as paper cups. And I think the idea is for EPR, apart from all the other criteria, is to identify the challenges out there and to find solutions through collaborative value chain work. And I've heard in the previous session, I heard the word collaboration a lot, and I think it is very important as an industry, as government, as a consumer, and everybody in the value chain. This is not something that one of us or one specific group can find solutions for and get the challenges overcome. We all need to do that. Thank you very much, Taban.
Thank you so much, Mr. Marias. Definitely, I look forward to exploring that conversation with you around collaboration, how we can do it, what are the practical mechanisms that we can apply to ensure that it is successful. Mr. Lubele?
Thank you for that intro, Tabang. I'm quite excited actually to be sitting with just amazing leaders in the industry. And I think this just having all these different stakeholders in one room is a demonstration that we're definitely heading into the direction. As you might know, that the EPR really encourages producers, brand owners, retailers, and importers to design their product in such a way that it ends up back into their supply chain. We at Gudoti are a technology company, and we have identified a few challenges that would serve as roadblocks for EPR. The first one being that there is a lack of data in the industry. We have, in fact, done some really interesting pivots over the past few months where we went into different business models trying to understand ways of bringing materials back into brands' supply chain, into selling materials back into the supply chain. And we even looked at incorporating the informal waste sector into this EPR, because it's when we speak about post-consumer recyclables, you cannot discount the informal sector and the important role that they play. So what Gudoti is a technology company. We're based in Joburg. We have operations in South Africa, Cape Town, Pretoria, as well as Gauteng, as well as Zambia and India. And what we are really is a platform that integrates all the different waste and recycling stakeholders into a single environment. And that environment, as I mentioned, it includes informal waste reclaimers or collectors. It includes recyclers. It includes manufacturers, brands. And really the idea is to not only increase the recycling rates as well as divert waste from going to landfill, but we also want to have a really good understanding of, and this is the primary step, to have a really good understanding of how much waste is where, who has it, And as we do increase the recycling rates, how do we then uplift communities as well? So really, our platform enables brands and manufacturers to establish these supply chain in order to source or offload their waste material, at the same time empowering the communities.
Thank you so much, David. Thank you. We look forward to engaging further about those limitations that you mentioned. Mr. Bala?
Thank you so much, Thabang, and thanks to my fellow panelists and colleagues who are joining the webinar. My name is Bala Nengovela. I work for SALGA, which is the Association of Municipalities in South Africa. From the SALGA side, Chair, we welcome the EPR and the regulations. You would know that the materials that have been identified to have been needing to undergo the EPR are across all municipalities in the country. So from our side, we welcome the EPR as I've indicated, and we would like to collaborate with all necessary stakeholders or the relevant stakeholders in the sector. You would know in terms of the roles and responsibility, we will have to have the discussion around how do we get this material out of the streams that are going to landfill sites. And that discussion has already started taking place, as colleagues from the industry have indicated, and there is a fertile environment for the discussion. We may situate it wherever we want, but there is that kind of conducive environment to have a discussion. And I like what all the speakers have indicated earlier to say, it's about getting all who needs to do what they're supposed to do what they need to do. So that's very critical part. And from our side, we are willing to play our role as municipalities. And I must, as I conclude, Chair, indicate that from all what is entrusted with local government as indicated in the Constitution, I think it's Schedule 5 of the Constitution, I think we have made a decision that it will myopic of us to think that we can do all those on our own. So partnership for us from where we're coming from, it's very critical, and then we're willing to partner with all the relevant stakeholders in the implementation of the EPR. I would leave it at that at the moment, Chair. Thanks.
In fact, Mr. Nongovela, as a accountable partner, or rather as a entity that observe municipalities, you should be leading this conversation, because EPR is a legislative matter. So we are going to corner you this morning, and you are right. I think we are at the right place. Okay. But we are at the right place, like you're mentioning, because all the stakeholders that need to participate in this conversation and also assist municipalities in achieving their strategic objectives are right here. So I really do look forward to the engagement. Maybe let me start with you there, Rodney, from Tetra Pak. Maybe what is EPR? I mean, for somebody who is watching this that has no knowledge of EPR, but they are an SMME, particularly in the packaging sector, how can you explain it in simple terms? What is it, and what is its primary objective? What is it there to achieve?
Yes, so well, EPR is extended producer responsibility, and the way the legislation is worded in South Africa is that it's the producer of the packaging that has the responsibility to ensure that the packaging is collected for recycling at end of life. So we need to take responsibility for the collection, the recycling of the packages that we're putting out into the marketplace. So as a producer, we work with our customers who are the brand owners, the fillers of the packaging. We work very closely with the retailers that are selling the products. And then ultimately the product ends up with the consumer. So extended producer responsibility starts from the producer and goes right through to the consumer. And, you know, we've seen from the previous panel discussion that we had, I think the consumer, once they understand the system and they're educated, I think you're going to get a lot of participation and to actually participate in this as well. Crucial about EPR is that there must be a value of the waste that is being collected. We saw in the previous panel discussion as well that sometimes there's not sufficient or waste might be collected and it might pile up because there's no end market for the recycled product. So a lot of our focus in EPR with regard to what we're doing as a sector, the liquid board packaging, is to focus on really creating the value of the waste through end product development. So EPR is across the entire value chain, and it's involving many stakeholders. And we've heard this word so often today, partnership and engagement and collaboration, and that's what's required to make EPR work.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Perhaps, Shabir, you can extend on what Rodney has said, particularly when it comes to the end user, the man on the ground, the consumer. How are they affected by this? Because earlier on you did mention that from a legislative perspective, it is a necessity. However, it does have its challenges and its limitations when it comes to the implementation. And of course, anything that is implemented hits the consumer first. So how is the consumer affected in this regard and the end user, and how can we circumvent those challenges in retrospect?
Great. Thank you, Tabang. I think the big thing about the consumer is about there are still, with all due respect, high levels of apathy towards recycling in South Africa.
Yes.
And we as consumers, we consume the content of the product, and we still have a throwaway society. We believe someone else is going to pick it up. But what we need to do as consumers, and we look at consumers from from our sector, the consumers are a key stakeholder in the value chain, because you and I, as well as consumers, we demand products, or we demand also what packaging needs to be used. And that's when the brand owners decide, okay, we'll produce a bottle or a can or whatever it is. I mean, be it plastic, be it glass, be it paper, we'll produce a pack which is suitable and wanted by the consumer. So the consumer has a huge influence from well before a product is even thought through. When you're going to product development, the important thing is it has to be consumer or user friendly and fit for purpose as well. So definitely the consumer, we look at EPR schemes, plays a critical role, because as my colleagues on the panel has indicated, EPR cannot be addressed by government individually or industry. It needs everyone across the value chain, from the raw material producer to the consumer. And it is the consumer that really holds the key to the success of EPR when consumers start, as consumers start practicing separation at source. In that, I mean that the recyclables at your household are put into a separate container, and then they are collected separately and do not go with your normal wet waste into landfill, because the earlier we intercept the material, that is, the earlier the consumer sorts the material, the better quality material we get for recycling as well, and we prevent that from entering landfill. So basically, in a nutshell, the consumer is critical, and our plea to consumers across as Packaging South Africa, our plea is that consumers really start working together, and let's make EPR a reality. Because what we would not like as consumers as well, if our favorite packaging is banned because we're not adhering or complying to the EPR regulations, would we be happy? The final point I'd like to make in terms of EPR, at the end of the day, the more consumers do, the lower the EPR fees will be, because the EPR fee eventually will be paid by the consumer. So the cooperation of consumer will be key in terms of keeping the EPR costs as low as possible if we can increase collection rates rather sooner than later. Thank you.
Collection rates. Hey, now I'm worried because now I'm a consumer, Shabir. So anything that says rates, taxes, levies, cost, money, I get worried. So I want to explore those rates in the next question. Thank you so much for that. Francois, maybe we can come in here. You spoke about, collaboration and the importance of it. I feel, or rather believe, that collaboration could be a critical strategy to tighten legislation in South Africa and in other countries regarding to EPR. What does it look like? Can you paint a picture for me, collaboration being beyond meetings and dialogues? How can we practically apply it as a strategy to ensure that EPR is successful, and alongside its limitations, making sure that we resolve that as well?
Tamang, I think we might have lost Francois.
Oh, we lost him.
I'm not seeing him on the screen.
Oh, yeah, we have lost him. Maybe a Gift, you can come in there.
Yeah, absolutely. So I think for me, the success of EPR needs to be something that we can measure. And if you look at the value chain of waste recyclables, you have different actors, all at different stages. You have the sorting and separation, which, as mentioned previously by my colleagues, it is mostly consumers. And in the sorting and separation, what we've seen in South Africa is an increasing amount of reclaimers. In fact, a recent study does show that about 80 to 90% of all household waste that is produced passes through the hands of reclaimers. Then from that, you go to your recyclable collections, and this is where you have your buyback centers, your small scale waste management companies that made it their business to really collect these materials that are being produced. Then you go to your manufacturers, eventually going back to brands. And for me, a way of measuring the success of EPR would need to involve a really good way of having visibility of what's happening. Now, I'd say that because in my experience, we have seen that as it stands, the industry is not necessarily working together. I mean, we have been in different communities where we have met a huge brand that is putting in some significant investment within communities to try and encourage recycling and raise awareness. And yet in the same community, there's a buyback center, but this buyback center is not part of this program. In that same community as well, you have recycling, informal reclaimers who are also not necessarily a part of this. So for me, what a successful EPR case study looks like is firstly having that good visibility to say that we can see that as brand X, we manufacture bottles. And these bottles are, as a result, ending up in XYZ communities. But within that community, we have individuals who are picking it up or individuals who are bringing these bottles back to us. We can see where these bottles are going. They're going to the specific buyback center, and we are in turn buying these materials from these buyback centers. And at Kudoti, we are quite fortunate to have such use cases. We are working with a few brands in South Africa that have really made it their objective to try and procure materials from the communities that these materials could be found in, brother.
Thank you so much for that. I think we are getting Francois back. Maybe before I go back to Francois, let's go to you, Bala. What is the municipality doing in the context of EPR? Francois, welcome back. I posed a question, but I'll come back to you once you get settled. No worries about that. So Bala, what is the municipality doing in the context of EPR and also getting the material out of the streams, like you said? I mean, just maybe active initiatives that we can trace.
No, thanks, Tabang. You would know that before the regulations, municipalities have been putting efforts, I would put it like that, some sort of efforts in trying to divert waste from going to landfill sites. Sure. And some of those waste have been going into recycling or any other initiatives. So Recently, I mean, you have municipalities who've got the recycling infrastructure. You've got municipalities who've got projects like separation at source. It could be on different stages. So you have some sort of infrastructure that has been put. You've got some sort of activities that have been undergoing. Obviously, some of the activities have been coming with the support of the industry. Some they've been led by municipalities. So I think from where we need to depart is that let's look at the targets that are there with respect to the EPR, or what is expected of the sector with regard to the EPR. Let's look at the infrastructure that we have and the infrastructure that is needed in order to meet those targets, and some of the activities that different stakeholders need to play. Now, once we have that kind of a map, then we know then who needs to do what. We've got waste pickers in the sector. We've got consumers or households that need to play a role. We've got industry. We've got municipalities. Do we have proper laws that enables us to reach the target as the sector, not necessarily as individual role player within the sector? So then we say, then who's responsible for ensuring that we've got a legislative environment that is enabling activities that we would like to put in place so that we meet the EPR requirements. So that's where then we then start allocating roles and responsibilities. So obviously from municipal side, there have been activities, as I've indicated. I'm trying to answer directly your question. There are infrastructure that are there. Then let's have a discussion on how do we use what we have. We don't have to start from the scratch. So what kind of conversation that we need in order to take the process forward from where we are at the base where we are. I would leave it at that, Tabang. Thanks.
Mr. Nogobela, I'm very happy that you mentioned that. But I'm also equally concerned to say what is available. And it's not like these strategies or the initiatives have just come up. They've always been there. So you are right in saying we need to identify what is available and how can we assist, because I think it's time as different sectors, whether it's government, corporate, even citizens, we need to urgently commit to long-term strategies, because now landfills are killing people. Pollution is killing people. Climate change is coming through. It's killing people. And packaging has a lot to do with that. So we'll come back to you just to advise us what is available. Even if you can give us two, just tell us the two initiatives that are there and how we can equally be involved. We've got Tetra Pak here. Tetra Pak, I know, they're going to make things happen. They made this panel discussion happen. So things will move with Tetra Pak. The money is there. Just tell us what must be done, because our people are dying. You know, people are in complicated situations. We need help. I think let's go to you, Francois. We spoke about collaboration, and I had asked this to give to answered it quite well, but I also just want to receive your sentiments on that. How do we, when we talk about collaboration with regards to EPI, bearing in mind all value chains that currently exist and all stakeholders that are involved, how can we collaborate better? If you can paint a picture for me that is outside of dialogue and discussion, what do you envisage the collaboration to look like, particularly from your organization?
Thank you, Tabang. I must apologize for disappearing. We had a power failure, so I'm on a hotspot. Luckily, I managed to get back on. I think one needs to look at EPR from various points of view, and it's not just one thing; it's many things. And when we talk collaboration, I think we need to look at the entire value chain and all the stakeholders in that value chain. And it's important to start firstly at understanding it. Like Gifter said, there's very little data available. I think mainly so because in the past there were a lot of free riders as such, people not belonging to the voluntary PRO schemes in the past, and therefore their data and so forth and information on what is being put into the South African market and so wasn't really available. So one of the things we need to do is to determine what is exactly the tonnages of and what types of packaging is actually entering South Africa, what the challenges are in terms of those packaging and what the solutions could be. And in terms of that, we could also look at design for purpose, of course, which is important because we also need to take into account the effect of food waste in South Africa. And as far as I understand, it's way over 30%. And that's substantial. So design for purpose is very important. But by doing that, obviously, we create challenges in terms of collection and recycling situations. So when you talk collaboration, we need to really start from the design point right through and right down until we get to the actual collection of those products. We need to talk about the education. We need to talk about awareness. There's just a host of things. And therefore, all I can really say to this is that all the stakeholders in the value chain need to talk to each other, need to understand the processes, and need to come to a joint situation where open discussion can happen with understanding the economics of scale, etc., etc. At least the one good thing is that extended producer responsibility, regulated now, does offer a chance for stakeholders or producers to collect money in terms of finding or funding those particular solutions. So it's going to be a baby step situation. We have to start somewhere. We're probably going to make some mistakes going forward, but I think we will learn. And in the end of the day, I believe that in a couple of years, we will have a very good system going, and I'll be quite proud to be part of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Francois. You've also mentioned critical points. I think maybe let's go back to you, Rodney. Perhaps you can extend on that. And you also were part of the previous panel discussion, as in you heard what was being said. There were a couple of sentiments around recycling, and it helped me change perspective on what it really is. And I think it was mentioned that increase in recycling or recycling initiatives that currently exist are quite costly, and one way or another somebody has to pay the price. So my question to you, Rodney, is what is Tetra Pak doing besides recycling initiatives to ensure that we're moving in sustainable packaging? Because it's all well and good for us to have a legislative framework, but what is the actual cause or reason behind this legislation? It's the packaging part. So what are the other things that Tetra Pak is doing in response to EPR and also sustainable packaging besides recycling?
When it comes to sustainable packaging, already 75% of our product is derived from paper, which is a renewable resource. And as we discussed earlier, our intent is to increase the renewable content of our carton packages because it has a lower climate impact than other types of packaging. So that's definitely a direction we're going into from a sustainable packaging point of view, as long as whatever we're doing does not compromise food safety. We have now started looking at the use of recycled content in our packages for the first time ever. Some of the polyethylene, we've done some trials in Europe, and ultimately our product ambition by 2030 is that our package will be made out of renewable and or recycled content. So that is when you talk about the sustainability of our packaging and the journey going forward. It's crucial, though, that we still have aluminium in our packaging now, which will ultimately be eliminated. But the aluminium and polyethylene content of our packages, we must ensure that we have sustainable recycling solutions for that. And quite frankly, that has been a challenge in the past, not only in South Africa, but globally. But I mean, we have some clever engineers that have worked with this component of our packaging, because we cannot say our carton's fully recyclable if only the fiber is being extracted and the polyethylene and the aluminium isn't being extracted. So, you know, other things that we do, for example, the single-use plastic straw that is used in a lot of our packages, we encourage consumers to push the straw back into the package. It'll get recycled in the recycling process. And when it comes to the caps, we're spending a lot of money on designing a tethered cap that will remain attached to the package to avoid litter in future years. So, you know, this is an ongoing topic and ongoing work that we do with regard to our packaging on an ongoing basis. And it's a journey.
Thank you so much there, Rodney. You know, when you guys remove the aluminium, please go to Nivea and all the roll-ons, because they've got aluminium in the roll-ons, which are now killing us. You know, it causes breast cancer, even in men. So aluminium is a very serious issue. Please, Rodney, prioritize that, because we want to smell good, but it can't be at a price. We can't pay the cost of smelling good. Please help us with that. Okay, can we then have Shabir there? Just to also, maybe you can extend on what Rodney has said. I think the previous panel really set the foundation for us. Maybe Rodney, sorry, Shabir, you can help us then answer, how can we, you know, convert waste into valuable products? Because I think part of packaging is then saying, you know, the different materials that come together to ensure that packaging is possible. Some of them are not so good for the environment. Some of them are harmful. Some of them are beneficial. But how can we convert waste into valuable products so that the consumer and the end user can then invest and see value in initiatives like EPR, because it's working for them somehow? So maybe you can tell us what Packaging SA is also doing to ensure that waste is converted into a valuable product.
Great, thanks, Tabang. Yeah, I think it's important to, you know, take note. In South Africa, we collect about 58% of all paper and packaging placed in the market. Yes. So a huge amount, our collection rates for paper and packaging in South Africa are extremely good. And the benefit, if I'd like to digress a little bit to answer your question, when the Chinese put a ban on the import of products, on the import of packaging or waste, it had a huge impact on the American and the European markets. It was called Operation Sword, if I remember correctly. And what happened is the Chinese, and now it's the Malaysians and also other countries in the Far East, have said, sorry, as the East, we are not the dumping ground of the first world country. And that has had a huge impact on recycling, or as they call it, recycling in Europe and America, but it's actually not recycled in those countries. The material is purely collected and then sent out or dumped to other countries, such as developing countries or countries that would buy the material. So once the Chinese ban was put in, it's had a huge impact on collection and disposal activities for material that's collected in these so-called first world countries. South Africa, we are rather fortunate. Very little of our material collected is exported. And the primary reason for that is the paper and packaging industry has invested over 40, 50 years, in fact, longer than that, in terms of beneficiation and recycling facilities. So South Africa is very independent in the sense that majority of our materials, albeit small quantities, are exported. Majority of the materials that are collected, because you need to have an end-use market. It's pointless collecting material if you don't have an end-use market. So definitely our material is beneficiated. What we're also looking at from Packaging SA and our members is what's important is the design for recycling. So you design a product which is on our website, which is a guideline on how to design your products for packaging designers. So this products can be recycled, because in line with EPR, we need to also comply with the principles of the circular economy. So definitely South Africa has great end-use markets, and what we always like to do is not to downscale material or downcycle material, but rather recycle it back into the same product if possible. However, one needs to take into account that this is not possible for every product, because certain types of packaging can't be recycled infinitely, but then you find alternate markets where our members, which include the PROs, are making efforts, and part of the EPR scheme is to find alternate markets and really where the material can be upscaled or upcycled rather than downcycled. So we see huge opportunities in the secondary market as well, albeit that we have a very robust beneficiation and recycling industry in South Africa.
Yes, thank you very much for that. Maybe a gift you can come in there, just extending to what Mr. Shapir has mentioned. Kudoti is, you did say that it's a company that is based in technology. How can we then, localize packaging systems through technology in this country or in this continent?
Yeah, thanks for that, Thabang. I think maybe let me try and answer that through two use cases that we are currently, or we've done in Kudoti. So recently we launched a project with Nestle, and the reason is we are realizing that recycling is not enough. Recycling alone is not enough, and I'll elaborate on what I mean by that. Recycling just entails people collecting waste and then selling them for, whatever, for money. What we have seen is it's a very essential part of EPR, but it is not the only one. Besides or after or before recycling, there are other parts as well that needs to be encouraged and acknowledged within the value chain. With Nestle, we are doing a pilot project where we are including 100 reclaimers within Tembisa to try and give them all the necessary tools, equipment, and support needed so that they do recycling. But what we then do is we work as well with the buyback center. And the buyback center is there to buy these materials from these recyclers, and we are then able to put in subsidies within this buyback center, such that when they do purchase these recyclables from these individuals, they get a little bit more than what they were getting previously. We then extend this to try and connect a buyback center with a manufacturer and or a brand that will then purchase these materials in their facility. And all of that can be seen. So from when a recycler comes into the buyback center's site, we are able to record the type of material that they are collecting, the amount of material that they are collecting, the name of that person, and get the tonnages of the materials collected all the way to how much a manufacturer or a brand is buying back. I want to mention the second use case, which is quite interesting, and it's with Distel in Cape Town. We started quite about 2 years ago with Distel, and they were already putting in some investment within communities, trying to make them aware of what recycling is and the negative implication recycling has in their community. But what they didn't have is a good system that enabled them to have this sustained impact within communities, which is something that is really important as well. When we put in these different investment into communities, and I know a lot of PROs who are pushing EPR are doing that. They are putting in assets, they're putting in investment to try and encourage recycling. But you would see that once an initiative is launched, the following year, another new initiative is launched, the following year, another new initiative is launched. And I would even stretch it to say that even some of our local governments, they've put in so much money into trying and encourage recycling, but yet it seems that every single year it's a new thing that needs to be invented. So back to my use case with Distel, we started with about 70 reclaimers. We also trained them on how to use technology and really include them or integrate them from a technology point of view into this value chain. What really is exciting is this project has now expanded. We are now launching in Soweto, KZN, and Pretoria as well. But what this use case has shown is private sector, communities, as well as government came together. With the Western Cape, with the Department of Environmental Affairs in Western Cape and the city of Cape Town coming into this project, they have seen that, wait, you guys are able to tell us how much waste is being collected within a specific community. You are able to give us the names of the people who are doing this. We want to then take these people and enable them or include them in our EPWP program and give these guys stipends. And so all of a sudden, all these different individuals who were just doing recycling were now included in a partnership that the government is leading to try and give them more opportunities. And the idea, once again, is to try and give back these materials into the Distel group, so that we move away from this CSI or sustainability initiatives where we're just putting in a little bit of money every single year to look good. And we are then moving away from that to supply chain, a core functional feature that is within companies that would enable these individuals to benefit in a very sustained way.
Thank you very much for that. Perhaps, Bala, you can come in there just extending from what Gift has said. How can we aid municipalities? One, in the implementation of EPR, I know you spoke about collaboration, but what other mechanisms can we use? But also, two, how can we protect our communities? Because remember, the municipality is responsible for leading regions and for leading communities as well. How can we also protect those communities against the limitations of EPR? Because I'm also worried that as much as it's a legislative framework, who is driving it? Who is behind it? Is it multinational corporations? Is it the private sector that also sees a benefit in it? And this is why I've been asking a lot about the end user. How do they benefit? How do we protect them? So maybe, Bala, you can come in that respect.
Thanks, Tawang. Yeah, I think where municipality comes from, I think the key responsibility that municipality needs to do and that they're striving to do is to clean up the public spaces. That's very important. And then with EPR, I think we see that as an opportunity as well to ensure that the material that are polluting the environment, polluting our waterways, then through number of collaboration or different nature of collaboration with relevant stakeholders, then we should get this material where it's supposed to have gone, even from the first place. So earlier you asked a question, Tabang, that you touched on the issue of landfill sites. They are not only the danger to communities, but also from the side from the side of municipalities, they are getting full. So we need to preserve those existing landfill sites as much as possible. And this is one of the initiatives that it's going to be assisting us, in our view, in diverting waste from going to landfill sites. Hence, we don't see that as a responsibility of one partner, as you might have seen on the regulation that which says then it is a responsibility of producers financially and operational wise to ensure that the identified products are diverted from going to landfill site. So we feel that we will also play a role in ensuring that that it's achieved, because this is a system, in our view. It's a set of things that needs to happen. And if one does not function, then the whole system will be affected. And I like what Francois said as well, to say we need to start somewhere, but it needs everyone to do their part. And that's why from our side, I'm giving that commitment that in our engagements with municipalities, there is willingness to play our role. And we will also from the association level, then we'll be constantly engaging our members to ensure that they do what they're supposed to do. We're currently advising them on what EPR means for them and what they're supposed to do. So that's also part that we're busy with. In terms of mechanisms, I think as Francois, I'll refer to Francois and what Francois said as well. You know, we would have to take a baby step. Obviously, I think other panelists as well as mentioned, there will be mistakes that would have happened in the process. But I think we really need to start. Obviously, the key stakeholders, in our view, in terms of who needs to drive this process, I see industry, I see municipalities, I see waste speakers, and obviously communities, because it all boils within the communities. But the three key stakeholders, it will be municipality, industry, as well as waste speakers, as relates to recycling. And obviously you have national government and province will come as a monitoring and providing advice. So I would like to leave it at that, Tabang and colleagues. Thanks.
So much for that. Just lastly, Francois, maybe you can come in there. With Fiber Circle, are there any active initiatives that the organization is doing to implement EPR or to support the framework of EPR, particularly in paper packaging, because that's the space that you specialize in?
Yes, thanks, Tabang. No, definitely. And Fiber Circle is currently drawing up the EPR schemes for our different sectors, as I've mentioned earlier on. And definitely in those plans, as we call them, you know, all the criteria for EPR is covered. But I think with emphasis, of course, on the things we're talking about now. So SMME development, BE transformation, those are things that are very high in our plans. And I think the important thing is to understand that those plans must be sustainable businesses and not like Gift has said has happened in the past. And I think Bala has also mentioned it, where initiatives were done just to gather some points or good feelings. We are looking at sustainable, economically viable businesses that needs to be set up, run by SMME and Black entrepreneurs in the value chain. We do understand, and somebody, I think in the previous gathering has spoken about the volumes, the lack of volumes to make things sustainable. So I think all those things are taken into consideration when we look at our implementation plans, you know, so that we actually do manage to get to that point. And I think that's also where a lot of collaborations in terms of PROs will happen, because a lot of the initiatives will consider the collection of many waste streams that are not particularly only with Fiber Circle. It may be the polycos and those ones as well. And yes, and then of course, education and awareness. I think that's very important. So we play a huge role in that. We've got accredited training programs in Fiber Circle, which we're very proud of. And that's where we teach entrepreneurs. We also do mentorship in terms of those businesses, just to help them to get going. And of course, we do a lot of research and development. We've just spent quite a bit of money in terms of finding solutions for certain products or paper products that are very difficult, if not almost impossible to recycle and not being recycled in South Africa. Yeah? And of course, those the outcome of that research and development will lead to SMME development for small businesses that will actually take those research and developed technologies and start a little business. That must be sustainable and economically viable. And yeah, so we take it very seriously, and I think all the PROs do, to be quite honest. We want things to happen and we want things to work. The collaboration with municipalities, as Bala says, is critical. With the municipalities, without the support of municipalities, I don't actually know how we can actually get the EPR rolling and staying rolling. So it's great to hear that Bala says that there's a very big commitment from the municipality side, and I think it's going to be critical. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Francois. Let me just read the comments from the virtual chat, and then please, can all of you prepare your closing remarks? We are out of time, unfortunately. We need to actually do a pre-recording so that everyone has about 30 minutes each to get through this topic. So I'm just going to go through the comments. Please prepare your closing remarks, and then we'll conclude the panel discussion on EPR. So Lynn says, Zippy says, do not litter, zap it in. Yes, it's an answer to me because I asked what Zippy is. And the Zippy bin, recycling refuse bins that were placed all over everywhere. So that was at the time Zippy was around. Karen says, DFFE registration site is down and has been down for the whole of last week. We alerted a number of our suppliers to register, and they are very concerned that they can't get through. She then says a lot of consumers are prepared to separate properly, but the collection services are not necessarily collecting them like that. So clearly also indicating a concern in that area that we mentioned. Margaret says, please let Francois back in. Okay, Margaret. Francois, you everybody's favorite this morning. Hey, Bala, Karen, Margaret. Man, you've got game. You need to tell me your secret there, Francois. Margaret says, oh, he has power failure, but has rejoined. Okay, let's we'll go through that. Thank you so much, Karen, for the clarity. Samantha says municipalities need to get service delivery right before we can get EPR right. Sure, profound point. I drove along Olifantsfontein Road the other day. Litter was lining the waterway from kilometers. Municipal trust needs to be rebuilt. She then says the projects you're referring to, or the infrastructure for that matter, have not really yielded waste management for the longest time. The dysfunctional municipalities pose a serious threat in dealing with waste issues. Margaret then says, how do you change behavior? People litter. Very interesting question there. How do we change behavior indeed? Maybe these are some of the things that you can add in your closing remarks. Samantha says, Rodney, so does my milk carton actually store carbon because it came from a tree that stored carbon? So I guess, Rodney, you can maybe answer that as well in your closing remarks. Karen then says, a lot of the PRO fees are not incentivizing producers to use more sustainable packaging options. Why is this allowed? Shabir, I think maybe you can come in there. She then says a lot of PRO fees are not incentivizing producers to use more sustainable packaging options. Why is this allowed? Janssen says educating youth in littering and recycling will be a good start. Absolutely agreed. Karen says, gift, I loved that comment of investing when you see a working model and not just building more new ones. Anela then says, Fiber Circle in 2021 has trained 421 new and existing entrepreneurs in recycling. To date, more than 150,000 school pupils have been reached through our school programs. Thank you very much, Anele, for giving us that data. It is absolutely necessary, and we will definitely be in touch with the initiatives that Fiber Circle is committed to. Can we start with our closing remarks? I think maybe, Rodney, I'll leave you for last. Let me go to Shabir. You can start, and then we'll have Francois, we'll then have Gift, and we'll have Bala, and then we will have Rodney in that order.
Great. Thanks, Tabang, and thanks for everyone who have joined the webinar. Some very interesting comments. I've just been now onto the government website, the SAWIC website, and it is working. I wasn't last week as well. I'm not sure if someone's still having problems, but if there is, Bev has my details that you can contact me. I'll address it with the department directly. So really that would be an absolute pleasure. But I see it's working now. The point in terms of the EPR fees, why are people not, in terms of the fees not being, fees will be differentiated for difficult to recycle products or products that are not designed for recycling. They certainly will carry a higher EPR fee. Products which cannot be recycled at all will carry the highest EPR fee. Products which are the easiest to recycle, so definitely it comes back to the brand owner on choosing, and the brand and designers or packaging designers to come back to products that are easily recycled. So I tend to not agree that if the EPR fee will promote non-sustainable packaging. It will certainly, the fee is determined if one looks at the EPR regulations as well. There's a whole host of comments in terms of design, the ease of recycling, the design for recycling, and so forth. So definitely the fees will be lower for products that are easy to recycle, undoubtedly. And just in closing, EPR, and we've spoken a lot on collaboration. I believe collaboration across the value chain, from industry to government, and very welcoming. And we've been engaging with Bala and his team as well from Salga. I believe there's lots of potential, there's lots of expertise with municipalities and from the private sector as well. And it is imperative that we work together to find the best solutions in terms of implementing successful EPR in South Africa. And I'm very confident by working together, we certainly will make EPR a success. Thank you.
Thank you, Shabir. Thank you.
Thank you, Tabang. Well, after Shabir's good closing remarks, I don't know what's left to say. Apart that, I think, it's definitely important that everybody that is needs to be compliant with EPR. And I think do the right thing, get registered with your relevant PROs, get registered with DEF, get onto the program. Let's all collaborate, and we've used that word a lot today. Let's find the solutions. The challenges are there, many of them. And unless we have the solutions sorted out collaboratively, it's not going to be a solution. We need to look at many, many things. But yes, I think I agree with Shabir. The EPR will work. We will skim it and push it and knead it, as they say, until it fits its purpose. And the purpose is to divert waste from landfill. And I think we know our responsibilities as producers. We're responsible for the end of life collection and the recycling of our products. And Fiber Circle will obviously do its best to enable that environment for all our producers and our members. Thank you very much for Tetra Pak as well, and everybody for setting up this discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Francois. Thank you. Yep.
Thank you. I think I just want to maybe start with the thank you. To everyone who's here. I think I'm a huge fan of your firm, all of you individually. So I've been
included in the fan, your fan, and Bev as well. Thank you. Please include us.
I really am just encouraged by the efforts each stakeholder here is doing. It's really encouraging to see. I think in closing, I just want to say that EPR is about creating a true circular economy. And for that to happen, we need to also lean towards technology or systems that will help us have a really good sustained impact around this. This topic isn't just a South African problem. It's a global problem, and it's a true threat to the existence of human beings, even if I may be so bold. So we need to lean on technology. We need to look into systems that will really help us as well have this really good sustained impact as we go forth. And it needs to be inclusive. It has been said, but it needs to be inclusive. It needs to include the small guys in the townships. It needs to include, the buyback centers. It needs to include the manufacturers, the big brands, the government. It needs to all be inclusive. But thank you, everyone.
Thank you very much, Gift. Bala?
I thought I should show colleagues a little bit of my face since from the beginning, and then I was not showing the face.
Half of the face now. We can't see the full. Yeah.
You can't see it in full.
Yes, we saw the half, but thank you. We can see your eyes at least, and your nose a little bit. There we go. You're coming. That's right. There we go. There we go.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be part of this session. I would just like to ledge on what one colleague has mentioned, the issue of a need for improvement in terms of service delivery. And I fully agree with the assertion or with the comment that the colleague has made. However, what we need to look at is how can, while we're striving and assisting municipalities to improve the service delivery in the area of waste, how can we use also the EPR also to be part of the instrument that can also attribute to or that can result to the improvement of service delivery? Because at the end of the day, we all want to live in a clean and healthy environment.
Sure.
And I see EPR as one of the instruments that brings all of us closer to each other and work together. And from our side, we see it as a tool that we will strive also to make it successful. And we appreciate the opportunity as well. Once again, I would leave it at that. And thanks a lot.
Thank you very much, Ben. I truly appreciate those sentiments. Thank you very much, Rodney.
Thank you to all the panelists for this engaging session. I think it was a great discussion and engagement. We've had a look at EPR systems, as I said, globally through many of the countries within which we operate. And a critical success factor is the fact that you have operational municipalities that can actually collect the waste for recycling. So it's great to see the municipalities and their commitment to actually wanting to get this right. And that's excellent to see. So that was a huge positive aspect that's come out of this. To the lady that asked the carbon question, please can you get hold of me afterwards? I don't actually have an answer for you, but hopefully through recycling, the carbon will be released. So yeah, please, if you can get hold of me, I'd appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you very much to all of you for your time. And also, I just think we need to express and show appreciation for the work that you individually do in the organizations you're part of. It's not easy. People will come with questions that we can't answer. People will come with concerns, and they throw and they lash out, all these comments, but they don't really think about, hey, we're trying, As long as we wake up and we try and keep going, that's the most important thing. So thank you very much for ensuring that indeed we try to achieve the agenda around sustainability and development, mostly in this country. I wish you all the best in the organizations that you are in. Please do more so we can be in touch more. But we'll see you before the next Sustainability Summit, and we look forward to further engagement. All the best.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the panel discussion around packaging extended producer responsibility. We had the cluster leader sustainability at Tetra Pak from the Greater Middle East and Africa. That was Mr. Rodney Rendez. We also had the Executive Director for Packaging SA, Mr. Shabir Jatham. We also had the Producer Responsibility Organization for Paper Packaging from Fiber Circle, Mr. Francois Marias. And we had the co-founder of Kudoti. Please also be in touch with them, Mr. Gift Lubele. Last but not least, from SALGA, South African Local Government Association, Mr. Bala Ningovela. And without wasting any more time, get your tea, let's have a tea break, virtual tea break. And we still have a lovely program ahead of us for the day. We're about to engage on the next segment of the panel discussions, also sponsored by Syngenta. And we're going to be talking about sustainable food security. And I think you definitely don't want to miss this. I'll see you after this.
At first glance, Tetra Pak packaging material looks pretty straightforward. It's just cardboard, right? Wrong. Packaging material is so much more than that. There's a whole science behind it. In order to package everything from the most sensitive dairy products to the most acidic of juices in an increasing number of different package shapes and sizes with different openings and closures, and to keep the product safe throughout its shelf life, the packaging material has to be just right. It all begins with the sourcing of paperboard, aluminium foil, polymers, and ink. Then, in factories around the world, the materials are combined using a series of sophisticated technologies. First, we print our customer's design on the paperboard using one of 5 different printing techniques. Then we score crease lines on it, making it possible to form perfectly shaped packages. Next, we laminate it at high speed. And finally, we slit the big rolls down to the right size for our filling machines. The result is our product: packaging material with a smart multi-layer structure. Each layer helps protect the food or drink inside the package in its own way. The outermost layer of polymer protects the package from moisture. The paperboard gives it strength and rigidity. In our aseptic packages, a second layer of polymer glues the paper to the foil, which in turn acts as a barrier against light and oxygen, and enables induction sealing. Finally, the inner layers of polymer protect the package from the product inside. No matter where it's made, all our packaging material must have consistently high quality, so that it can be turned into packages that always look just as good, are just as strong, and just as convenient for consumers to use. We are continually innovating the next generation of material to make it even more sustainable by further increasing the renewable content and helping our customers differentiate the look of their packages so they stand out on the shelf, with advanced printing techniques that make package designs even more vibrant. Our smartest ever invention keeps getting smarter, making it possible to package and store more food products and giving customers new ways to reach their target groups, which further strengthens our unique end-to-end offer, all the way from the raw ingredients to the retail shelf.
People have relied on the oceans as a source of food and for their livelihoods for thousands of years. As technology has advanced, we have become capable of fishing more intensively. So looking after the oceans and the resources they provide is more important now than ever before. If the oceans are to be healthy, productive and full of fish in the future, we have to fish sustainably. Sustainable fishing reduces environmental impacts, leaves more fish in the sea and harms fewer marine animals. Sustainable fisheries have good management practices. The Marine Stewardship Council standard allows fisheries to show that they are well managed and that they fish in a sustainable way. The MSC standard is open to all fisheries that would like to be recognised as sustainable. To be certified as sustainable, a fishery must be able to meet all three principles of the MSC standard. The fishery must leave enough fish in the sea so that stocks can reproduce and fishing can go on forever. Fishing operations need to be managed so that the wider marine environment, other plants, animals and habitat, can flourish and support life. The fishery must have good management in place. The MSC uses its blue eco-label to identify seafood that has come from sustainable fisheries certified to its standard. The eco-label is already displayed on tens of thousands of products in over 100 countries around the world. Consumers who want to play their part in maintaining and improving the health of the oceans can look for and choose seafood with a distinctive blue MSC eco-label. It is vital that we safeguard the ocean's resources and protect people's livelihoods for the future. To do this, we need to work together.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are tuned in to Sustainability Summit 2021. I hope you have been visiting our virtual exhibition with all our exhibitors and engaging with them. Remember, I did say the more you visit, the more prizes you get to win. Hopefully, you'll be lucky. Please also check our social media platforms, SAS Week 21. That is hashtag SAS Week 21 on Facebook, LinkedIn, and Instagram. I did promise that you need to tie your seatbelt because it's going to get a bit hefty and heavy. And so we're getting into a panel discussion that is much important and much needed in terms of its appreciation. Food, you know, that we can't do without food. You know, that's why we gain weight, we lose weight. But the sustainability of food is what matters the most, because things have changed with climate change affecting agriculture and all other value chains. It's a critical discussion to have. So now we are entering a panel discussion on sustainable food security. And this is led by Syngenta as one of our sponsors. And our facilitator for this panel discussion is Mr. Adrianos Gianu, who is the Public Affairs Manager at Euroactive. Adrianos, over to you.
Thanks very much. Thank you. And hello, everybody. Welcome again to the second day of the 2021 Sustainability Summit. And this first session that will focus on agriculture. This is the first session of the Sustainable Food Security Seminar. Please accept our apologies for the slightly late start. My name is Andrianos Gianu. I'm the Senior Public Affairs Manager with Euroactive. Euroactive is an independent pan-European policy media organization. I'm joining you today from our newsroom in the heart of the European Quarter in Brussels. I'll be your moderator for this panel, looking at sustainable food production. Thank you very much for joining us. I'm very happy to be here for a second year. A special thank you goes out to the organizers, and we're also very much grateful to Syngenta for making this panel possible. Some housekeeping first. I will start the session by introducing our esteemed panelists, and I will ask them for an introductory statement of 7 minutes on our session's topic. Then I will follow up with a round of questions before taking questions from the audience. Please make sure to submit your questions through the chat function on the right-hand side of your screen. We will end with short concluding remarks from our speakers, and we're aiming for 1 o'clock finish sharp. If you're posting about this on social media, which we encourage you to do, please use the hashtag SUSWeek21, that's SUS Week 21. Before I give the floor to our speakers, I would like to set the overall framework of this discussion. I would like to start by highlighting how timely this conversation is. The UN Food Systems Summit will take place in New York tomorrow. The new UN Food Systems Summit is part of the Decade of Action to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030. The starkest of realizations, though, is that the world is not on track to achieve zero hunger. Zero hunger is the second Sustainable Development Goal by 2030. We're far from it, actually. The Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, in this year's annual flagship report on the state of food security and nutrition in the world, emphasized the fact that up to 811 million people in the world faced hunger in 2020. That is 161 million more than in 2019. Healthy diets are out of reach for around 3 billion people. Global food security is being tested by climate change, land scarcity, and population growth, to name just a few of the challenges that we face. These include the ongoing COVID-19 health crisis, and I quote from the FAO's report, "The pandemic continues to expose weaknesses in our food systems, which threaten the lives and livelihoods of people around the world, particularly the most vulnerable, those living in fragile contexts." Our food systems definitely are at the crossroad. I'm fully aware that we use this expression all too often. We always seem to be at a critical juncture, but the numbers above confirm how precarious the situation is. Tomorrow's UN Food Systems Summit will focus on food systems transformation. And I would like to pause here for a moment to define the focus of the discussion in those terms. Transformation. How can we transform food systems in Africa? How can we achieve more sustainable and healthy food systems? We're happy to be bringing different actors from the food value chain and look at the innovations and policy environment needed for that transformation to take place. And without further ado, I would like to introduce our first speaker. Our first speaker is Jerome Barbaron. Jerome is the head of crop protection for Africa and the Middle East at Syngenta and the president of the industry association CropLife Africa and Middle East. He was previously head of the Europe, Africa, Middle East seeds business and global hybrid cereals at Syngenta. Jerome, very good to have you. I would like to draw upon your international expertise and ask you to provide some global context to the discussion as part of your introductory remarks. How do you see the future of sustainable food and food security in the world and in Africa? Thank you.
Well, great. Can you hear me well, Leonos?
Yeah? Absolutely, yes, yes.
Fantastic. So, first of all, it's a pleasure to be discussing sustainable development with you all today. It's a timely discussion, as you said, given the UN Food Systems Summit taking place tomorrow, where we expect bold actions to be announced and launched. But first of all, let me start with a quote from Kofi Annan, former United Nations Secretary General, who famously said, "It is time to change the way we think. Farmers are not the cause of Africa's poverty, they are a potential solution. They are key to creating the future envisioned by the Sustainable Development Goals." And I could not agree more, being the son of a farmer myself and grandson, married to the daughter of a farmer. Farming and agriculture is close to my heart, and I know personally the link between development and the opportunities agriculture can bring around prosperity and more healthy future. And I believe everyone should have the chance I've had and we have had. So first of all, agriculture, can deliver sustainable and inclusive growth for all. And at Syngenta, we are innovating and providing technologies needed to help achieve that. We are also working with partners in the food value chain to achieve impact at scale. Nobody can create an impact on their own. No organization, no single company. Because there are a range of challenges that our food systems face, ranging from climatic changes and climatic shocks, evolving pest pressures, increasing demand, given the development of the economies around the world and growing global populations. So innovations can help us overcome the challenges of today and tomorrow. As you know, you may know, we are equipping farmers with tools they need to grow more and more sustainably, even when faced with droughts or soil degradation. We help with innovations, we help build resilient food systems against existing shocks and future shocks. They help build resilience in the food systems at an early stage, starting with high quality seeds and seed treatments to enhance and protect plant root health. Also crop protection, as you mentioned, that increase the resilience of crops to pests, diseases, and climatic shocks. We also help protect against post-harvest losses by helping protect the quantity and the quality of grains and food as it is stored, and in doing so, extend the length of time that they can be stored and traded. So through our technologies, we empower farms of all sizes, by the way, including smallholders. Let me give 2 or 3 examples, and then I'll address the bigger picture. We have a seed care fungicide technology called Vibrance that offers unique rooting power benefit. We have won many awards with that in the past 8 to 10 years, and we keep investing. And this is a technology that helps increase the capacity of the roots to extract the water and nutrients that the plant needs, even in soils that are a bit depleted and poorer, right? And this is really important for the future. As you know, healthy roots mean better crop, right? Another example would be the coating solutions we have developed around our high quality seeds with specific inoculant that help capture nitrogen from the air, capture and fix some of the soil, some of it in the soil for healthier plants and sustainable yield increases. By the way, this one happens to be an organic innovation. So by providing an organic innovation, coating a plant seed with live bacteria, we can leverage the power of nature and increase gross production value. Third example, and I stop here, would be some of the seed traits we have developed that are better able to withstand above and below ground pressures. We have registered recently, a few weeks ago, our improved maize seed trait technology in South Africa. This will really help farmers access high quality maize seeds, better able to resist devastation of some highly infectious pests like fall armyworm, the African stem borer, common woodworm. So these pests, can destroy 10% to 100% of the entire crop. So this is a massive help. These examples are also examples of sustainable technologies, right? Because sustainability is also around producing more without using more water and land, right? So that helps in return reduce agriculture's greenhouse gas emissions by enabling, for instance, low-till or no-till practices, preserving the soil, and help keep, of course, carbon in the soil. As you may know, there is already today more carbon residing in soil than in the atmosphere and all plant life combined, right? So preserving soil is key when we talk about sustainability. We are also providing innovative services to help farmers become more resilient to the impact of climatic change and climate shock. In South Africa, again, for example, we have a service called AgriClimb that provides cash back to farmers and help them manage the risk of adverse weather conditions during the growing season. And this is a key concern for the farmers. Conscious of time, I'll probably speed up a bit. These technologies are a key pillar for a more regenerative approach to agriculture, right? We have to develop more sustainable farming practices, and that's where we are committed to with our partners. We keep training farmers on good agronomic practices and correct use of our innovation. In Africa, since 2013, Syngenta has been able to train more than 4 million farmers on how to better use in a more sustainable way our technologies. With our partners Signia project in South Africa that we are rolling out with Intelligro and Farmers Agricare, we've been training farmers on the safe use of crop protection, and we keep doing it. More than 1,500 farm workers in the past year. And we keep doing it, right? But we're also partnering with wider societal impact in our food systems. We are proud to be part of the School Food and Nutrition Gardens initiative in South Africa and supporting 25 school gardens and around 11,000 learners. So many initiatives. Let me talk about the bigger environment, because sustainable innovations can only deliver impact in a sustainable way and at scale if complemented with the right enabling policy environment. From policymakers, we are seeing a focus on inputs, like how much, what quantity, how much fertilizer is used, rather than outputs, like how much carbon is emitted, right? I firmly believe we need an output and a result-focused discussion and policy framework to achieve sustainable development at the necessary scale. It's also a timely discussion, by the way, given the upcoming European Union Africa Summit that's going to take place in the coming few months. The EU policies, as you know, are based on impact assessment carried out in the EU member states. But the realities in Africa are very different. I mean, climatic conditions, pest pressures, level of food insecurity, or the use of crop protection per hectare, they are not comparable. So it's important that before the EU pushed any policy recommendations towards Africa, it actually does an impact assessment on how these policies would impact Africa. I mean, Africa cannot be worse off afterwards, right? We need to be careful. The farmers in Africa need to produce more for Africa and more sustainably. Let me give an example from something I read recently. A study conducted by Tijimeo Institute of Agricultural Policy and Development in Egerton University in Kenya that estimates that the ban of pesticides not authorized in the EU would affect 8 crops in Kenya, 8 crops that contribute 16 0.1% of the country's gross domestic product, right? So the agricultural production would fall by 15 to 20% of GDP. And Kenya would lose 3/4 of coffee production, for instance, and more than 40% of the maize harvested last year. So in conclusion, let us use science and innovation to accelerate our path to achieving sustainable development. We need to partner for impact in the food value chain, but we also need policymakers to create the enabling policy environment. I firmly believe it.
Thanks very much, Jerome. Many points raised here. Definitely innovation coming from industry, but the right policy environment needed. Differences between the EU and Africa. We'll get back to all those issues very soon. But next, I would like to welcome our next speaker, Lulama Dibongo Traub. Lulama is a technical chair of the Regional Network of Agricultural Policy Research Institutes, also known as RENAPRI. RENAPRI recently launched the Africa Agriculture Status Report, where they touch upon the issue of building resilient and sustainable food systems in Africa. Lulama, we would very much like to hear more from you when it comes to the Africa Agriculture Status Report. What are some trends and solutions that you have identified? Very good to have you here today.
Great. Thank you, Adrianos. Can you hear me?
Sure. Yes, we hear you fine.
Fantastic. Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, depending upon where in the world you're tuning in from. I'd really like to thank Syngenta and the summit organizers for inviting me to join in on this very important conversation around sustainable food security issues. Now, in preparing for this talk, what really caught my attention was the session's tagline, and I quote, "The global food security challenge is straightforward. By 2050, the world must feed 2 billion more people." What I thought was ironic is that this took me back to 1798, when Thomas Malthus, the British cleric and economist, predicted that population growth was going to outstrip agricultural production. And eventually, nations were going to fall into what they call the Malthusian trap of war, poverty, and depopulation. And it's ironic that we're standing here in 2021 at the start of what the UN Food Systems Summit is calling the Decade of Action. And we're faced with a similar challenge as Malthus, but with this added caveat or pressure of climate change, right? And so for me, the challenge then really is, how do we build food systems that are resilient and sustainable in order to feed the 2 billion more people by 2050? Now, this is a tall ask, but how do you eat an elephant? Well, we do it one bite at a time. And where do we start? But for me, I think we start at the farm, right? We start with the soil. I think that's important. So now to your question, Adrianos, what are some of the trends and solutions we identified in the African Agricultural Status Report 2021? And this is an agro report, but me as RENAPRI, I served as the technical co-director on this report. Well, there are many key messages that are coming out of this report, because we took a system-wide approach. Here we were addressing the question of how to build resilient and sustainable African food systems over the next decade, right? So we looked at the entire system. But if I had to focus in on one key message, again, for me, it starts on the farm, right? At the primary agricultural level. So in this report, what we did is we noted that as a region, Sub-Saharan Africa has registered the most rapid rate of agricultural production growth since 2000 of any region in the world, right? Our output expanded by 4.3% per year in real terms. The world average over that same period was 2.7% per year. So in the report, we note that this is a win for the continent. But here's the flip side to that coin. 75% of agriculture production growth in the region that reflects rapid expansion in cropped area, only 25% from yield growth. So taking us back to the theme of the session, sustainable food security. In this next decade, as a continent, if we're going to achieve sustainable food security, we're going to need to transition from resource-dependent to productivity-led agricultural growth. In short, we need to increase farm productivity on existing land. The status quo is both not sustainable, both environmentally and socially. So going forward, how do we navigate this transition from resource-dependent to productivity-led growth? What's going to be our pathways? Well, will we as a continent follow agroecology principles, or do we lean into modern green revolution technologies? Well, in the ASSR 21 report, we conclude that for Africa, it's not an either-or approach. In fact, this is a false dilemma. As a continent, we can do it both ways, right? So improved seed varieties generated by modern technologies are absolutely essential for sustainable food systems in Africa. So is increased use of inorganic fertilizer. But equally important is increased usage of organic inputs, composts, manures, cover crops, as well as integrated soil fertility management practices. That's why I was very excited to hear from Jerome that Syngenta is developing these sustainable technologies. It's exciting news to hear. So for a continent, for us to achieve the balance between these two approaches, we're going to absolutely require developing locally adaptive technologies and innovations that are going to be context-specific, climate-smart, and can facilitate the adoption of sustainable improved practices. So to truly then to make this a local endeavor is going to require that our national governments increase their public spending on agricultural research, development, and extension services. Now, I know that this is not a new message, and it's one that I've just recently been talking quite a bit about lately, but it's a message that bears repeating, this message of public investments in RD&E, right? Because let's go back to Malthus, right? And his dire prediction of population growth outstripping food production. What Malthus didn't account for was the Industrial Revolution and its associated technologies, right? So will this fourth Industrial Revolution with its e-commerce and blockchain technologies embed resilience and sustainability in Africa's food systems in the coming decades? The only way we're going to know is if we invest in Africa's capacity to develop innovative solutions in response to tipping points in the ever-changing landscape of the continent. So those are my interventions. Thanks for the question, Adriana.
Thank you, Lana, and thank you for sticking to the time. Transformation focused on productivity, local solutions, local context, locally adaptive technologies. Thank you very much for that and for touching upon the potential role of the government. Up next is Dr. Abongile Balarani. Abongile is the CEO and General Manager responsible for the egg organization under the South African Poultry Association umbrella. He's responsible for several programs, but not limited to statutory levies, growth of the egg industry, transformation issues as prescribed by the National Agricultural Marketing Council transformation guidelines, and ensuring stable relationships between the government and the industry. Abongile, what about the role of trade in achieving sustainable food security? Africa currently spends billions of food imports. This is surely not sustainable from a carbon footprint point of view, not to mention that those billions are not ending up in the pockets of African farmers. So I would very much welcome your introductory remarks on this. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrea, and the colleagues. Good afternoon. Abongile here. From Lunama, you've mentioned quite a number of good, points where you indicate everything actually starts at a primary level of agriculture. And before I answer your question, Andrea, in my introduction, probably let's start to understand, the landscape of agriculture in South Africa and the region or Africa at large. Now, if you look at the agricultural sector alone in Africa, it is one of the largest employers, accounting for about close to 40% of the total employment, with about 17.2% of the continental's GDP, making it an important sector for most of the African countries. Now, again, if you look at the issues of trade in South Africa, in the region, there's quite a lot of policy ambiguity that still needs to be addressed. Movement of goods from one country to another is still much of a challenge. There's issues of infrastructure and its own issues of access to financial institutions in most of these African countries.
So within the continental, trade, we've also seen over some time or over the past decade that there's been an increase in terms of exports of food within the region and the imports of food from outside, even Africa. Although that has contributed positively in most of the GDPs of these countries, the imports and exports of commodities. But what's very interesting is if you zoom into South Africa, for instance, looking at the agricultural sector of South Africa, we speak of a dualistic agricultural economy where you've got sort of two systems that exist, which is the commercial farming system and the other one, which is the smallholder subsistence farming. Now, if you flip that and you look into the region, Africa on its own, most of the African countries survive on smallholder farmers themselves. You don't have like a dualistic nature, so which makes us very, very unique as South Africa in terms of our agricultural sector throughout the region. Now, another issue now, when you come to South Africa or look into or zoom into South Africa in terms of technology adoption, when we realized some years ago that the population growth is actually going to surpass, the production of food, we adopted the GM sort of farming practices. We produce about more than 80% of our maize on GM, and that allows us to sort of cater for our growing population. And just around, the border, you've got our neighboring countries like Zimbabwe, for instance, where you'll find situations that they don't allow GMO production of maize or wheat. Now, those constraints, when at times you find some of our neighboring countries that rely on us, we are sustainable in South Africa, but you'll find that in some of these countries, in terms of food security, they are still more in food insecure. And now the issues of trade now and ensuring that we move the commodities from South Africa to these countries, you find that they will have to lift the ban on GM commodities. Similarly, also on the animal livestock, it is very difficult to export eggs from South Africa to Angola. They put a tariff of 30%, for instance. So even to export, eggs just from South Africa to Botswana, it's also a challenge. And if you look also into our geographical location or suitability in South Africa, we are very closer to the Kruger National Parks, So the issues of the FMD, foot and mouth disease, which actually gives the status to our cattle, it also creates a situation where you find it becomes strenuous to sort of export even beef animals to just around our neighbors, like Botswana, Swaziland. And then these are the key issues that we find that are very unique for South Africa. It's the issues of the disease themselves. It's the issues of the adoption of technology within the region. Most or probably majority of the countries within the region, they're still a bit of in terms of adopting technology, a bit moving at a slow pace. And that also creates a sort of a situation for South Africa not to be able to sort of tap into this market. For instance, if you're in South Africa, you can't even send even your wheat to Zambia. They are only GMO free. And if you again look at how South Africa agricultural sector functions, early in the 1990s, we moved from the former control boards where we're in a free sort of market economy as in line with the WTO as a member within the WTO. Now, within the region, most of the countries are more of government using the system of control boards. The government is the sort of a big player in terms of trade issues, moving of agricultural commodities, whilst in our side, it's the producers, the farmers and the agri entrepreneurs and agro processing companies that deal with business and agriculture. Government only does sort of the policy environment, ensuring that the fields are clear for, well leveled for the producers. So these are the key challenges. Not to say, as Africa, we've got the potential to sort of meet all the 3 or 4 pillars of food security. However, the key challenge has been the policy environment in terms of trade measures and the trade barriers. They sort of disadvantage movement of commodities from one area to another. Issues of infrastructure, it becomes very difficult, to also even on road or railways to transport commodities from South Africa to anywhere within the region. The infrastructure is highly depleted over the years. There's no much of sort of investment going through to the infrastructure. We in South Africa we're fortunate to have government that has been able to listen to the private sector, work hand in hand with the farmers. We have developed a strategy recently. Probably Chris is familiar with it, the agricultural master plans. Now, from these master plans, what we foresee a change within the system itself locally within South Africa. As I've mentioned, we've got two existing systems, the commercial and the smallholder farmers. So we want to have one unified agricultural sector in South Africa. And also we want to sort of work with government so that government does open, play its role in the issue of the policy environment, ensuring that it becomes easier to trade within the regions, be it SADC or SACU or anywhere here in Africa. So those are my few words, Andrew, in this discussions. I'll welcome any questions as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amongile. Thank you for this. Next is Christo van der Riede. Christo is the Executive Director of Agri South Africa, where he plays an active role in presenting, promoting, and protecting the interests of the agricultural sector in South Africa. He also serves on the Black Economic Empowerment Charter Council and of various other agricultural ministerial and governmental platforms. Christo, we see that the role of the government has emerged as a key theme here. We heard about an output-focused discussion that we need to have. We heard about investment needed, trade barriers, policy ambiguity, a different policy mix that's needed for Africa compared to Europe. I would like to ask you, how do you see these things from a policy perspective? Is the current policy environment conducive to the sustainable development of South Africa? And as we approach the EU-Africa Summit, what would you like to see considered from a South African perspective? What is the message? Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. I think what is very, very important is that governments all over the world and UN people that sits throughout all of those international institutions, that they need to realize it is not land that produces food, it's expertise. And if we do not build that expertise over time, if we do not protect that expertise, if we do not advance the interest of that expertise, then it means your country is going to run into serious, serious trouble. You cannot just take somebody from the street and say, right, tomorrow you start farming. Or you cannot just give a person a piece of land and then expect that person to start farming. Farming nowadays is highly technologically advanced, scientific-based, because of the many, many challenges that farmers face. And yes, farmers are almost like heart surgeons. Not everyone, a lot of people can become doctors, not everyone an heart surgeon. And I think that's the kind of thinking that we need to promote throughout the world and throughout all of those institutions that are party to agriculture. The next big issue that is going to confront agriculture is biosecurity. We've seen how this pandemic that had a major impact on humans, the way we live and the way we interact. But we've seen more and more biosecurity issues within the agriculture sector as well. Major outbreaks of foot and mouth in South Africa, Rift Valley fever, avian flu all over the world, and it brings an entire commodity sector to a standstill. And I think that we need to prioritize. And it goes with what I've said right at the start. It's expertise that produces food. And if your farmers are experts, and I'm not saying they should be scientists in terms of all of these biosecurity issues, but if they understand it, if they know exactly what to do, if there's an outbreak of a certain disease on their farms, then you, at the end of the day, protect a specific sector, you protect the industry at large. Because if that expertise lacks, what happens? The farmer doesn't know. There was an outbreak of foot and mouth disease. You find a situation where that disease now spreads to other areas, and whoops, there you sit with a massive dilemma. Then the third issue is, and I think this is where governments play a massive role, infrastructure. You've seen all over Africa, you've got the best land available. I always say you can plant the tapel, it will start producing pears the next day or apples. But it's no use. You've got all that fertile land and you cannot transport your goods from one point to the other point, or you cannot export it to the rest of the world. So infrastructure is of critical importance. In South Africa, we are now busy with an infrastructure bill. Yesterday, we've had quite an extensive meeting on what should be done in terms of road infrastructure, harbor infrastructure, water-related infrastructure, such as dams, canals, pipelines, and stuff like that. I always say water is not the problem. It's water management that is the problem, especially in the South African context. Then logistics. We've seen the nightmare this pandemic has caused with logistics. All over the world, suddenly there was a shortage of reefer containers, shortage of boats. There was some guys that turned their boat sideways in the Suez Canal, and that impacted on the rest of the world. So how do we make sure that we've got an up and running logistics system? And we need to be very careful not to monopolize logistics systems. And why I'm saying that is that if there's a crisis in a harbor in Singapore or somewhere in China, that means that you cannot move your reefer containers to other parts of the world. So, and I think we have to rethink in terms of how do we ensure that our logistics system at the end of the day is not, and I put this in brackets, not held hostage by monopolized areas where things are heaped up and then you cannot move it. Another thing is wastage. Wastage is a massive problem all over the world. And it's due to our cold chain system that is not optimized, not working properly. How do we then bring that into play as well? And we need to have a policy environment that, or a policy in terms of dealing with wastage. And then we need to come down on people that deliberately leave food to rot and so forth. The other issue is fair trade. And we've seen in South Africa how our own industry has suffered as a result of dumping. And we need to address that, because you cannot have a situation where your bigger and more commercialized countries, at the end of the day, just take it for granted that they can bring in stuff and destroy your entire industry as such. Issue of financing. Financing is becoming scarcer, it becomes more expensive. How do we ensure that we make funding available to agricultural practices and farmers and entities, but also to other support instruments, for example, to advance certain technologies or to build certain technologies to get more scientific research going within the agriculture sector. And then you cannot divorce agriculture from rural development. It is no use. That's the dilemma that we have in South Africa. In fact, I've just spoken to a whole group of farmers earlier today that you cannot have islands of wealth in a sea of poverty. And how do we then, as a farming sector, contribute towards rural development, creating better quality jobs? And yes, you cannot expect farmers to pay farm workers massive salaries. That will never happen. But it's about human dignity. And if we don't deal with the issue of human dignity, if we don't deal with the socio-economic environment in which workers find themselves and the lack of opportunities they're in, then your farmer, who they perceive as wealthy, then becomes a target. And then last but not least, we need to focus on growing ownership. Countries that focus on transferring ownership of land to people are much more wealthier than those because that lacks or that's not committed to advance ownership of land. We've seen in many countries, the issue of collateral is closely linked to ownership. And if you don't deal with it, etc. Then farmer support, technical, extension services, and so forth. And then something that I want to end off. If we do not have a balance between the environment, the natural environment, and farming, then we're going to leave a legacy behind that our children will blame us forever. We've seen in the Amazon areas, we've seen in parts of Africa how the natural environment is completely destroyed and we don't put an alternative in place. If Africa loses its natural fauna and flora, you can just imagine the massive impact it will have on other industries, such as tourism, etc., and ultimately on climate change. I thank you.
Thank you, Christo. Many thoughts to reflect on. Up next is St. Francis Public Affairs Director for East and Southern Africa region at Nestlé South Africa. St. Francis, thank you very much for being on the panel and for your patience. How can we make our supply chains more sustainable? And what are some of the barriers we need to have removed? Do you see a big potential in the Africa continental trade area? That's one of the key questions I would like you to ask. And are you concerned about the barriers to trade resonating from the EU? Thank you.
Great, thank you very much, Andrianis. Good afternoon and good evening and potentially good morning to everyone joining. It's a very loaded question, very multi-pronged, so I'm going to try answer it as comprehensively as I can, but also at the same time being succinct in the interest of time. So I'm obviously going to be answering the questions, and my participation here is really from the vantage point of coming from a different perspective and angle within the food system, being a food manufacturer. I think the first thing to perhaps really state is that, food systems at the heart of the Nestlé business, as the #1 food and beverage company in the world, not only as a key player in the global food systems, being a manufacturer and a producer, but we have a very vested interest in the entire value chain, as that is really determined on our success as an organization. Our purpose as Nestlé is to unlock the power of food to enhance the quality of life for generations to come. Now, in order for us to unlock the power of food to, one, enhance the quality of life and for generations to come, it really is a no-brainer that we need healthy, robust and sustainable food systems, as many of the co-panelists have already highlighted. And that kind of brings me back to the question that you've posed, well, the first part of the question, which is around how do we make supply chains more sustainable? I think, again, I'm not going to belabor the points that have already been made with the increase in food production and this expanded need for, supply of quality raw materials. There are many challenges that confront this dire need that we're seeing develop. And of course, with food chains being quite complex, right? You've got agri-processing, you've got producers and aggregators. You also then have, a bit downstream, which, involves the wholesalers and the retailers. And there, within this complexity, I think the focus might be perhaps not obvious for some, but from a Nestlé perspective and also in a personal perspective, where we need to focus our energy and where perhaps some of the challenges, as highlighted, are mostly encountered in the upstream. And so in order for us to keep this food system really working, in order for us to ensure the reliable supply of raw materials for food production, we definitely need to focus our actions and interventions on influencing the primary production. And I think this is underpinned by the UN's Global Compact on supply chain sustainability, which essentially highlights 3 areas, the environment, social responsibility, and economic viability. And, I'd love to give an example in terms of what does that look like, what types of actions. So Jerome has already, shared examples from Syngenta, but just last week as Nestlé, we launched our Generation Regeneration, which ultimately outlines our plan to support and to accelerate the transition to a regenerative food system. And really, it's all about moving from this premise of not doing harm to restoring and being a lot more regenerative through our business. We work with 500,000 farmers, I beg your pardon, through our Farmer Connect program. And here we focus on, access to markets. We do training on farm economics. And these are farmers that are within our own agricultural supply chain. So really focusing on getting our farmers to also adopt regenerative agriculture practices, and also, adopting more environmentally sustainable farming practices. In South Africa, we are working on a pilot project, which is the first net zero as dairy farm, which essentially would be one of the first dairy farms, not only in Africa, and this is a bit contentious whether it would be the first in the world, where again, we're looking to create a dairy farm operations that is essentially net zero. And we're focusing on soil work, we're focusing on manure processing, we're focusing on water conservation, and also the feed management of the dairy operation. So again, there are actions which are really focused on the primary production of raw materials within the agricultural space. And of course, with climate change being such a primary a threat to the agricultural supply chains, but also the agricultural sector. As Nestle, we're also making very strong commitments around our greenhouse gas emissions. Where essentially by 2025 we want to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 20%. We then want to move to be net zero no later than 2050 and halving our emissions by 2030 as well. And in order for us to fully realize this, we have made a contribution and a commitment of 1.2 billion Swiss francs for that matter, to really kind of spark regenerative agriculture across the company supply chain, where by 2030 we're looking to source 14 million tons of our ingredients through regenerative agriculture. Now, back to the question on the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement. I don't think that this is going to be the magic bullet that solves the issues. I think we heard from Dr. Abongile in terms of some of the barriers that we encounter, so the movement of goods, the harmonization, and a lot of the barriers are non-tariff barriers, so NTBs. And so when we look at the premise of the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, in many ways, I think what we often lose sight of is the fact that the agreement in itself is not going to necessarily supersede or override the existing trade agreements within the regional economic communities, the likes of SADC, ECOWAS, EAC, and COMESA. So in many ways, I think where the solution is really addressing the non-tariff barriers within the regional economic communities, because as we know, the Continental Free Trade Agreement in itself is quite a long journey ahead. This is Vision 2063. So in terms of fully realizing the benefits of that, it's not going to be overnight, and therefore I think we need to be focusing on harmonization of standards across African markets, food markets particularly, and agricultural supply chains, to ensure that movement of product, movement of goods, movement of raw materials, and standardizing quality standards, etc., so that we can facilitate the intra-Africa trade, and particularly I think focusing on the regional economic communities to address these non-tariff barriers. So very long-winded answer, but essentially I think on the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, that is really the stance. And just to then recap, I think the action really needs to be on the primary production, regenerative agriculture, and particularly focusing on the environment, social responsibility, and also then economic viability as well.
Thank you very much, Sam Francis. I definitely have more questions than I thought I would, but I would like to stay on trades and get back to you, Jerome. What role does trade play in this, and what role does trade play in achieving sustainable development at scale? Is there a one-size-fits-all policy, a global policy that can work?
Well, actually, there is a dream of a one-size-fits-all, but it's only a dream, as we heard very well from St. Francis, right? I mean, the very long-term 2063 ambition for the continental free trade area. But I believe the regional trading groups are one thing, but they can be compatible with the long-term ambition, right? So I wouldn't say it's either or. Pretty much as when we discussed about innovation, sustainability versus intensity with Lulama, we said it's not it's not either or, it's both. I think it is both. But I believe a number we need to come back to again is this the importation of food in Africa. If you think of Africa, Africa imports 60% of what is eaten in Africa, right? Whereas Africa has 60% of the global arable land, right? So there is something wrong. And yes, the growth of food production will not come from more arable land, put into production. It needs to be coming primarily from more intensification, right? But as was already explained. So I think it is key. But to make sure this happens, we need to remove barriers to trade. Sustainability and growth will come from becoming richer and wealthier, not poor, right? I mean, that's obvious. And that's where trade plays a role. And two perspectives on trade. The first one is global trade, making sure that effectively African farmers, African producers are not prevented from accessing the bigger markets. And we mentioned European Union several times. Nestle made very nice comments on the importance of regenerative agriculture and uplifting the way food is produced in Africa. But this is happening. And when this happens, we need to make sure that the European Union and other global or other regional areas and markets don't use let's say, extremely forward-looking ways of producing food as standards, right? And as effectively protectionist measures. We need to make sure that these groups don't organize themselves to prevent the farmers, African farmers, from benefiting from trade. So that's the first one. But the other one, of course, is intra-continental trade, as was very well explained by St. Francis again. The potential of intra-African trade is massive, right? Making sure that effectively the non-tariff barriers are lifted, that the regulatory framework is harmonized. In our case, when we talk about technologies, we harmonize on risk-based standards. The registration and licensing systems across Africa are more and more harmonized. And this can be done quickly at the continental level, not only in the case of food production, at least agriculture standards. It doesn't need to be primarily in the regional committees and the regional groups, I believe. One final word, maybe if you allow me, this is around the importation of food. I said 60% of food is imported. I think the numbers that I read around sub-Saharan Africa is that more than $40 billion is spent today in sub-Saharan Africa in importing food. If you just think of what would happen if part of this 40 billion, instead of being spent on importing food into Africa, were used into investing in better education for farmers. We mentioned logistics, right? Better infrastructure and removing trade and barriers to trade, basically enabling free trade and delivering free trade for the benefit of Africa, starting with African farmers. That would be a major change. And this can happen. We know how to get there. We need to get there together.
Thank you, Jerome. And Lulama, I would like to pick your brain on pretty much the same issue. What role does intra-African trade play in sustainable development? How can we make sure that intra-African trade is sustainable and that it also promotes sustainability? You have 2 minutes if we could, hear your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Yes, no, 100%. Well, right, in theory, trade is pivotal, right? One of the basic tenets of our neoclassical thinking is that we gain through trade, right? And this arises due to specialization. So as countries specialize in the production of goods and services for which they have comparative advantage, right, through trade, we can achieve this welfare enhancing gains. This is our theory, right? And so in terms of sustainability, then this implies that countries don't need to focus all their productive resources in building just self-sufficiency. Rather, they can think about that natural resource base, focus it on producing everything. So self-sufficiency isn't the answer. Rather, focus their natural resource base on producing the products for which their natural resources is best equipped to produce. And then through trade, we release that pressure on our productive resources. So that's my intervention. I'm trying to keep it short here.
Absolutely, and thank you very much for that. Abongile, I want to stay on the African Continental Free Trade Area issue. And I would like to ask you, what do you believe that the African Continental Free Trade Area, what role can it play? And how can it help improve trade and food markets in Africa? Thank you.
No, thanks, Adrian. I'm sorry, I've been reminded to switch on the camera. I was not even aware that I have to put it on the whole time.
No worries.
Yeah. Now, so if you look at this sort of an agreement, for me, it's a long-term sort of a plan, which we foresee if it's well implemented, it will probably change the landscape of agriculture within the region. So for me, the scope of this agreement or plan is too large. The agreement, yes, if countries were to implement it according to its objectives, it will probably reduce the tariffs issues among the countries and cover the policy areas such as the trade facilitation and services, as well as the regulatory measures, especially on issues of sanitary standards, issues of biosecurity, issues of technical barriers to trade. So these are the things that will probably come from this plan in the near future. But again, as we have seen, the COVID-19 has confronted most of us in the world, unplanned for that matter. So for me, in the short term, if we were to look at this plan properly, it could probably assist to cushion the negative effects that have been felt from this COVID-19, especially on the economic growth side, by supporting the regional trade and ensuring that the value chain through the region have a reduced trade cost. And then if you look into the long term of this plan, if also it's well implemented and adopted by the member states, it will allow countries to anchor the expectations by providing the integration and the growth of ensuring that it enhances the reforms. And furthermore, from this pandemic, it is demonstrated that there is a need to increase cooperation among trade partners by ensuring that at least movement of food, for instance, during we had some lockdowns in South Africa when the COVID-19 started. So even movement of food from one state or province was an issue. I mean, it was not much of an issue because those were regarded as essential services. So there was a good flow of commodities from one province to another, and would wish to see that also happening at the sort of a country level or at the regional level, where we are confronted by pandemics like COVID, but we allow that dispensation for the movement of food from one country to another, and ensure that trade does move or flow smoothly. Those are my few last comments, Adriana. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abongile. And Christo, I want to move to you next. And Abongile here raised a very important issue, the effect of COVID-19. And I would like to ask you, how can we recover from that effect? How can we build stronger food systems going forward that will be more resilient? Again, if you could stick to 2 minutes, that would be ideal, as I'm fully aware of the time.
Perhaps just coming back to South Africa, what we've done in South Africa was we declared agriculture as an essential service next to health. And that, to a very large extent, enabled our farmers to continue producing food. Yes, they were confronted with this pandemic, and there were areas, there were outbreaks and so forth. But with the necessary health protocols, they could overcome that. And I think that's critical, that there's a realization within the agriculture sector that this pandemic is real, that you need to have a solid vaccination program. You need to make sure that you abide to all health protocols, but at the same time, you need to forge new relationships, think anew. There's a massive explosion of virtual markets, for example, in South Africa. So that's new ideas and new concepts in terms of how to get food to specific areas. So yeah, I think with new thinking, these issues that we faced during the pandemic is not insurmountable.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And St. Francis, I have a question that goes back to what you mentioned on EU-Africa cooperation. And the EU-Africa Summit is due to take place early next year. And we've been discussing the areas of partnership that will be agreed on. And the EU has been outlining its Green Deal vision for Africa, which favors organic agricultural production. What are the factors that you believe need to be considered in the agreement that comes out of the summit? And how can we make sure that this agreement benefits Africa as much as it benefits Europe? Thank you.
Thanks, Andrianis. I'll try to keep it brief. So I think principally the AU member states have to go into the discussion with an eye-level partnership in mind. It cannot be an extractive partnership, and I think the focus from both the EU and AU member states needs to be on, the greatest co-benefits in terms of job creation and growth. So I think that really needs to be one of the key considerations, particularly from an Africa perspective or an AU member state perspective, where it's really around, the co-benefits and particularly focusing on job creation and growth. The EU is very clear in terms of what their priorities are through their Green Deal, and I think in turn AU member states again will need to probably invest a bit more time in defining what are the strategic objectives. Particularly, I think the focus needs to be on how do we promote socially inclusive, green transitions across the continent, and then how are we cooperating with the EU on those green transitions. So I think again we need to be a lot clearer and really very, very focused in terms of what those strategic objectives need to be. Again, I think, and this is perhaps a bit controversial, but I think Africa needs to go in with essentially looking at where are some of the bargaining leverage that they have. So if you consider that the EU has historically been responsible for more emissions per capita than Africa, but again the consequences and the impact will probably be most felt in Africa. So again, that's something that needs to be addressed, and in these solutions, I think that's a point in which AU member states can really find bargaining power and leveraging. So for me, the movement need not be, or the focus need not be just so much on financing, investment. I think that is an important part of the conversation, and no way am I downplaying that. And of course, looking to the EU for investment and financing deals, etc. But I think where we need to, again, from an Africa perspective, and the key consideration has to be on things such as renewable energy. I mean, this is key to the growth of Africa. And again, it needs to be around how do we facilitate renewable energy development. And again, not so much from the perspective of financing, but how do we focus on technology transfer from EU member states and the EU in itself? How do we build capacity so that we can be self-sufficient in some of the solutions going forward, with, of course, cooperation and collaboration with the EU at the center of that? So we have to go in there with an eye-level partnership in mind. We have to go in there being very clear on what it is that AU member states and the AU and Africa in particular would like to get out of the EU and Africa Green Deal.
Thanks very much, St. Francis. And I'm aware we're entering the last 10 minutes of our discussion, and I would hate to cut this short without giving all of you the opportunity to summarize your thoughts. So I would like to give each one of you 2 minutes to tell us if there will be a single message that you would like our audience to take away today. What would that be? And St. Francis, I'd like to start with you.
Thank you. So I think I've landed my primary message, and I think we've heard from the various speakers talking about some of the challenges, talking about the opportunities. I think the opportunity really, if we talk about sustainable food systems, if we talk about a robust, resilient food system and supply chains, we have to then focus on primary production. We have to rethink strategies, the support in which, and on many different levels, government, businesses. How do we facilitate? How do we support the agriculture sector? How do we support agribusiness? And how do we support and encourage agripreneurship? And within that, I think what is also fundamental in primarily focusing on primary production is really seeding as guided by the UN Global Compact on supply chain sustainability, is these 3 key areas of the environment. So this is where I think regenerative agriculture, sustainable farming practices come into play. Social responsibility, how do we make sure that the farmers themselves, which play a very, very important role in food systems. In fact, I think they're probably the most important player in the sustainability of our food systems. How do we make sure that they are educated, empowered to essentially farm with the future in mind? And then, this economic viability is also a very important one. So fair trade and giving them access to markets and opening up markets as well. So I think that is my key message, focusing on the farmers' primary production as probably the key intervention area for the sustainable future of our food systems.
Thanks very much. Christo, many people look up to the governmental sector. What's your final thought?
I think we need to, I think it will be naive for me to say you must remove politics out of the sphere. It will never happen. But I think there's a lot of influencing work, advocacy work that organized agriculture have to bring about. Our understanding of the political space, of the geopolitical space, is of critical importance. And that's why within organized agriculture, yes, you've got your specialists that focus on the technological side, on the scientific side, the research side, and so forth. But you will have to have a very strong arm that can influence the political narrative out there. And that's the only way you can going to convince politicians to think differently about agriculture, because they think that you can just dish out land, or you can place all kinds of inhibitors in the space of agriculture, and things will happen. Unfortunately, it comes back to the farmer on the ground. That farmer needs to be empowered so that we can feed the rest of the world.
Thank you, Christo. Abongile, your final thoughts.
Thanks, Andreas. Look, when I look at the potential of Africa, there's a lot of potential for this continent to feed its nations. The key issue is it goes back to the primary agriculture, the support that the primary agriculture is seeking for. Now, if you also look at the issue of the food security, if it becomes, aligned with government plans and becomes the priority of government to say, we have to put a stance as government. We need to make sure that we feed our population, and then these are the resources that as government would give to the farmers. It will enable the producers and give them that opportunity to continue producing for the population. Now, the fortunate part with us in South Africa is that I've indicated earlier, we have this sort of a relationship that we've built over years between the private agriculture or commercial agriculture with government. We are busy now trying to get a strategy for the sector through the agricultural master plans, which we believe will probably solve some of our issues as an agricultural sector. We don't believe there's one size fits all solution. It has to be a number of issues and a number of collaborations to bring all these resources together to ensure that agriculture continues to play its role, that is to feed the nation and also to make sure it contributes to the general agricultural productivity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Abongile. Lulama, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll be honest, as the conversation evolved, I changed my closing point. And in listening to the other speakers, Jerome, St. Francis, Abongile, Christo, what struck me was that the private sector really is leading the charge in building sustainable, resilient food systems on the continent. And so that I asked myself, well, what's the role of government? And we all know, right? Create an enabling environment. Now, I'm going to take it a step further and challenge our policymakers to say, listen, we've got great policies on the books. Let's move towards implementation and let's get out of the way of the private sector so we can build a sustainable, resilient food system. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Jerome, you have the final word. We started with industry, we concluded with industry.
Well, I hesitate because the previous ones and the last one in particular was just fantastic, right? Well, this is
absolutely
this sums it all. So let me try to repeat that, but with my words, right? I mean, Kofi Annan said farmers, agriculture is a key part of the solution. This is not a problem. So I believe we have it all. The good news is we have the tools and we know they work. So let's use science and innovation to accelerate our path to achieving sustainable development. We are doing it. Let's keep doing it. And let's partner for impact in the food value chain. We'll do that together. Let's help signal to the policymakers how to effectively implement and effectively create the enabling policy environment, harmonized frameworks we need, the right ones. But also trade. I mean, coming back to trade, the communities, the farmers need to be prosperous. I can confirm agriculture can be prosperous if you let it produce, they will become prosperous, more sustainable, and they will find the solutions and they will bring the solutions. So let's have this collective action on agri-food trade. Let's remove the barriers to prosperity and empower the farmers to deliver, right? Because they will surprise us. They will surprise us and make it happen. Feed Africa, feed the world more sustainably. Thank you.
Thanks very much. And that brings our discussion to a close. Very thankful to our speakers and all of you who joined from a European perspective, where I come from here in Brussels. This is exactly the type of discussions and questions you have to be looking at so we can deliver an agreement that's mutually beneficial, both to the EU, to Europe, but also Africa as well. Thank you very much all for tuning in, and I'll be happy to carry on such conversations in African or European forums, and have a good day, all of you. Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the Sustainable Food Security Seminar facilitated by Adrianos Giano, Public Affairs Manager at Euroactive, all the way in Brussels. Thank you very much to you and your panelists. We are now going to go straight into our panel discussion, the ocean economy. Do stay tuned after this.
Water. It's vital to human life, the very survival of our planet. But water challenges are growing more intense than ever before. Increasingly volatile weather patterns fueled by climate change, crumbling infrastructure, pollution, and overpopulation. But now, new technologies are offering bold new ways to protect and optimize water, to help the world become water secure, and Xylem is leading the way. Xylem is a Fortune 1000 global water technology provider. We have a century-long track record of trust and reliability, providing leading-edge technologies, expertise in equipment to utilities, industrials, and other users of water. Now, we're leading the digital transformation of water, discovering new ways to harness the power of data and analytics. Our commitment to sustainability is fundamental to our business strategy, guiding everything from how we design new products to our culture and people. Through our corporate social responsibility program, Watermark, Xylem employees have volunteered more than 100,000 hours over the past 3 years. Xylem is working every day to bring water technology and innovation to communities and people around the globe, raising awareness and reaching new audiences, and helping create a world where water is more accessible, affordable, and safer for all. We're pushing forward, pursuing the opportunity of a lifetime. We're Xylem, and we're solving water. Join us.
To illustrate the thermal benefits of an insulated double-leaf cavity wall, we will take a sectional view through the wall of this typical house. The insulated double-leaf cavity wall is made up of 3 layers: 2 clay brick leaves separated by a thin cavity and a thermal insulation barrier. The insulation barrier can be made up of a number of materials, including expanded polystyrene or polyurethane. The passage of heat through the brick wall begins in the early hours of the day, when the sun first starts to shine. The permeation of heat into the wall is a slow process of about 25 millimeters per hour. It takes several hours for the sun's heat to fully penetrate the outer leaf of bricks, and only begins to reach the inner leaf by midday. The insulation barrier then limits the total heat transfer to the inner leaf. The heat flows through the inner leaf as the afternoon continues, but at a much lower rate, thanks to the insulated cavity separating the leaves, and results in a far more moderate internal temperature during the hottest part of the day. As the sun sets outside, temperatures drop and the heat flow slowly begins to reverse as the thermal energy is drawn out of the bricks by the cold of the night. The draw of internal heat is thankfully limited due to the insulation barrier. By the early hours of the morning, outside temperatures reach their lowest and all the heat is completely drained from the outer leaf of bricks. However, the inner leaf, thanks to the insulation barrier, retains its stored heat, achieving a far more moderate internal temperature during the coldest part of the night. The insulation barrier moderates this internal heat loss. Let's run through that again. On a typical day where the outside surface temperature drops to about 10 degrees early in the morning, might reach as high as 30 degrees by midday or early afternoon. While in normal uninsulated systems, the interior surface temperature will drop as low as 16 degrees. But thanks to the insulation barrier, we only see a drop to about 18 degrees. The interior surface again shouldn't rise above 20 degrees, and this high point is offset to the early evening just as it's cooling off outside. Thanks to the thermal density of clay brick and the insulated double-leaf cavity wall, the outside temperature peaks are moderated and a comfortable interior temperature is maintained throughout the day. This clearly illustrates the thermal efficiency of an insulated clay brick system and the benefits of saving energy and heating costs in your home.
There are more than 90,000 informal waste pickers in South Africa, all affected by COVID-19. More than 500 businesses are planning to close due to financial difficulties, and many more small ones have closed already. But the amount of waste we generate keeps on growing. Our world has changed, but how we generate waste hasn't. From physical spaces to digital, from manual services to automated services, from our smiles to our masks. We need to reinvent our ways. We need to reinvent waste management.
At first glance, Tetra Pak packaging material looks pretty straightforward. It's just cardboard, right? Wrong. Packaging material is so much more than that. There's a whole science behind it. In order to package everything from the most sensitive dairy products to the most acidic of juices in an increasing number of different package shapes and sizes, with different openings and closures, and
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. You are still joining us at the Sustainability Summit 2021. I hope you've been hashtagging SUSWeek21 on all our social media platforms and you've been visiting our virtual exhibition. Remember, tomorrow we are announcing all the people that have engaged with our exhibitors on this particular platform. Without wasting any more time, I hope you do have your lunch pack with you because it's about to get tricky. Hopefully this time your lunch pack or your lunch entails fish because we're talking about the ocean economy. I'm a big fan, or a big consumer rather, of things that come from the ocean, particularly sushi. That's my favorite. So we do have an amazing panel of experts who are here. They are here from different parts of the world and globally as well. So we truly are privileged to have them join us and share their expertise on this particular subject matter. The ocean economy is not something that's just affecting Africa, but it is something that is a global phenomena. And so we're looking at discussing the following. We know that research has shown that with better management and technological innovation, the ocean could provide 6 times more food than it does today, including more than 2/3 of the protein needed to feed the future world population, provided it is sustainably managed. So let's see if our experts will tell us that it's true. So we have the president of the African Women in Maritime, Miss or Mrs. Jean Chizora Anishe. We also have the senior program manager at Africa, Middle East and South Asia Maritime Stewardship Council, goes by the name of Mr. Michael Marriott. We also have Professor from the Institute for Oceans and Fisheries under the Fisheries Economics Research Unit in Ocean Canada Partnership. So thank you very much, or rather Professor Rashid Sumailia. Thank you very much for joining us. We then have the Maritime Project Leader and Senior Researcher at Institute for Security Studies, Mr. Timothy Walker. Thank you very much for joining us there, Timothy. Last but not least, we have the CEO and co-founder of Ocean Hub Africa, Mr. Alexius Hroskopov. I hope I said it right. I tried, something like that. It's French. Oh, there we go. It just had to flow, no breaking of vowels. My apologies for that. Welcome, everybody, and thank you so much for joining us. I think we only have one rose. I don't want to say amongst the thorns because there are no thorns here, but let's start with the rose. Maybe she can set the foundation for us. Ms. Jean, the president of African Women in Maritime. Welcome. Ms. Jean, I think you are on mute.
Yes, thank you very much, Beverly. Yes, indeed. Yes, good afternoon, wherever you are. Greetings from WIM Africa to everyone. We appreciate the fact that there are various organizations that have been set up to help nations attain a sustainable ocean economy. And WIM Africa is an example of such organizations, being an institutional framework for capacity building, cooperation and entrepreneurship to assist African women in the maritime sector. However, women have, from the inception of time, played a significant role in the world's economic development. Thus, the concept of ocean economy is defined along with the role of women in the blue economy, which is something that cannot be undermined. WIM Africa has always played a pivotal role in the development of the ocean economy since 2015 and has been engaged in a lot of debates throughout the African continent. In its bid of fulfilling its obligations towards the sustainability of the ocean economy, WIM Africa has organized a roadshow sensitization program aimed at sensitizing the general public on how to live in harmony with seas and oceans to avoid maritime disasters such as floods, pollution, as well as education on the protection of our seas and oceans. Some of our activities include WIM Africa's policy and strategy to assist the national relevant authorities in countering illegal, unregulated, and unreported fishing at national levels. We also assist in the development of a comprehensive research initiative mechanism for WIM Africa to champion the promotion and sharing of best practices within Africa's marine and maritime sectors, and so much more. We further appreciate that the concept of the ocean economy has been since the creation of the world, and it has been the concern of men and women because the first men and women lived by picking, hunting, and fishing. These activities were done around water points, such as rivers, lakes, and seas. And the African continent remains the cradle of the said natural resources. For the millennia, it was necessary to invent techniques to master nature and make fruitful exchanges between communities through the construction of means of travel such as canoe, boats, ships, and also the construction of infrastructures such as jetties, terminals, access channels, and legal instruments applicable to each community. Thus, the current finding is that any sustainable development or any sustainable development project in Africa without the involvement of the female genius is doomed for failure. Having said that, we have recognized issues affecting oceans sustainability, one of which is overfishing. Overfishing is simply a situation where humans catch too much of this fish from the oceans in such massive amounts that at a fast pace than nature can naturally replenish. Overfishing also leads to a degradation of our oceans and enhances a non-sustainable use of the world's oceans. Scientists and researchers report that fish populations have fallen to a level that can be called oppressive. And so what makes matters worse is that other marine animals are destroyed in the process. Another issue affecting ocean sustainability is the chemical pollution. Chemical pollution is another big threat to our oceans. It is the introduction of harmful contaminants, common man-made pollutants that reach the ocean, include pesticides, herbicides, fertilizers, detergents, oil, industrial chemicals, and sewage. Many ocean pollutants are released into the environment far upstream from coastlines. Another of these issues affecting sustainability of our oceans is carbon levels. Now, the amount of carbon dioxide in the ocean is increasing as we release more and more carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. This is because ocean absorbs 30% of carbon monoxide, or carbon dioxide, sorry, in the atmosphere. So the more we burn fossil fuels and allow deforestation, the more carbon the ocean will absorb. Thus, an increase of carbon in the ocean results in an increase of hydrogen ions and a lower pH. This process is called ocean acidification and has many repercussions, negative repercussions, on marine life. One example is that shellfish and coral find it harder to build and maintain their shells or skeletons or structures. Another issue affecting the sustainability of the oceans is the habitat loss and damage. Habitat loss and damage is another difficult issue that needs to be addressed. We're not going to stop there. The spread of COVID-19 has also disrupted lives. These pandemic times has affected communities and economies worldwide, including those who depend on oceans for their livelihoods. The coronavirus pandemic also health and the environment, resulting in an increased use of single-use plastics and increased production of medical waste, which can end up in the Earth's oceans. The World Bank Group is uniquely positioned to tackle this issue and will continue to do so, thankfully. And so for us in WIM Africa, we want to propose our recommendations to foster a sustainable ocean economy.
Thank you very much for that, Ms. Jean, we're looking forward to engaging further on the achievements that Women Africa has done and how we can use that as a template moving forward. Mr. Marriott, over to you.
Thank you, Tabang. I was just making some notes there because I'm very pleased that the previous panelists brought up overfishing. The latest United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization estimate is that roughly just over a third, about 34% of global fisheries are currently being overfished. And this is a trend in the wrong way if we look in the past couple of decades. Since overfishing really came to the fore, it's increased by roughly 7% or so. And it's the reason that the MSC, the Marine Stewardship Council, was set up. Our main remit is to try and address the problems of overfishing. And we do this by setting a sustainability standard, an environmental sustainability standard, and then work with supply chain actors in the market to try and incentivize buyers, consumers and supply chain buyers to preferentially procure from fisheries that can demonstrate their sustainability. My role, I'm Michael Marriott, I'm the program manager for our region, Africa, Middle East and South Asia. And really my role is to promote the MSC program. We have different offices around the world. It's a global initiative, looking really at addressing the global problem of overfishing. I think it's inescapable, even though the trend is going the wrong way, we do know that sustainable fishing is possible. We've demonstrated that, and roughly 14% of fisheries now are certified to the MSC standard. And the trend in those fisheries is the other way. So overfishing is actually going opposite to what the global trend is. And I think what's important to recognize is that sustainable fishing actually in the long term is more productive than unsustainable fishing. And that's something I think that was key that came out of the paper that you raised earlier. And so I think it's hugely promising that they're talking about up to 6 times. I'm surprised that the figure is that high, but it's promising that there's that capacity for the blue economy to contribute to the food security of the future. I think what we do need to just recognize is that that's only possible with fundamental changes in management and putting sustainability of that resource front and center. And that's going to be a big challenge going forward. Certainly not insurmountable. It's something that we as the MSC are working towards, and I think a number of other organizations as well. And I think I'll leave it there for the other panelists to introduce themselves as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Marriott. I was about to ask for clarity there, that if it's the MSC cruise, so that we know where to inquire for holidays once you're back in the game. But I'm aware that it's a different ball game altogether.
Different ball game. Yeah. Thank you.
The whole MSC, the abbreviation is well famous for the cruise. But I'm just joking. They're just throwing a spanner in the works. Thank you, Professor Rashid. You are mute.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. So thank you, and thanks to the first panelist for laying the ground. I'm Rashid Smaila. I'm based at the University of British Columbia, and I describe myself as an ocean and fisheries, interdisciplinary oceans and fisheries economist, because the ocean and fisheries cannot be managed by one discipline, right? It's very interdisciplinary. You have the nature side, the people side, culture, food, economics, what have you. So you need to work together in an interdisciplinary fashion to be able to sustain our ocean. That's point number one. Point number two is when we talk about the ocean economy, essentially we're talking about activities, economic activities that depend on the ocean in some way. Not fully, partially. When you are fishing, you depend on the ocean. When you are transporting things on the water, you are dependent on the ocean, and so on and so forth. There are many elements of this. Now, one way to look at economic activities is actually there are economic activities that depend on the living ocean, okay? That's the fish and the fisheries. And there are those that depend on the dead ocean. So the ocean can be alive, which is, I think, what most of us want. But a dead ocean can also give you something. You can transport your things on the dead ocean, no life in the ocean, God forbid, right? So that's why everybody is talking about sustainability. We need to keep life in the ocean going because many of the benefits we get depend on life on the ocean. Point number 3, if you look at our relationship with the ocean, there are 2 things we do with the ocean, with our natural systems. You can even talk about the environment. If you boil down things to the basic things we do, there are 2. One is we go to the ocean, we go to nature, we take the things we need, we want, we desire, all the good stuff we take from nature, take it into our economy. That's the ocean economy, if you're thinking about the ocean. Do all the stuff we do, all the production, processing, eating. And at the end of the day, what do we produce as we do that? We produce waste. And where do the waste go? They go to nature, they go to the ocean. So you take good stuff from the ocean, you pump out bad stuff to the ocean. Just think about that. If we don't do this wisely, cleverly, use all our brains to do this wisely, we are going to kill the source of the good stuff. And this is what all my life, what I do is how do we ensure that we don't destroy the source of the good stuff? How do we use the resources to benefit as many people as possible? And this brings me to Africa. How do we make sure that the fisheries of Africa, the ocean economy of Africa, actually works for people living in Africa? That's very crucial. There's no point in having all these resources and they just get shipped away, which is our history. So for every person on this call, the young people in particular, our goal should be to help Africa manage its ocean sustainably through time, for its people, for the people living in the continent. So I think I'll stop here and pass it on to my colleagues. We will get into discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You've raised thought-provoking questions there that I look forward to engaging on with your fellow panelists. So thank you for that. Can we have Timothy, please?
Thank you very much, Thabang. Thank you very much to the organizers for inviting me to speak today as part of this panel. Some I'm meeting for the first time and some like Jean, who we've worked with before for a couple of years now, which is a delight to be complementing what you're saying. I work at the Institute for Security Studies. I'm the maritime project leader there. And that ordinarily might involve a lot of focus on things like piracy, illegal fishing, transnational crime, which is not always very clearly linked or not very easily relatable to the major topics of today around sustainable development and the sustainability of the initiatives which we are looking at. Now, the job that we see ourselves producing here at the ISS is to emphasize the importance of seeing maritime security as almost like the other side of the coin of sustainable development and blue economies or ocean economies. It is an enabler. It is not an end in itself, but many of the hindrances I believe we are encountering in terms of transnational cooperation between countries in Africa, but also around the world as well. Often in terms of the kind of the non-linear impacts of what happens at sea. Think of the impact of disruptions to port and traffic and shipping, which landlocked countries will face if they are hindered in terms of what happens at sea. There's a number of linkages which are not often well understood. We often use that term sea blindness or the kind of land bias to try and understand why we're not talking about these things more often. We are seeing that as a key, like say, enabler, as to talk about maritime security is to talk of it, how it will support economic growth and development in the future. And there are 2 major contextual factors or backdrops, which I'll just emphasize very quickly, which anchor, if you forgive my love of nautical metaphors, the discussion we want to have. First one is the impact of climate change, in particular on the potential for coastal migration and the growth of not just mega cities, but small urban or towns along the coastline, which are likely to increase in size over the next 10, 20, 50 years. Now, the opportunities for economic livelihood, the need for food from the oceans will increase, or the demand on limited resources, which are sometimes increasingly difficult to extract. Now, I'm not saying these are security issues which are likely or bound to occur. In fact, we're not trying to say they are insecurity things that we need to be threatened by, but early warning and forecasting and factoring in the likely trajectory of population growth and areas which are affected by climate change, if it's sea rises, if it's acidity, like Jean mentioned as well earlier, and the need for that kind of interdisciplinary thinking that Professor Rashid was mentioning just now. That needs to be occurred and factored into our thinking now. And it's through organizations like and institutions like the African Union or international organizations which will help kind of helm that kind of conversation. The reason we mention that too, and this is the second point before I finish, is that Africa, as I'm sure many of you know, the population is likely to increase over the next 10, 20, 50 years in all countries. Now, with a kind of a coastal migration trend, which is likely because of climate change in inland areas, think the Sahel region, think other parts of the African continent, which could be caused by conflict over resources or just the fact of the loss of livelihood in some areas. Plus the fact that to keep in line or keep tracking along this population growth will be the need to grow our economies at the national and coordinated level as well. Every country will need to experience a level of economic growth to keep up and provide jobs and livelihoods and sustainability of security. Most of that will come from trading with the outside, as well as other African countries under the free trade agreement, which has just been signed. So a lot of the investment is going to go into coastal cities. There's going to be a huge clustering of policy, economic, security, development, cultural, even sort of focusing around coastal areas. And let's say factoring that into the conversation now is absolutely crucial.
Thank you so much there, Timothy. You really have also set ground for us to speak about the aspect of governance, legislation, and policy. And I like what you mentioned about maritime security. I think it's a point that is well undermined in the industry, or not really. We don't pay much attention to it. Thank you so much. Alex, can we have you there?
Thanks, Taban. Thanks, colleagues. I'll try to be very quick in the introduction so we can get to the discussion. My name is Alexis Broskop. I'm French, but I moved to South Africa 4 years ago. I'm the CEO and co-founder of Ocean Hub Africa. We are an ocean impact accelerator based here in Cape Town, but operating pan-African, trying to empower African entrepreneurs in building and growing sustainable ocean businesses. So contributing to the transition from an ocean economy to a more sustainable ocean economy. But not only sustainable, equitable as well. I mean, it's shaping better interactions between people and ocean. It's not just the ocean, the people are important in the process as well. When it comes to, innovation and the choice that we've made in our organization to focus on innovation is because we do need, Tim, a lot of policy around, changing the environment and the regulations around ocean economy as a whole. We need also educational platforms, people that raise awareness, to change people's behavior. But we believe that innovation is essential in order to implement the change. If people want to see things, they want to do things differently. If governments impose regulations to do things differently, it doesn't provide the businesses with the tools to actually do things differently. So we try to foster that innovation in order to fast track the transition. And we believe that innovation can meet the pace and the scale of the ocean challenges around overexploitation, pollution, and global warming as a whole. Now, in terms of blue foods and what the ocean can provide, clearly throughout the world and also in coastal Africa, seafood and ocean resources, food resources are the cornerstone of a lot of livelihoods, economies, and even culture, right? They're based on animals, but also algae and plants. It's not limited to only the animals themselves. And there's a wealth of different ways of harvesting these resources sustainably. Yes, of course. Thank you, Michael. Of course, there are sustainable fisheries out there. It is in Africa in particular necessary, right? People look at ocean sustainability from the global north as a little luxury. So when they go on the beach, for holidays, they have clean blue waters. But for a lot of coastal communities in Africa, it's essential. They need the ecosystem services of a healthy ocean. So they've been trying to do, and they've been working around artisanal fisheries in a sustainable manner for a long time. Industrial fisheries is something different, and that's why we need security. The ocean provides proteins for over half of the population on the planet. They create hundreds of thousands of jobs, millions of jobs rather internationally, and they're a source of healthy diet for a lot of people. And coastal resilience, the ecosystem that are built around fisheries help with coastal resilience. They are essential to tackle climate change, so we can't do without it. And essentially, they also have a lower environmental footprint than the land-based proteins that we might grow. So for all of those reasons, the oceans is definitely a space to look, to grow the activity, but we need to do this in a different manner than what we've done thus far. We need a healthy ocean to have a wealthy ocean, and to be able to leverage this for all the communities in an equitable and sustainable manner. And for this, we need reforms in governance, we need more monitoring, we need more equitable resources put into the process of harnessing in a sustainable way these oceans. And so we believe innovation has an important role to play in this.
Thank you so much, Alexis. I think all of you have, you each are introducing topics, obviously under the ocean economy, that are just seminars on their own. It's like we need really like an hour each for every topic. But let me start with you, Professor Rashid, and then I will go to Ms. Jean, and then we'll of course continue. I think you mentioned something very critical, that we need to keep life in the ocean going, because there are economic activities that depend on the ocean. But now, going back into the African context, what is Africa, I don't want to say what is Africa doing wrong, but what can Africa do right to ensure that it manages its ocean sustainably?
Yeah. So thank you for the question. That's a really big question. Like you said, I mean, there's tons of things. So I will just contribute a little bit. I'm sure colleagues will add more. For the continent, I think first and foremost, we really have to do our best to stop illegal fishing. I think that's one big one. I mean, we published a paper in 2019, 2020. And these days, the years go so fast. This time. So, and in there we saw that actually Africa loses billions of dollars a year to IUU fishing. They take off the fish and they take it away, and the jobs are gone, the processing, everything is gone. So that is one. Another thing that we can do, fortunately, the continent has a number of regional organizations. You have the ECOWAS in West Africa, you have the SADC and so on. Collaboration is very important because we share the fish. The fish move in and out. So the more we can collaborate, the better. And this connects to the illegal fishing too, because Togo, for example, doesn't have the means to protect its waters. And the water is connected to all the Gulf of Guinea countries. So how about you have a regional hub, let's say, where you actually take the cross-country issues connected to the ocean, so you can chip in, get resources, and push out illegal activities and criminal activities. So collaboration, I think, will be central in research, in management, in funding, and all sorts of things. So I'll just stop here because there's so much to do.
Thank you so much. I think maybe, Madame Jean, you can extend on that statement, just to say, where's the interface between infrastructure development and ocean sustainability? Just to extend on what Professor Rashid has said.
To me, I think Alexis said it when he talked about technological innovation. That's very important. That's really key. Sure. And for us in WIM Africa, we believe that to foster greater international cooperation in maritime science and technology, we need to ensure that we stimulate innovation and strengthen the sustainability of the oceans through technology. That's very important. And of course, on collaboration, like Professor said, yes, indeed. I know that in my country, in Nigeria, the government agency known as NIMASA, Nigerian Maritime Administration and Safety Agency, under the aegis of the federal government of Nigeria, has a project known as the Deep Blue Sea Project, which is to assist to curb the piracy and all other forms of insecurity in the Gulf of Guinea region. Now, collaboration with other West African countries, particularly in the Gulf of Guinea region, is ongoing between Nigeria and those countries, allowing them to leverage on this very expensive and huge project known as the Deep Blue Sea Project. This is good. And IMO has confirmed that since the birth of the Deep Blue Sea Project and its extension to the Gulf of Guinea regions and West African coast, there has been a drop in piracy in that area. So this is the effect of collaboration, and I agree with what Professor said. Collaboration is also good.
Thank you so much for that. I think that I was going to Tim. Oh, Michael, actually. Hi, Michael. You still with us? You know the screen. I'm telling you, this screen.
I'm still here.
Get really confuse you. I wasn't going to. I didn't forget about you. I was going to find you eventually. Maybe let's go to you there, Michael. Because obviously our topic here is food security, and for somebody who is involved in overfishing, they wouldn't see it as much as it's a crime. They wouldn't see it as a crime because of the desperation and the amount of food deprivation in Africa, right? So maybe you can just paint what are the harms to the economy caused by overfishing?
Sure, it's a complex question that I think when we're talking about overfishing, we need to look at what we mean by sustainable fishing and good management. And I think there are multiple strands, and it comes back to something that Professor Rashid said. We first of all need to understand the resources that we're working with. So, to be able to manage something effectively, we need information. And to have that information, we need to put money into research. We need the expertise, the technical expertise to be able to look at the stocks. So before we even get to the point of defining where the overfishing line is and how we combat that, we need to first define what good looks like. And I think it takes more than that information. It takes political intent. At a political level, we need our policymakers to be choosing between short-term economic gain and longer-term benefits, sustainability benefits. And that all comes down to how we treat the small fishes versus industrial fishes, that sort of thing. As it stands, because of global economics, I guess largely, the funding and the bulk of the management expertise tends to go towards fisheries that make a larger economic contribution within their management framework. So if we're going to look at really addressing the overfishing at the level that you're saying, the sort of illegal fishing at a small-scale community level, we need to probably be finding ways to channel some of the funding that goes into fisheries management to really understanding the stocks that those fishes are operating on and the community level cultures as well.
Thank you so much for that. Let me go to you, Timothy, just before I go back to Alex. You spoke a lot about transnational crime and maritime security. I'm very much interested to know, how does maritime security support the agenda towards sustaining the ocean economy?
Well, we would see it as the need to ensure better governance under international law, and unfortunately, just the way things are, that states are required or are the major sort of law enforcement actors. And many African states are not able to provide the kind of tangible means of presence or deterrence at sea. We heard from Jean the Deep Blue project in Nigeria. It's a fantastic example of African maritime agency and assertiveness in a kind of sort of a context in which you must recall that most African countries have only become independent, obviously, over the last century or half a century, and never inherited navies to begin with. Navies were kept in the hands of European powers who had been obviously exploiting and using their navies for their foreign policy objectives for 500 years. So this is only in the last 30 years we've really started to consider what does an African country require at sea to prevent threats to its interests, if it's in terms of fishing communities, if it's in terms of disruptions of port infrastructure, if it's in terms of oil and gas extraction, which I know is not the sustainable aspect of this discussion, but it is what gets most people interested, unfortunately, in a sense. It's that need for a kind of a legal certainty over blocks at sea, which are then marketed. That's what seems to drive the agenda a lot as well. It's not necessarily as much as it should be in terms of marine protected areas, which we're increasingly seeing, I think, with the research, the fact that these areas are quite small quite often and are overlapped by areas or interests which are often more less sustainable, talking, like say, of oil and gas concessions and extraction industries. And when those are threatened, that's when we see the major interests drive up, or even from external partners or private security companies as well.
Yeah.
That have domestic African outwards ideas on what needs to be secured, how will we secure it, and to what end is finally emerging, but it's always had to battle against or being overshadowed by, let's say, the weight of history on one hand, but also recent sort of the land focus, the kind of overwhelming focus on the land, which we're emerging from. I mean, we wouldn't all be here if we weren't discussing it, but it is always going to be a challenge.
Thank you so much. Alex, if you can come in there, you spoke about the importance of, empowerment, or maybe I could say that's the primary objective of the Ocean Hub. That's what pushing to do, empowering the sector. What are the challenges that are preventing Africa to be more innovative in its ocean economy? And maybe add some of your experiences with the Ocean Hub operating in I won't say South Africa because your context is quite big, but yeah, all over. What challenges did you guys have towards that, and what solutions can you provide? In saying innovation and technology, what technology do we need?
Right, thanks for the question, Tarang. The challenges that Africa is facing are also challenges that other continents and parts of the world are facing. You can't improve what you cannot measure. I think there's a bunch of things that was raised by the colleagues on the panel about our understanding of the ocean, right? Ocean data and monitoring is something that needs to dramatically increase, and technology can definitely help with that. But it's a starting point. We need to start there. And also another thing is the infrastructure in Africa perhaps is more specific to the global south, not only the African continent. Infrastructure, there's a lot of artisanal fisheries out there which lack a value chain. They lack access to markets, infrastructure to help them access larger markets, for example. Yes. And for this, obviously, the governments and internationally, not only the national governments and international collaborations can come into the game to help foster and create those value chains, reaching out to more artisanal fisheries. We know that artisanal fisheries have been doing their deeds in a sustainable way until now, and it's a good means for the African continent to tap into the ocean resources in a sustainable manner. The mariculture hasn't been mentioned, but it's something that, in terms of seafood and fish production, sustainable mariculture obviously has a nice future ahead of itself as an industry. It also has all the benefits for tackling global warming and increasing coastal resilience. If you start farming seaweed, mussels, or oysters, which are filtering organisms or sinking carbon, sorry about this, into the shells or into the stems, you're also having a positive impact whilst on the environment, whilst providing sustaining the livelihoods of coastal communities. So there's a a wealth of different opportunities that are rising now, and for which Africa has already a good positioning. We don't have to deal with the inertia of a system that is in place in the larger, more industrialized countries or continents. We can start from where we are and grow sustainably from there without having to dismantle what's already in place. And that's an advantage that the continent has and must seize. And that's what we're trying to do with the colleagues around the table here in helping to empower the African continent and its people.
Okay, thank you very much. This is a question then I will pose to all of you before I will request you to do your closing remarks. But we'll start with Jean, and then we'll go to Professor Rashid. We mentioned earlier, rather Timothy mentioned something about the Africa Free Trade Agreement. What opportunities are available in this regard, particularly where the ocean economy is concerned? I mean, just also zooming into two critical words in this notion, free trade. And let's look into the advantages and disadvantages of that. I, for one, I'm a bit fearful seeing what it's already done and how it's already started. Yes, there's a lot of potential, but there's also a few limitations that this agreement presents. But let's contextualize it to the ocean economy. Is this an opportunity or a threat for us? Jean, maybe you can start us off there.
Yes, thank you. The AFCTFA is actually a very good initiative and an opportunity for us, actually, not a threat.
Yeah.
Although it's very slow in its implementation, this is expected because our continent, Africa, has diverse issues relating to government policies and what have you. Its implementation is very, very slow, and that's because we don't have a synergy yet. Yeah. How we can really drive this project through to the benefit of us all in Africa. That's what I can say now. However, AFCTFA is a very good project. It's an advantage to Africa, but we really need to begin to walk the talk. There's a lot of talks going on, a lot of seminars on how it's effective on blue economy, how it's going to assist us to sustain our ocean economy. But then we really have to begin to work on the logistics. How can this be possible from one African country to another to be able to take advantage of this free trade? That is the problem that African countries are going through right now.
Can you extend on that, Professor Rashid, just taking advantage of the Africa Free Trade Agreement? I like what you said there, Jean, because that's exactly what we need to do. How can you extend on that, Prof?
Yeah, so my relationship with free trade is interesting. I mean, as an economist, I know trade, if done well, is good, right? I mean, we trade things and we take advantage of our different advantages. I mean, what we are good at and so on. But, in general, when it comes to the ocean, so far, the way the trade has been, a lot of the trade is between people in the global south and people in the global north, So the fish gets shipped away. I used to joke in the movie. I don't know if you know that movie. In the movie, we say, well, end of the line. In there, I got interviewed and I said something crazy. This was at the port in Senegal, and I said, you see, if African fish, right, Namibian fish, hake, within 10 hours they catch it somewhere in Europe. And lift it and go. So the fish get visa immediately to get to Europe, and Africans can't get visa to get to Europe, right? So it's a kind of double standard, So and then the thing is, the fish goes, and the people who get the money are not the communities, the fishing communities who lose their fish. We talk about small scale fishes. So no fish, no money. That is a double whammy. That is one thing we need to make sure. And that is where the African free trade system comes into play, I think. I think within the continent, we need more trade within countries, because that is how you move things around to meet the seafood needs of people in different parts. Different parts have different demands. And for example, hake, horse mackerel in Namibia, there's a lot of it, right? This, if it is smoked and dried and sent to West Africa, that would be a big market. So I see some positives there where we encourage internal trade. But make sure the fishers, if they lose their fish, they see some money. Otherwise, it just doesn't work well for people.
Okay, thank you for that. Married? Michael?
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to come back to my earlier point. I think it's where Professor Rashid finished there on the money. It really comes down to global economics. Africa exists in a global economy. It doesn't exist on its own.
Sure.
And I guess at policymaker level as well as at industry level, there needs to be that consideration given to the trade-off between the larger economic or the export value of a product versus the need for domestic nutrition and lively food locally. So it's not an easy thing. I think part of the issue we have is that we don't have. I don't think the countries, and I'm not an economist by any means, so I may be speaking out of turn, but I don't think there's really agreement on the position between countries that we should be taking in that sense. And that's probably where we need to get to first, and it will probably, I would imagine, differ between fisheries. I expect that the larger value markets are going to still be foreign, and that will probably mean that for the bulk of industrial scale fisheries, that they will continue on the sort of economic benefit side, and probably in the smaller and artisanal fisheries, the free trade agreement will be more applicable at that level, I would think, in the short term at least.
Do you want to jump in there before we go to Timothy?
Sure. Prof, please excuse me, but there's the economist lens on this, on the blue economy, on natural resources, and whatever is drawn from natural resources is a flawed one, and I'll explain. The natural resources are free, right? It's free. You can pick a fish from the ocean, it's free. Right? It's provided to you for free. Yet it's a limited resource. The way we operate and the way we do our fishing, the vast majority of our fisheries are being overexploited, right? And the cost of that is not factored into the product that you're buying. What you're paying is essentially not the fish that's free. What you're buying is the money, the capital has been invested into building the solutions that brings the fish to you now, and the labor. Should it be the machine or the people, right? Mm-hmm. This is what you're paying for, but the fish is free. And because you can't put a cost of damage on something that's free, a portion of something that's worth zero is zero, you can't factor in the cost, the sort of the physical cost, the material cost of withdrawing things from nature in an unsustainable way into the economy, into the pricing, which is like the #1 KPI for economists. So the opportunity of the free trade agreement is humongous, and it's great. It needs to be leveraged. The key is to factor in a few different things when it comes to trade, and the price of nature resources or natural resources is important to factor in. And the second one is enforcement. That comes down to Tim, security, very important. That's it for me.
Tim, they've already, tagged you.
Yeah.
Tag, you're in.
Got to get out there. I'm sort of stuck here in Pretoria, which is not easy. For the free trade agreement, one of the big contextual factors which we mustn't forget is there was such prompt buy-in from such a large number of states. There was a couple of maritime treaties and charters which were drawn up even under the Organization of African Unity, but the African Union over the last couple of years, the revised Transport Charter, the Lomé Charter, which aren't getting the level of ratifications and buy-in, which suggests that they're a high priority, but the free trade agreement did. And it's like I say, got this buy-in from most countries. It's seen as a way of getting economic growth in the future. And let's not forget an interesting example that the first thing traded under the free trade agreement rules was a shipment of cosmetics from Ghana to Guinea I think in January this year. So its maritime dimension is crucial, or is you mentioned earlier, Taban, sort of underappreciated. And I think one of the things we heard about political will, which I think you were mentioning, Michael, of it's sometimes used as a bit of a cliche. We don't really understand what it means to have political will in this context. And I think one of the major shifts is going to be that rather than valuing our exclusive zones as areas where, like say, concessions can be drawn up, blocks can be auctioned, fishing licenses can be bought and sold, is to actually reassess it from an African regional or national, but a pan-African perspective on where will this take us in 20 years' time. At what level do we want to have, a maritime contribution to our national economies? What kind of employment levels is feasible? Those kind of conversations are still not filtering right up to that top level.
Sure.
And it's our responsibility, everybody listening today, and taking this forward, because I never review it as a sort of a one-off conversation. We're part of a dynamic conversation. To continue to try and escalate the sustainability factor of this. There's too much prioritization, I find, of non-living resources, and especially around energy, which I think is a key forward. And one of the things which we've heard as well, which is key, is that African energy resources, be they gas, which can be exported from somewhere like Mozambique in the future, is that there is a market for that already. Countries like India are making long-term investments to change their energy markets into a gas-fired way. The futures which have gone in, companies like Total Energy as well, had a previous deal with Iran, very dependent now on Mozambique going forward. Cool. So security over those areas is not just about legal certainty for these contracts. It will, the growth of piracy, for instance, if that were to re-emerge, the disruption which can occur to shipping lanes going through these regions now. Africa needs to be able to respond to that and to demonstrate a collective appreciation of the importance of maritime security of these areas. Otherwise, somebody else will. And I'm worried that's what will happen, because that will be a replication then of the last couple of centuries.
Thank you so much. In one, I would say one word, but that is unfair. I would be robbing the subject matter, but we are closing now. In one word, what is your dream for the sustainable ocean economy? Just in one sentence. Alex, we can start with you.
Can you repeat that, Taban, please?
I was just saying, in one sentence, what would be your dream or rather your dream to achieve a sustainable ocean economy? In one sentence, full stop, then we close.
That it is not only sustainable, but equitable. Not answering your question, but it's adding complexity.
Oh, okay, no. That's a good way to end off. Thank you so much. That was Alexis Groskopf, CEO and co-founder of Ocean Hub Africa. Thank you so much, Alex. Michael, in one sentence, what is your dream for a sustainable ocean economy?
I would hope for us to be recognizing what sustainability is and all pulling in the same direction.
Okay, thank you so much. That was Mr. Michael Marriott, Senior Program Manager for Africa, Middle East and South Asia at Marine Stewardship Council. Please don't bother him for MSc specials and so forth. He is not that kind of MSc. It's a completely different ballgame. Thank you so much there, Mr. Marriott. We appreciate you. Jean, one sentence, just your dream of a sustainable ocean economy.
For us to build more national and international capacity for ocean industry foresight, including the assessment of future changes in ocean-based industries.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, ma'am. Truly appreciate it. That was the president at African Women in Maritime. Truly appreciate your time there. Thank you. Professor Rashid?
Yeah, so I'll be happy if the world and Africa is able to achieve what I call infinity fish. Infinity fish, this is probably the first time you are hearing this. It's the title of my new book coming out next month. And infinity fish is the idea that we have the responsibility, the current generation, to pass the ocean and our fisheries and our nature to our grandchildren in a shape that we received or better, so that they can also do the same, and we keep passing it over. And that will help us achieve infinity fish, because then the benefit from fish and the ocean grows to infinity, because it can go on forever. You know, it's a book coming out, Infinity Fish. Check it out. It's going to be fun.
Definitely. Please do send Kate and Beverly your details. We look forward to getting a couple of copies of that. That was Professor Rashid Somalia, from the Institute for the Oceans and Fisheries, particularly the Unit of Fisheries Economics Research. You said you call yourself a ocean economist, isn't it?
Interdisciplinary ocean and fisheries economist.
There we go.
There we go.
So much, Prof. Appreciate
Thank you, Chair.
Timothy, one sentence. Summarize your dream.
African aspirations are anchored by, or are carried by African-built ships crewed by African seafarers, owned by Africans, in a safe, secure, and sustainable manner.
Ownership. That's what I thought. Thank you so much for your time. We truly appreciate your contributions that we've made. I know there could have been more, but please be patient with us. We're going to call you again. Please don't shy away from us. We need you. Africa needs you. The world needs you. So thank you so much for your contributions in this regard. We truly appreciate it, and all the best in your distinct industries and spaces that you're in. And on behalf of the world, thank you for the great impact that you've made to all of us. Thank you so much, and God bless. Thank you. Ciao, ciao, ciao. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Jean. Well, there you have it. That was the panel discussion on the ocean economy under sustainable food security. We are now wrapping up. We're going into our last panel discussion for the day. Sustainable Infrastructure Seminar. You're about to find out why it matters to food security. Tune in right after this.
There are more than 90,000 informal waste pickers in South Africa, all affected by COVID-19. More than 500 businesses are planning to close due to financial difficulties, and many more small ones have closed already. But the amount of waste we generate keeps on growing. Our world has changed, but how we generate waste hasn't. From physical spaces to digital, from manual services to automated services, from our smiles to our masks. We need to reinvent our ways. We need to reinvent waste management.
At first glance, Tetra Pak packaging material looks pretty straightforward. It's just cardboard, right? Wrong. Packaging material is so much more than that. There's a whole science behind it. In order to package everything from the most sensitive dairy products to the most acidic of juices in an increasing number of different package shapes and sizes with different openings and closures, and to keep the product safe throughout its shelf life, the packaging material has to be just right. It all begins with the sourcing of paperboard, aluminium foil, polymers and ink. Then, in factories around the world, the materials are combined using a series of sophisticated technologies. First, we print our customer's design on the paperboard using one of 5 different printing techniques. Then we score crease lines on it, making it possible to form perfectly shaped packages. Next, we laminate it at high speed. And finally, we slit the big rolls down to the right size for our filling machines. The result is our product, packaging material with a smart multi-layer structure. Each layer helps protect the food or drink inside the package in its own way. The outermost layer of polymer protects the package from moisture. The paperboard gives it strength and rigidity. In our aseptic packages, a second layer of polymer glues the paper to the foil, which in turn acts as a barrier against light and oxygen, and enables induction sealing. Finally, the inner layers of polymer protect the package from the product inside. No matter where it's made, all our packaging material must have consistently high quality, so that it can be turned into packages that always look just as good, are just as strong, and just as convenient for consumers to use. We are continually innovating the next generation of material to make it even more sustainable by further increasing the renewable content and helping our customers differentiate the look of their packages so they stand out on the shelf, with advanced printing techniques that make package designs even more vibrant. Our smartest ever invention keeps getting smarter, making it possible to package and store more food products and giving customers new ways to reach their target groups, which further strengthens our unique end-to-end offer, all the way from the raw ingredients to the retail shelf.
People have relied on the oceans as a source of food and for their livelihoods for thousands of years. As technology has advanced, we have become capable of fishing more intensively. So looking after the oceans and the resources they provide is more important now than ever before. If the oceans are to be healthy, productive and full of fish in the future, we have to fish sustainably. Sustainable fishing reduces environmental impacts, leaves more fish in the sea and harms fewer marine animals. Sustainable fisheries have good management practices. The Marine Stewardship Council standard allows fisheries to show that they are well managed and that they fish in a sustainable way. The MSC standard is open to all fisheries that would like to be recognised as sustainable. To be certified as sustainable, a fishery must be able to meet all 3 principles of the MSC standard. The fishery must leave enough fish in the sea so that stocks can reproduce and fishing can go on forever. Fishing operations need to be managed so that the wider marine environment, other plants, animals and habitat, can flourish and support life. The fishery must have good management in place. The MSC uses its blue eco-label to identify seafood that has come from sustainable fisheries certified to its standard. The eco-label is already displayed on tens of thousands of products in over 100 countries around the world. Consumers who want to play
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Sustainability Summit. I hope you have been sharing your thoughts on our social media platforms at hashtag SUSWeek21. It has been a jam-packed day, but I truly hope that you've been engaging with the content that has been presented thus far. We've asked a lot of thought-provoking questions, but hold on tight. Don't go anywhere because it's about to get a bit heated. We are talking sustainable infrastructure, and to kickstart our conversations, we have an incredible and an expert in the field who will be providing a keynote address, and also will be giving us leeway for us to introduce our other panelists that will be joining us. But to really lay the foundation for the segment, we have Mr. Tony Hidley, founder of Tony Hidley African Advisory, and he will be telling us or taking us through the sustainable infrastructure segment as we close off the day. Over to you, Tony.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Good morning and good evening if you're somewhere else in the world. So I'm going to give a talk on firstly, a little bit of background. I've been invited by PPC, the cement company in South Africa, to give this presentation around what is happening in sustainability in our industry and in the part of the industry relevant to infrastructure. So firstly, we're in a period in the cement industry of probably the most significant transformation we've ever seen in our industry. That is partially just a discipline, a focus on what really matters for the businesses. And over the last 18 to 24 months, a dramatic increase in the approach to dealing proactively, much more aggressively on the topics of ESG, environmental, social, and governance. So we're going to explore a few of those ideas as we go through. So I'd just like to talk about complacency. I joined the cement industry in '99, and one of my first trips was to Nigeria in my role of the African boss of Blue Circle, which later became Lafarge. And I was pushing already for performance, already on ESG, because those were part of my values where I'd been working before. And we were having discussions about a way to significantly reduce the amount of CO2 per ton of cement sold into the market. And my guys would be saying to me, no, we can't do this. This is not possible. It's a technical issue, big technical issue. And I was new in cement. The industry was a very staid, very boring, very fat, lazy, heavy business. And I apologize for that, but that was the way it was in those days. And so I said, well, let's go visit a client. And in the client office or client factory, they were using our cement. And when I saw them using our cement, I noticed a mill in the corner, and they were grinding limestone. And I said, why are you grinding limestone? What are you doing with that? And they said, we need to add it to your cement because it performs better when we add limestone to our cement. So I said, kept quiet, went back to the office and said, guys, you've just been telling me that it's absolutely wrong and impossible to do this, and here our client is doing it. We're missing a huge opportunity, both from an economic benefit and a CO2 benefit. So life changed. So I think complacency, the way it's always been done, has been one of the biggest barriers in the broader construction sector. There's a lot of things which have always been done that way. And I think the biggest challenge we face and will face over the coming 5, 10, 15 years is breaking down that we've always done it that way, whether that's the engineer, whether it's the architect, whether it's a standards organization, whether it's the cement companies, whether it's the ready-mix companies. And I think complacency is a real issue, perhaps across many industries, but certainly from cement into concrete, into construction and the general area around buildings. So that again, that's over 20 years ago. We were heavily into that problem. So we're going to talk a little bit about the environmental side. And I think we start with a rather shocking statement that cement is 9% of global emissions of CO2, 9%. And that's 2.6 billion tons per year approximately. So we are the biggest individual sector, together with iron and steel. Utilities is obviously a very broad topic. It also relates a lot to construction, because a lot of that is the power, the heat, the water, the cooling in the buildings which are built from our products. And our products, often cement, very closely related to iron and steel in buildings. So I think what still shocks me 21 or 22 years into the industry is operational performance is still very poor, be that industrial performance and commercial performance. So I think the industry can already do a great deal just through improving the performance to reduce that 9%. There are then some new proven technologies. We'll touch on one or two of them as we go through, which can also take out quite significant amounts of CO2 from our industry. Then it gets tougher, then it gets more complex, then it gets, it ultimately becomes many different levers you have to pull in order to make progress. So just to give some flash information, I won't dwell on this because it's perhaps not topics that you're particularly aware of, but on those two charts, you look at the green and you look at the red. The green is the best industrial performance, either one of those charts. One is overall CO2, the other is thermal energy, which is the biggest controllable source of CO2. So those green sides, you can see for the last, since 1990, so for the last 30 odd years, there's been not much progress at getting better at the best end. On the worst end, there's been, where the red circle is, there's been a lot of progress. That's basically old plants closing down. But what's rather surprising is, with all the new plants built, the big modern plants built in the third world, we haven't seen a bigger advancement in the green sector. So we look at a couple of other points. There are, when you make cement, you make an intermediate product called clinker. All the factories in South Africa, they produce clinker. They then mix the clinker with gypsum, which is to get the process happening, and with what we call extenders in order to reduce the amount of clinker per ton of cement or cementitious, because that is the most critical factor. And what is quite shocking is the lack of progress of the lack of progress that we see over the years. If you look at the energy consumption, you can see the energy consumption, the average has come down from 4,500 to 3,300 more or less. Now, PPC sitting at 3,600. It's quite dependent on your portfolio, your historical portfolio of plants, but it's also how you run the business. Alternate fuels. There are many plants in the world using alternate carbon zero or low carbon fuels, biomass, industrial waste, etc., running 100% on that. But if we look in the middle chart, the very middle chart there, we see that there's still less than 20% substitution globally. People are just not yet serious enough. And if we look at the clinker to cement ratio, in other words, the lower that percentage, the better it is, we see an absolute platforming over the last 10 years. So we've got real issues on the ability to reduce some of these numbers. Why? Historically, maintaining barriers to entry, the big cement companies would try desperately to keep the barriers high. Secondly, poor industrial performance, just bad management of plants in many parts of the world. We've seen many terribly performing plants. And then, as I highlighted a little bit earlier, the failure of the sector to transform. Well, we've always built big overweight, we've always had high safety factors, we've always decided to use low performance concrete rather than very high performance concrete. So I think for us to transform into a truly sustainable, moving towards a zero carbon position, it's mainly about mindset. We have the solutions. We can do whatever we need to make it happen. It's all about the mindset. Now, I think the good news is in the last 6 to 12 months, that mindset has really started changing. Led, as we'll explain, probably by investors, not governments, not the leadership, but investors who penalize the shares of the companies who are seen not to be performing. Just again, to highlight a little bit why I talk about the shocking performance. If you look at those 4 charts, they all highlight very significant discrepancies between the best in class and the worst in class. The top charts on the basis of regions, continents, and you can see Africa is actually performing rather well, perhaps because standards are broader, they're not so rigid, and you can make changes quicker, and people are more willing to change in Africa. And then again, we see in the 2 charts at the bottom there, we see significant differences between best in class. The bottom left chart, the 2 best in class are in India. India's stunning in that particular measure. They are very, very good. Whereas far left, GCC, Titan, that's mainly a US influence. The US has got firstly, some different ways of measuring things, and secondly, some different rules and regulations which allow for different positionings. So you've got to be a bit careful on all of these benchmarks, but there are significant differences between best in class and worst in class. And again, we highlight here similarly power consumption, overall CO2, and yes, at the moment, PPC is a bit on the high side, so we've got to drive that down, and I think the management is working very hard on improving that position. There's some modern capacity, some of the older capacity being closed, and the transformation is in hand. So where do we look at ambition? So we've seen very, very slow progress on what is the core measure, so that kilograms of CO2 per ton of cement sold. And that cement obviously gets sold to be made into concrete. So this is a fairly robust benchmark. It does have regional differences. It does have some standards differences. But fundamentally, we are seeing the industry start to get more aggressive. And if we look at the actual, we can see a variance between the best, today Holcim 550, and the worst, Utsi, at almost 700. So very significant performance differences on actual. And then if we look at the ambition, we look at the targets from the best in class 550, the 2030 target of Heidelberg is 500, and of Cemex 475. So in reality, targets are moving. Those targets have shifted already once or sometimes twice in the last 12 months. So we are seeing progress in the targets, but in order to become carbon zero, we need significantly more action on that front. So what I think we're seeing is a number of organizations working across the industry or even across industries working on targets. I don't think the ambition is still big enough. And the EIA roadmap, which was a big effort done between EIA and the industry, forecast a 2050 position for the percentage of clinker in cement, and I still don't think that is anything like ambitious enough. Sorry, the next slide. So let's look on some of the positive stuff. Let's say what is happening on the environmental side on innovation. And I give some examples from across the globe here. Holcim announced on Monday that their eco cement that they released very recently in India already has a 5% market penetration, and it's selling at a price premium. Also recently, Holcim showed a 3D printed bridge. And the benefit of 3D printing in concrete is the fact that you have much less wastage, because the average building site, you've all seen building sites and how horribly messy and wasteful they seem and indeed are. So I think, and this technology of 3D printing, not only was it innovative, it also used no reinforcing bar, which is another big benefit on going back to more classical architectural design. Uganda, there's a cement plant in Uganda, which I've known very well for many, many years. They're the most advanced plant using coffee husks as their fuel. They substitute, I think, about 60% now of their fuel. And it's been the case for something like 18 or 20 years now. So great things can be done, but no one else anywhere in Africa has got anywhere close to the performance of that. Morocco, the wind farm feeding electricity to a plant in Morocco, that was the first wind farm supplying cement plants in the continent. PPC are working on a solar project in Zimbabwe. We are working, my company, my advisory company is working with a specialist artificial intelligence company in order to optimize and automate cement plants. And PPC in the hook, rather than tires going to waste or landfill, they substitute coal and so are seen as a greener fuel. Something else which we as my company have been focusing on very intensely over the last 18 months is a replacement for clinker called calcined clay. Clay is available all over the world. The particular clay needed for this technology is pretty widespread. In Africa, it's very widespread. And the beauty of this is we can replace clinker, so the intermediate, the carbon intense product of cement, with calcined clay. Not totally, but we can reduce around about 35, 40% of the clinker. The beautiful thing is the calcined clay CO2 intensity is only 25% of clinker. And the first plant of the modern era, there had been some plants like this in South America, but the first plant of the modern era was again, first in Africa, in Cote d'Ivoire, by a Brazilian Turkish company. So there's some great stuff happening. This technology is going to explode. There's going to be hundreds of these plants built over the next 5-7 years across the world. Carbon taxes. None of us really like taxes. They're necessary. Carbon taxes are going to be seen as a soft tax for governments across the world. There are 48 countries around the world with various forms of carbon taxes. And the higher the carbon tax, the greater the differentiation between a modern plant and an old plant, and a well-managed plant and a badly managed plant. And today, of all the clinker plants in the world, we have a utilization factor of only 58%. So increasing carbon taxes will push poor performers to close capacity, improve capacity. It steepens the cost curve. And in the last 18 months to 2 years, we have seen the cost of CO2, so the cost of polluting 1 ton of CO2 in Europe, go up from around 20 to 60, and it's going to keep going up. People are forecasting 100 euro per ton. It will make our product more expensive, but it will dramatically drive down carbon usage or carbon production. In South Africa, it's the one country at the moment in sub-Saharan Africa with a carbon tax. It's very low at the moment. It's 8 euros, but it's a starting point. Social, and I realize I'm probably using a bit too much time. I just want to talk about cement is important. Cement is not going away. Concrete is not going away. Building is not going to go away. We have such diversity between have not, good and bad, water, schooling, roads, all general infrastructure things. But we are getting a great deal of innovation happening in the industry. The industry is starting really to get moving on innovating, on evolving, on getting greener, getting genuinely greener in many cases. There's certainly greenwash here and there. And we see, I highlight 3 projects here, a British government with Lafarge project in Malawi, where they're 3D printing low-cost housing and schools, much less wastage, very quick, very effective. HGV driving, women truck drivers now of HGVs, and another Lafarge example, an incredible rehabilitation of a quarry, which gets 120,000 visitors a year on the coast by the factory in Mombasa. And we also need to talk governance. And there's a lot of companies are getting very, very nervous on government. Kingspan, which produced insulation, had a huge disaster, some of you may see, when sadly many people were killed in a tower in London through product issues. Dangote's had some rather horrendous crashes with his trucks in Nigeria. Holcim have been accused of working or funding ISIS. So Saint-Gobain, asbestos, cartel fines in South Africa, in Zambia. So there's a great deal more awareness, and I think the big companies are being much more careful on governance and on analyzing more carefully risks of failure. So to wrap up, we're talking South Africa now. The volume of cement, tons of cement sold in South Africa over the last 20 years has overall increased. There was a very big ramp up before the World Cup. It then dropped off dramatically and has now picked back up again. And in fact, 2020 and 2021 are running quite strongly. In cement, we look at, as a sort of macro definition of usage, we look at the consumption per capita. So South Africa's in the very low 200s. If we go to North Africa, that is running 500 up to 800. If we go to China, it's running over 1,000. So cement, concrete, building, there's huge need in South Africa and in the rest of the continent. That need's going to continue. It's not going to go away. So the only solution is to get better performant, dramatically reduce the amount of CO2 through all the levers that are applicable, whether it's technical, whether it's market, whether it's the mindset of everybody to do things slightly differently, whether it's taxes as the stick to assist with the carrots. So I think that's the South Africa picture. We look at the rest of Africa picture. The overall sub-Saharan Africa consumption per capita is half of that of South Africa. So the consumption is going to keep growing very dramatically across the continent. And I started this speech by saying that it's not governments who have solved the problem. It's not lobbyists who have solved the problem. It's not management, boards, leadership, chairmen who have solved these problems. The real drive of the change of mindset has become economic. The investors, ESG investors or other investors are saying, sorry, we're not going to do anything. And as you can see, if we look at the top there, the ratings, the MSCI ratings of the various companies are pretty variable. And if we look at Holcim, as they're now called, they were good. They went rapidly bad because the ratings agencies got more sophisticated. Holcim said, hang on, we've got to change this. Their share price got hammered, and suddenly they're back climbing up, being very well respected as probably the fastest mover in the improving their carbon footprint. And those are just some snapshots of the share prices. And just to conclude, because I say I'm sorry I've gone on too long, but carbon is going to disrupt, transform our industry deeper and faster than anything has gone before it. You've got to be leading, and it's great to see PPC taking some great initiatives. The leaders will be the winners and will get the support of their shareholders. The others will fail. So I'll call it a day there. Thanks very much.
Thank you there, Tony. Indeed, over time, but we appreciate the content that has been shared thus far. Thank you very much. Let's go straight into the panel discussion without wasting any more time. Tony, you are welcome to stay with us if you desire. I think let me go to O.G. Williams, because I did hear that you do have to depart. Maybe just introduce yourself, your organization, and of course your sentiments around infrastructure. Please can we note that this is in partnership with PPC, who has sponsored this panel discussion. So thank you to them. O.G., over to you.
Thanks so much, Tabang, and good afternoon to everybody watching online and all of our panelists. So my name is O.G. Williams, and I am the Associate Director at Enon Africa. We're a consulting firm that does work across the entire continent in various industries, including those that Tony just touched upon. I have quite a bit of expertise in the energy space, which also relates to our discussion at the moment. And more recently, we've also done work within cement and metals and iron processing, which I think aligns quite well with the discussion at hand. So that's just a very quick introduction from me. I also don't want to take up a lot of time, but I can comment on quite a few of the things that Tony mentioned. But I think let's go around the table first, and then we'll come back to me.
Okay, thank you so much, Ogi. I was just worried about your time as you need to go, but if that's fine, then we will definitely go ahead. We have Scott, who's the studio principal at Little Diversified Architectural Consulting. Welcome, Scott.
Thank you. I'm glad to be here. So yes, I'm a workplace principal, which for us is office space building, commercial interiors, and mixed-use projects. And Little Diversified Architectural Consulting, we just go by Little most of the time, is a large architectural firm. We have nearly 400 people across 5 offices up and down the East Coast and in LA. And we are, we practice in a number of different areas, workplace, retail, community, and healthcare. And we have supporting consulting, engineering, and a bunch of other services that go along with that. with regard to, well, I'll hold it there because I already sort of set the tone for comments to come. So I'll just leave that introduction where it is.
Okay, no, that's fine. Thank you so much.
Sure.
Mr. Lavender, Head of Technical at PPC Africa, welcome.
Thank you, Tabang. Yes, it's Kobus Govender. I'm Head of Technical at PPC, and it's a pleasure to be in the panel today. And the focus area, or one of the focus areas that I'm looking at, is in terms of how does PPC, transform itself, and what are the initiatives that we are looking at in order to move down the curve. And you've seen, those fancy curves from Tony, and how do we move down the curve in terms of making sure our products are lower in CO2 content.
Thank you very much. We have Professor Abimbola Wundapo, who's the, of course, Professor at Construction Management in University of Cape Town. Welcome to you, ma'am.
Thank you very much, Shabang. Good afternoon, everyone. So as Shabang has mentioned, my name is Abimbola Windapo. I'm a professor of construction management at the University of Cape Town, and my research focus is on sustainable construction. So this panel is very relevant to my research, and so it's a pleasure to be here. Shabang, do you want us to talk about what we view of sustainable infrastructure, or is that for later?
I think perhaps Ogi set the tone for us. So maybe you can just pause. Let's hear, get intros from everybody, and then we'll continue.
Okay.
So
All
for
right.
now, right on track. Thank you, Prof. Can we have Mr. Vishal Luchman? Is Vishal with us? Let me just check. No, Vishal is not here. Okay. Can we then have Mr. Campbell, Chris Campbell, CEO of CESA?
Hi, Tabang, and good afternoon, everyone. My name is Chris Campbell. I'm the CEO of Consulting Engineers, South Africa. We're essentially an industry association of consulting engineering companies. Have up to 600 member companies within South Africa, and we certainly, in the global environment, punch way above our weight. We're a member of the Federation of International Consulting Engineers, and we've recently been acknowledged in one of the prize giving categories around advocacy for engineering and consulting engineering. Myself, in person, I happen to be a civil engineer. Been in the industry for at least 40 years. So yeah, look forward to this discussion, but certainly look to broadening it beyond just the material that goes into construction as part of the sustainability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Campbell. Absolutely, we are going to broaden it, and you are going to help us to do that. Been privileged to share a couple of panel discussions with you, so we look forward to that. Let's go back to you, Ogi. What are some of the aspects of Tony's presentation that you picked up that are worth us discussing on this panel discussion?
Sure, thanks, Tabang. I think Tony touched on quite a lot of important topics, and essentially infrastructure development is pretty intertwined across numerous sectors. It's not simply us talking about more efficiency in terms of the actual production of cement, for example, or even iron or steel, but we're also looking at how much energy do we consume in the course of that production. What is the efficiency on the bottom end in terms of CO2 emissions, the same as what Tony already alluded to. And one point that I wanted to actually touch on is more of a high-level view in terms of what's driving the motions and the developments in Africa per se. So I think probably the biggest elephant in the room that I just want to highlight right from the onset is that both in terms of steel and iron, as well as cement production, the overwhelming dominant force on the continent is China with all of its supplies. So it makes it quite difficult in terms of local capacity production and increasing local capacity production when you have a lot of cheap imports that are essentially coming into the country, well, not only the country, but the continent. So what we've seen from our research over the last 12 months or so is that there is, well, it's actually a little bit more than 12 months, it's about 2 years going into this research phase. But what we have seen is that there is a realignment, internally speaking, when it comes to Africa's cement agenda, as well as metal and iron processing. So what we are seeing is a drive towards increasing local production and being able to actually produce a lot of the content locally and limiting the imports. And just like Tony said, we are essentially putting up some barriers in place to prevent a flood of these cheap imports. So how that picture is then transposing across the continent is that you see some of the larger players, they are starting to now consolidate their efforts, look for partnerships, look for strategic areas of opportunity. And in many of the markets, you might find a top 4 or a top 5 perspective where those companies are essentially controlling the entire market, but they're starting to also penetrate into the smaller players that are on the ground looking for a relationship that could be a cost saver, and at the same time starting to work towards those ESG initiatives, which Tony mentioned. I think the one thing that there isn't as much attention on, but there is still a lot of attention on as well at the same time, is the energy consumption of all of the plants in place. So if we look at the agenda, the question in my mind, for example, will be which is going to be more cost effective and which is going to be faster? Would it be better for us to increase our energy efficiency in terms of consumption, or would it be better for us to decrease our CO2 emissions in terms of production? So you kind of have to look at both of them at the same time. If I had to look at all of the companies that we've been assessing over the last couple of years in terms of various projects, everybody's starting to actually chip away at both at the same time. So for those that have the capital buying power, they're starting to implement various off-grid solutions for power generation in terms of decreasing their consumption, which also has the beneficial knock-on impact of decreasing their costs. So that's one avenue. There's a lot of them that are actually working on an avenue because a lot of governments in Africa are already working on that as well. So it kind of joins together and aligns with the agenda of environmental protection. So in that sense, there is motions being made, which are positive. But in the context of actually making production more efficient, that is a little bit more of a gray area, but we do see that happening as well, particularly when looking at efficiency in terms of the turbines that those companies use or cement companies are using when looking at power generation. So if they can't get off grid, what other solutions are there to decrease the consumption of power? So what they're starting to look at is, for example, there are some companies that are looking at G&E, for example, looking at how can we increase our efficiency in terms of our production systems and our energy generation internally speaking, looking to improve on those methodologies in place. And at the same time, if we had to look a little bit further down the line, you're also still trying to compete in the market. So you got to make sure that your costs and of production still match those of your competitors. Because if they've moved all the way forward, like Tony alluded to, in terms of efficiency, what are you doing on your side if you do not have that capacity domestically speaking? So you kind of have to balance the scales as much as you can, both in terms of how do we improve our existing operations, how do we get more energy off grid so that our costs drop, how do we get lower CO2 emissions, and at the same time tying all of that together, how do you actually provide employment opportunities? How do you provide sustainable development initiatives? And how do you raise them up to the foreground rather than only looking at the cost aspect, which I think is a big concern for a lot of the companies at the moment. But as I say, it's not the only one. There's a lot of things that everybody's working on at the same time. So I would unpack each one of those in a bit more depth. But let me just pause for a second because I think that there's a lot of things that the rest of the panel can also chip in on top of what I've just mentioned.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Augie. Scott, do you want to hop on to what Augie has just mentioned?
Sure. So my background is not directly in the construction side of things, though I did spend about 7 years in that industry before moving back into architecture and design. But I think one of the things that I have been focused on for the last 7 or 8 years is updating, I guess is the way to put it, or evolving the definition of sustainability beyond doing just a little bit less harm, a little bit of efficiency, et cetera, to a regenerative mindset, which is about beginning to heal the damage that we're doing. The reason I'm focused on this is because historically our industry, design, construction, development in general, has been probably one of the slowest to innovate in any way. Most of what we do is try to refine and be a little bit faster and a little bit cheaper the next time, but basically we follow the same process. And I think the biggest challenge that we have is that we're running out of runway, so to speak, before we are at a crisis that we can't turn back from. And in order for us to do that, I think we have to we must do all of those things to press down on power usage, consumption, CO2 production, et cetera. But we also have to get outside of our normal framework and start thinking about the connective nature of the systems that we're talking about, especially with regard to infrastructure. It is a necessary part of our lives continuing, the ability to facilitate commerce, the ability to connect people, but we kind of have to do it in a different way. The only other thing I was going to say is that in a looking at it from a regenerative standpoint, we really have to factor in human, social, financial, and environmental aspects and find the balance for those things that allows us to continue to develop with respect to nature as opposed to stamping it out and dropping our waste everywhere as we go. And I think that's an existential challenge, not just a financial one, but that's part of what I see as the biggest problems we're dealing with today.
Thank you so much, Scott. Much appreciated. Let's go to Professor Abimbola. Can you define sustainability in the context of construction?
Oh, okay. Thank you so much. So I'm back. So in the context of construction, we define sustainability as in terms of environmental and socio-economic perspectives. That is, sustainability is looked at in two ways. So there's an environmental side, and then you have the socio-economic perspective to it. So, but when we're looking at the sustainable infrastructure and we're looking at the socio-economic perspective, we're looking at infrastructure that can pay for itself. So it's something that it's needed. So either it has benefits, it has like health benefits, and then or the infrastructure itself can pay. And then it creates employment during its development. It creates economic opportunities for businesses. It creates opportunities for skills development. And then it's healthy and it's safe for people to stay in it. So in terms of collapsed building, collapsed bridges and flooding. So it's something that creates this kind of very good environment. And so when we look at materials as well, and Tony touched on the material, the cement material, and he mentioned its context and the view people have about it. So yes, cement is very important. It's one of the most important material that we have in construction, but it has been found to have a very huge impact. So I said, we measure sustainability in terms of environments and socio-economic benefits.
Right.
So, but it has a very huge impact on the environment in terms of its energy consumption and CO2 emissions, which Tony explained. And there are certain subcategories for cement in our studies, which recognize that we need to reduce the embodied energy and resource depletion that's occurring through the use and mining of resources when cement is being produced. But I didn't hear this coming out clearly. So how do we reduce that embodied energy within that cement uses? It uses a lot of energy, and I think one of the panelists mentioned this as well. It creates a lot of resource depletion, environmental degradation, and such things like that. And then also the local sourcing of materials is important in terms of the materials we use in constructing sustainable infrastructure.
Sure.
And Tony mentioned the Dangote trucks in Nigeria that is used in trucking cement from the factory. And this has posed a huge environmental challenge because it leads to destruction of roads. You know, cement is very heavy. So this has led to destruction of roads. It has also increased transportation emissions because trailers are used that use diesel. So it's increased transportation emissions. So it's not clear. So my vision is that cement should be, we could produce cement locally where it's needed the most for infrastructure. And I also had a panelist say we have 4 huge cement manufacturing companies globally that control the cement trade. How can this be broken down to make sure that cement is closer to where it's needed? We don't need to truck cement, we don't need to ship it. It's produced closer in order to reduce transportation emissions. So I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Thank you. We can now go to Mr. Govender. Perhaps you would like to extend on that.
Thanks, Taban. Yeah, you know, you've seen some of the curves that Tony has put down in the PPC numbers, you know, that is highlighted there, and it shows, you know, our commitment in terms of reducing the CO2 content in cement, and you know, the focus in the last 10 and a bit years has mainly been to asset optimization, asset rationalization, you know, which has taken us down from where we were 10, 12 years ago. But I think we've also, you know, started to focus a bit in terms of moving forward in terms of alternate fuels. We've tried and proven the concept of using tires, you know, as instead of coal, and replacing some of the coal in our facility at De Hoek. So from a concept point of view and, you know, technical point of view, we've proven that, and we would look at extending that into some of our other operations. I think also in terms of alternate fuels in the DRC and in Rwanda, we've looked at palm kernels, you know, as using that as alternate fuels. So that's been in operation as well. So we've managed to get down the curve by moving away from, you know, into different types of fuels that we use in our process. I think we've also advanced the process that we're currently in South Africa with regards to using renewable energy. So we're quite far down the line, you know, in using that, both in terms of embedded generation as well as wheeling them over the grid. So that process is underway, and you know, we hope to close some of those things in the near future. And then clinker substitutes. There's you know, quite a bit of talk on, and it was mentioned earlier in this panel as well, in terms of calcined clay. We're currently in an advanced feasibility stage for calcined clay to be used in our facility. So that will also help in terms of moving towards reducing our footprint. And then lastly, I think in terms of alternate business technologies, you know, we are in discussions with various parties in terms of using alternate business technologies as part of you know, construction management. And you know, we're quite confident that this will give us a benefit in terms of where we're moving. I think, you know, using these things, introducing the alternate fuels, implementing and moving forward in implementing clean energy projects, as well as, you know, we are, you know, quite committed to aligning to the UN's sustainable development goals, you know, starts to position us well in terms of moving down, you know, in terms of CO2 content, CO2 emissions in our facilities. Thanks, Taban.
Thank you so much, Mr. Govender. I truly appreciate it. Yeah, quite a critical comment that you added there. Perhaps would you like to extend, Mr. Campbell?
Bang, thank you. So I'm going to give you a little bit of a different take on how much broader sustainability, the thoughts on sustainability need to, how they need to be broadened. And you know, I could easily be tempted, having been in a precast concrete environment, I could easily be tempted to get into a detailed conversation on cement and concrete and so forth. But I think it would be remiss of me to not add that much to the points made by our colleagues from the cement industry, and those are the improvements that are required. I wonder sometimes about some of the projects that related to the reduction of the use of cement in concrete and other admixtures. But to Professor Abibola's point as well is what are the causes related to infrastructure that's not sustainable, collapsed buildings and bridges or overutilized roads. And I think what we need to do is take quite a few steps back and look at, do governments and South African government in particular, do we of necessity start our processes correctly in terms of the sustainable investment in infrastructure? And what has been missing in that equation, and you know, it's great to have a construction boom and build a whole lot of things all at once. But you've got to also ask yourself whether you need all of that. Has there been a due process to inform your investment in all of that infrastructure, or you're going to have to now look for a use for it afterwards? It's easy to be tempted in the infrastructure environment to pursue what looks nice and what looks workable. A case in point in our country is this zealous pursuit of bus rapid transit systems. I am not even sure there was a proper integrated transport study done to inform whether we need it or not. It looked good in Brazil when they first started implementing it, but no sooner had it then become saturated. So did we look at other transport modes? Now, what's the starting point? And the starting point has to be that if we're going to develop infrastructure, we've got to appreciate the life cycle costs of that infrastructure. You're going to own it for the next 30, 40, 50 years. And contrary to how the process should work, firstly, we don't of necessity follow proper project lifecycle processes to ensure that you are making the right choice.
Yeah.
And then you also fail to include the life cycle ownership aspects of this infrastructure. So, you know, in layman's terms, if I were to talk about life cycle ownership, it's the simple analogy of the printer and the cartridges. Do I buy a cheap printer, or do I look at what do the cartridges cost me? Because if I'm going to run this thing for the next 20 to 30 years, what's the better, sorry, not the printer though, for the next 5 years, what's the best option? Infrastructure is no different. But guess what? We go to our professional service providers, the architects, the engineers, and everyone, and we squeeze the life out of their fee. And yet we expect sustainable, innovative designs and solutions to these problems that make sure that your bridge doesn't collapse, that your building doesn't collapse, that there's innovation in the thinking around building ESG and environmental resilience in our infrastructure. But the 2% cost of you owning that life cycle is in the professional fees. You squeeze that bubble so hard and you leave on the table the savings that could be derived in the construction process, which is normally about 20%. And even worse, the 78% or so of your cost of ownership is in operations and maintenance. We tend to forget about that. And then we wonder why this doesn't last you 30 years. It starts failing well in advance, or it needs more intense maintenance. So I think we need to look at this process holistically and really look at how can you use your professions to maximize the sustainability of your infrastructure. So I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
I see Scott there has, nodded his head, clapped his hands. Scott is just like, give this man a buzz. Scott, maybe can you come in this respect and tell us exactly what tantalized you?
Sure. No, I think Chris is spot on in his assessment, although I wouldn't say it's only that we get squeezed on the fees for design. We get squeezed on the budget. We get squeezed on the budget for the construction as well. And that's a lot of, I think historically, we have taken the path of least resistance to almost every solution without looking at life cycle, without looking at circular economy aspects. And that's led to expedience, cost effectiveness in most cases, but also unintended consequences because we're not planning for things and we're not maintaining things the way we should. I could give you some examples from America in terms of the latest Society for Civil Engineering's every 4 years, they give the country a grade on our infrastructure. And currently we're at a C minus 2021 grade, with a call for $2.6 trillion in investment over the next decade in order to help get it back up on its feet and operating well. And that ranks us 13th worldwide in infrastructure quality for the richest country in the world. That's a pretty poor indication of how we actually think about and plan for and execute these things. So I think he's right. I think, one of the things that we have to look at is the interrelated nature of aspects of infrastructure that we solve in silos instead of as a system, because I think we waste tons of money, effort, and time to try to get through, to cut through one thing at a time instead of looking at it holistically. We have an aging infrastructure for water distribution that I think we have a water main break every 2 minutes in this country. And that leads to something like 6 billion gallons of treated water lost on an annual basis because we're not spending money proactively to maintain at the right level. Same thing with last mile distribution of electricity, which is very susceptible to climate issues now, and is going to get worse and worse. And I don't even know how much that costs in terms of misproduction and other repairs. $9 billion in damages every year for stormwater management issues in urban flooded areas, which is poor design or minimal code level design instead of assessment. And we continue to look backwards for our benchmarking instead of forwards to the ever increasing risk associated with climate change impact. So I agree, we really do have to shake up the way we plan for these things and the way we fund them with an eye towards a longer view and not just the first 5 years of execution. And once it's done, we hand it off and hope it lasts forever.
No, I don't, I've never been left speechless on a subject matter that I don't specialize in. Wow. Thank you, Scott. Thank you. Before we go to Mr. Govender, I think maybe, okay, if you can come in there. You mentioned something, Scott, that I find it's worth exploring, which I think was mentioned by Mr. Campbell about proactive use of money. Mr. Campbell said we need to follow due process to inform investment. I think that's very critical. Okay, maybe can you advise what can we do to be proactive in investing in the construction industry? or how can we proactively use money in that space? I know you spoke a lot about increasing local capacity. That's an area of investment and so forth. So maybe let's go a bit deeper on that.
All right, thanks, Tabang. Just to cycle back to the Prof's comment about the 4 companies. Yeah, I meant that in the context, a general context. But if you want an actual example, we can look at Nigeria, where Dangote, Lafarge, and BUA Group basically control the entire market. So it makes it very difficult for any smaller entrants to even register a blip on the screen.
Sure.
But just in terms of the point about financing, so it is a bit of a catch-22. So let's use Egypt as an example. They are currently the biggest cement manufacturer on the continent. Their capacity is significantly larger than South Africa's, and they've been increasing local capacity significantly over the last few years. And they've gotten to a point where they're actually basically squeezing out the international players because they've got so much local capacity. Now, it's a good thing in the sense that, sure, it's going to drop the cost of cement. But on the flip side, the government has also imposed a reduction in fuel subsidies. So now all of a sudden, one of the big drivers of your cost reduction, i.e. the ready availability of fuel at a cheap price, is gone out the window. So looking at it from the perspective of those operating on the ground, the equation is, it's quite easy for them to solve. All right, where else can we draw energy from that's going to be cheaper? And unfortunately, that's now going backwards, because the cheapest sources of energy are still going to be the fossil fuel sources at this present moment. So that's been happening in Egypt, for example. They've actually been looking at what other sources of fuel can we utilize, including coal, to power up these plants. And we also see a similar situation in Tanzania, where they're now putting on the pedestal an agenda to build a 1,200 megawatt coal-fired power plant to actually supply one of the biggest cement manufacturing facilities in East Africa. So we're kind of shooting ourselves in the foot depending on which way we want to go. If we want to increase local production and make sure that local companies have a better standing or an equal footing in front of international players that have already got much better capacity, more advanced technologies, etc., we need to provide them with a conducive environment. But how are we really doing that? We're basically saying to them, well, there's other sources that you guys can use. So although coal is one of the gray and negative areas in this regard, there are some positives. There's obviously a shift towards gas as a big driver of power consumption, and very importantly, as a result of it being very flexible in terms of turning on and off in comparison to a coal-fired power plant, for example. So we are seeing that. And in parallel, to go on to your point, what we are seeing is that international institutions, including the big organizations like the African Development Bank and even more local players like, for example, even our own South Africa's Nedbank, they are starting to place more emphasis on investments in green technologies and green infrastructure development. And to a point where I do believe that Nedbank's actually planning on stopping investment in any new oil and gas projects over the next decade. So they're not going to be the only ones. Everybody else is going to essentially start falling behind the leaders in that regard, which is then going to place all of the companies looking for financing, or even governments looking to get financing for projects, in a pretty tight situation. So now, what does that mean for all of us? We've got to get creative with how we're actually sourcing this financing and where is it being directed. And I think that if you have to look at the bigger picture again, the aim is to diversify the risk so that you're not overexposed in one place. So if energy consumption is one of the problems, all right, let's try and address that with modular designs, that we don't have to necessarily utilize power from the grid. If technology efficiency is one of the other problems, fine, let's increase the capacity, or let's streamline the capacity and the generation of production lines so that we're actually producing both in terms of cost and power, which then essentially pulls us into a competitive space and still aligns with our ESG initiatives. So we kind of have to look at the whole picture together. And on top of all of that, we obviously have the competition, right? So even though each one of us might be representing a different company and we have a different agenda, there's others with different agendas of their own. And we have to kind of figure out, well, where's our place going to be and how are we going to position ourselves in the context of every other player on the market, and at the same time, align with all of the development initiatives and start moving towards that energy transition. Because it's on the go. There's no stopping that. It's just a question of how do you align to that? Because if we do not actually start to move some of the pieces together at the same time, you might find that down the line, if you've been overexposed to generate too much of your power or power for production from coal, for example, and all of a sudden the government says, right, we're imposing a 30% carbon tax on all power plants, your cost is going to drive through the roof, regardless of how you look at it. So you've got no choice. You have to move into the renewable space in order to decrease your cost and align with the government's initiatives on ESG. So on the financing side, to touch on your question, Tabang, you have to start putting in place the motions that show that you are going in the right direction. So even though right now it might be a slow go, 10 years from now, it's going to be a lot further down the line. And again, I refer to the oil and gas companies are the easiest ones that we can pick at, even though they don't align with our topic at hand. Some of them have started to move towards the green energy agenda. I think BP is one of the biggest ones. Others have not. If I look at, for example, ExxonMobil, they're still pretty much in the way that they were doing things 10, 15 years ago. So everybody's got a different agenda. Everybody's looking for a different avenue to position themselves in the market. And on top of all of that, we've got local issues and local challenges that we all need to align with. So it's quite a melting pot of challenges and opportunities at the same time, which I think most of the panelists are already aware of in their own way for different sectors that they're working in different type of avenues that they're exploring in terms of development. So that would be my main comment in terms of financing. We would have to diversify our sources of production of energy and increase our efficiency in terms of our own use of technology. Those are the two big points if we want to try and generate financing in the years to come.
Thank you very much, Ogie. I'm just moving quickly to you, Mr. Governor, and then we'll go to Professor Abimbola. I think maybe I just want to ask, what has PPC done, PPC Africa specifically, what have they done to increase local capacity? Have they partnered with, SMMEs, local producers in the cement industry? What are the current programs that are in place? Mr. Governor?
Yes, I can hear you. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, we've quite active in SMME development in small enterprises. We go through and take them through bricklaying courses, brick making, plastering courses. So it's more than just it's about empowering those communities because they're part of the value chain, and and in the use of our products, but also in terms of downstream beneficiation and creating opportunities for them to grow in that space in terms of building materials in that area. So it is quite active. It's formal top of our agenda, and it's part of the standard course of our business. And on the ESG side, it sort of fits under the social part of ESG, and that's where we've got active involvement. We've put in technical resources in order to support them and drive that as well. So it's a key strategic focus area for the organization.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Abimbola.
Yeah. Hello.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, fantastic. Please go ahead, just as an extension to what Mr. Governor has said. I know you had issues of sustainability earlier on, defining what sustainability in construction is. Maybe you can extend on what all the other panelists have shared thus far, especially in your space around education. What are you doing to provide better information in the sector?
Yeah, so we're doing research. Just to touch on the local empowerment of companies, I think maybe the cement companies could do more as well in terms of, I don't know if it's going to be possible to also set up local industries as well. I don't know what the difficulty will be, maybe in terms of where you could find the materials for making cement. Maybe that's what's making it difficult to have local industries and people being empowered in that type of, in those types of industries to be able to contribute to their community, so that the cement is not being manufactured elsewhere and then we have to be trucking that cement over 800 kilometers to where it's going to be required. So maybe more micro kind of plants that could manufacture cement. Because I had Tony mentioning that there was somewhere where they were actually adding lime to cement, and they said it would make it better. So maybe it's possible to have that kind of micro industries within the cement in manufacturing supply chain. And we've seen what happened during COVID, which also affected the supply chain. So we don't want to see construction being halted because of lack of supplies. So if it's a local thing, it's going to help very much to address issues of COVID pandemic and so on if it ever occurs again. And so what we teach students, because materials are very important, they cost about 60% of the cost of infrastructure. So we research into materials at UCT, and we're also doing research into alternative building materials. But Tony also mentioned the mindset of people. People always want a concrete structure. They want a brick and mortar structure, bricks, which we use cement and so on. They wouldn't want to live in alternate materials like mud houses or adobe structures and so on. So there's a mindset out there that those structures are they are connected or they are related to poverty. And people don't want to be associated with poverty. So they say you are living in a mud house or you are living in a kind of timber building. So no one wants to be associated with poverty. So cement has been seen as a status symbol. So you have to live in a cement house. So we are teaching students to research into these materials, trying to also enlighten people about the benefits of using locally sourced materials, the environmental benefits, what this is doing to the environment if we use materials that are sourced locally, and with the local people also, the local construction industry can use, because you can make use of local expertise. But if they don't know how to use it, if you import materials, then also you have to import the labor. And then there's this tension. You find out in the construction industry a lot. There's this tension between where you have, they say there are these business gangs that they invade construction sites. It's because most companies cannot find the local skilled labor to work on those projects because they import most of their materials from, it might be within South Africa, but when we say import, that means you're taking a conventional material and using it in a local space. So they import this material, they have to import the skills as well. And so there's this tension within the local communities and the construction company. So we want to see more of the use of local materials, and we do teach this, we do research into it. We hold workshops as well on the use of local materials that we find will be of benefits to use in different areas of South Africa. So we've done of the research into this, and we've come up with a lot of findings, which we also publish. We write articles and we also publish them and present our findings at conferences and also at workshops. So the time will not allow me to do that here. So, but that's what we do in the university.
Thank you so much, Prof. Appreciate that. Just lastly, I think I'm going to give this one to Scott and Mr. Campbell and you, Mr. Govender. Then we'll have our closing remarks. Scott, I really, without fear of contradiction, I want to challenge the statement you made earlier on to say, okay, you did mention that you only have been exposed to the construction sector maybe for 7 years now, you're in design, and maybe there's not much of an interlink. But I beg to differ. I believe design truly influences the construction sector in so many ways. Like now we have your green building, which I think is challenging the construction sector to say, what materials are you sourcing, and are they biodegradable? Do they contribute to sustainability? Can they help in reducing carbon emissions? Can they help towards, like I said, sustainable building and so forth? So
what is the future of construction in the context of design? So I'm going to ask you that question. And then Mr. Campbell, also, how do you think we should then change policy, or what should we add in policy and legislation to ensure that foreign direct investments are well informed, and not just informed but thoroughly directed, that we don't just end up with, I mean, for goodness sake, we are cutting down trees. We now have to drive so far just to see a tree and to breathe freely, for example. So what can we do? How can we become more focused and more specific in the industry? And then Mr. Governor, maybe on your side, has PPC Africa, are they intending to diversify? Especially, that you guys are doing cement and so forth, but is there any intention to diversify, to even use cement, in different ways or in different forms that could potentially benefit the construction industry, not just in building? I know that with Sasol, a lot of their fine coal is necessary for the cement industry, because fine coal, whatever that is left from their production, helps with the production of cement. So there's different value chains. Has PPC Africa thought about diversifying and also investing in different value chains? So maybe let's go back to Scott. Then after that, we'll have our closing remarks and wrap up the session. Scott?
Okay, I'm going to try to make sure I didn't forget the question and all that. The future of design with regard to sustainability. Well, I think I said earlier, first I wasn't disavowing that we're engaged and connected with things like infrastructure. I recognize that we have, in the design field, we have an influence on those things in terms of implementing new technologies, more friendly materials, etc. I do think that in a large part we're beholden to the cost equation in that regard, and even more as I talk about our lack of innovation. I think we're slow to see cutting edge technologies adopted quickly. Most institutional owners, developers want to see something that's sort of tried and true. They think they don't want to be the guinea pig that might risk failure of a system in a building because it's new. I'll come back to the idea that regeneration is really the way design has to evolve. We have to think of it as connected to the environment, the community that it's a part of, any project that we're working on. And we have to look at not just the initial cost or the speed at which we can get it into market, but we have to look at its impact in that community, what the value is it's going to bring, how will it be viable and therefore sustainable over time. And in order to do that, I think a lot of factors have to come into play. Again, since the system itself is what is continually being knocked out of balance. I was thinking a little bit earlier, I think it was a comment that Augie made about, I'm sorry, it was Cruz about the environmental social governance aspect of things. And I feel like, we finally made a step into that realm where investment requires transparency on sustainability and social equity. And that needs to be coupled with government supporting that investment in a different way. Perhaps better tax rates for the ones who are developing things in that manner would be a good way to tie those together and kind of speed up that whole process of people only putting their money into things that are more sustainably designed and executed. I think that kind of covers the basis of the question. And just to say that, you know, it is not something that any one facet of our industry can tackle. It has to be done like holding hands and all aimed in the same direction.
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much. Campbell?
So, Tabang, I think, you know, to your question, first of all, you know, the kinds of changes that I'm seeing in approaches proposed by government in South Africa, at least, certainly are positive. If I look at the Infrastructure South Africa process, there's a stronger move towards not throwing good money after bad, and ensuring that we invest in the correct infrastructure, following proper due process, and ensuring then that you know, it's money well spent.
Sure.
I think, you know, one of the biggest challenges that we will face, I think, not only in South Africa, but also globally. You know, I looked at, there's a report on prepared by the Federation of International Consulting Engineers, and they estimate that infrastructure investment needs to be about $94 trillion.
Sure.
Should have been between 2016 and 2040. And that would mean that one has to invest an average of about $3.7 trillion per year, US dollars, that is. We can convert it to rands. But here's the problem. We all do it at the same time. We all want to do it in the shortest space of time. And then we find that there's a vacuum. And so the cyclic nature of how we spend and invest in infrastructure policy has to also be formulated to ensure there's a sustainability in the investment patterns, so that we get away from the feast and famine phenomenon, which is typical of infrastructure investments. Because if you continue to do that, you'll never have enough capacity.
Sure.
You'll never have enough skills in any one country, so we cannibalize all of the time. Materials, you know, there would be that kind of a challenge. Would there be enough materials? Would there be enough equipment? So certainly what has to inform the investment patterns is to take the exceptionally cyclic nature out of this investment infrastructure and try and smooth it out as best as possible. I mean, it's never going to you never get it perfectly right, but we have to move away from, and if I can use the example, in South Africa, around about 2009, 8, 9, 10, 11, loads and loads and loads of projects, not enough capacity. What has happened between then and now? We've gone into total trough, and now we plan and hope to go into another peak, which sounds nice, it's good, but long may that continue. That's the problem.
Yeah.
It shouldn't happen and then be over. So certainly, I think policy and planning has to inform the process that one embarks on. Thank you.
Very much. Mr. Governor, do you want to come in there? And we have our closing remarks.
So thanks, Taba. Yeah, I mean, in terms of using cement in different forms or creating different value chains, as you mentioned. Yes, replacing or using alternate fuels, as I mentioned, from a tire perspective. So it creates a value chain in terms of, the packaging of the tires, the logistics, and getting them there, and it takes away the landfill. So that creates job opportunities all the way through, and in terms of that, and also fits in terms of from a policy point of view, from a waste management perspective. I think added to that, I indicated RDF, refuse-derived fuels. So these are all the refuse that goes into landfills. So those things what we would looking at is an enabler in terms of it'll solve your waste management challenges that we have in the country, but it also creates the value chain in terms of sorting of waste, packaging, and getting them into the right form, and getting them transported to the locations that we operate in, and using them into as energy source. So I think those are some of the things that we've that we're currently looking at. And I think I also mentioned alternative business technology and solutions. So that's how do we bring in more greener technology, and it'll help in terms of quicker buildings, and buildings that use a more eco-friendly products as well. So that also comes in. So those are very different value chains in which it could start growing and giving us different opportunities, but also solving other problems at the same time.
Thank you very much there, Mr. Govender. We are now going to have our closing remarks from all our panelists. Perhaps let's start with Mr. Williams, Ogie, and then we'll have Prof. Even if it's one liner, just tell us about the future of sustainable construction or infrastructure development in your thoughts, and also to say how can we move forward? We've got to have these platforms in the years to come and just talk about different challenges and contextualize it differently. So this as closing remarks. We'll start with you, Ogie, then we'll go to Professor Bola, and then Scott, Campbell, and Govender.
Thanks, Tabang. I think probably the best example that I can draw on is Apple. 40 years ago, the way that Apple thought about designing their devices was quite new, very fresh. Nobody was really doing it. As time evolved, those devices became even better and more in tune with what the consumer would want. I think probably one of the biggest pivotal things that I remember from documentaries and even movies that I've seen is the time when Steve Jobs was actually not the CEO of Apple, and there was another leader at the helm because the board deemed him to be unfit. So essentially what they try to put out a new device. At the time, it was one of those touchpads. You've got a pen and you're touching the pad and you're doing the thing, but it didn't succeed. The question mark was, why is this not succeeding? The technology is innovative and it provides you with a lot more to think about and a lot more flexibility. And in one of the scenes in one of these movies, the response from Steve Jobs' character is, it's not going to succeed because you're disabling the other 4 fingers that you have on that hand by utilizing only the pen at the front. So it's going to have to take a mindset like that to essentially tell the consumer and everybody else, well, there's a different way to look at it. The problem that I think we have, holistically speaking, is it's kind of like a waiting game. You're waiting for somebody to take that first step. Nobody wants to take the first step, especially those guys that have the most to lose. Everybody at the top has the most to lose unless they start to move. So somebody more towards the middle or the bottom has that flexibility to take the risk. And in my mind, we need to have more of those types of companies that are actually taking the risk forward. Because when they start taking those risks, you will find that all of the bigger corporates are going to have to start aligning behind them. So it's just about somebody taking the first step and starting to move with it, irrelevant of what the criticism may be. Because good ideas are normally shut down at the beginning. And later on, when they actually start to gain traction and they become very profitable, everybody wants a share of it, right? But at that stage, it's too late. So somebody just needs to bite the bullet and take those first steps, even though right now it might result in a drop in share price by 10% or whatever the case may be because of the announcement. Somebody needs to be bold. It's the same point that I raised earlier when I was talking about BP as the example, moving away from oil and gas production and exploration. If those guys are doing it, then somebody else is doing it as well. And it's all about taking that first step. So that would be my main comment. Innovation in the space and thinking differently, exactly as the same as Apple did back in the day and still continues to do as much as they can.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Williams. Prof?
Thank you very much. So in terms of what we've been saying so far, my own recommendations would be that we have to look at using lean manufacturing processes, using reducing energy in the manufacturing of our materials, looking at areas like transportation, most especially, which increases the cost of this material. So more on transportation, more on locally sourced materials.
Yeah.
So reducing energy, using lean processes, green materials. So if the cement, and I hear Mr. Govinda when he says they are looking at alternative sources of energy in the manufacturing processes of cement. So if the cement can be manufactured in such a way that it's green, and then, but also in a kind of local way so that it's much more available where we really need to use these materials, then I recommend that. And then also the consultants as well, in their considerations of materials. I also hear things about cost, the cost of the consultants' fees that are being chopped away. So I think there needs to be more consideration of the type of materials that they are proposing for use in the construction of new buildings. And we're also looking at other alternative forms, new construction methods that makes use of, I had 3D printing and making use of innovative, like agreement. I saw agreement behind you just now. Innovative alternative methods of construction. And how do we sell this? How do we make people aware that these types of materials are available for use and they come at cheap? So there's also the affordability aspect of sustainability, which we do not really touch on. So how affordable are these materials? Housing is not affordable. So how can we make these materials affordable for most people so that they live in better accommodation? So thank you very much.
That's quite profound to end off. So thank you so much. Though we didn't talk about it, but I think going forward, it's something that is worth engaging on. Thank you very much. Mr. Cavender, or did I say Mr. Campbell? Or did I say Scott?
I think you said Scott first.
It's the end of the day. Wow, I'm so sorry about that. Scott.
So thank you. I think I'd like to piggyback a little bit on some things that Augie said about the way towards innovation. It is going to take an ExxonMobil or BP or someone like that to see a way to not play defense with the things that they've already accomplished, the market share they have, whatever, but to actually see the writing on the wall that we're inside of 30 years to a tipping point we may not be able to come back from
right.
a climate standpoint. And they can either ride that until we crash over the edge, or they can lead the way. They've got the deepest pockets, they've got the most influence in regards to that, and they should be more willing to push that envelope to see how they can take the next steps towards whatever the new market is going to be and how to own a share of that. That's obviously renewables in all forms,
Right.
so that we are not doing damage. I think the other thing that collectively we have to think about, and it starts at the design level, but it goes all the way through our process of building and construction, is what's the impact beyond our immediate project? Understanding that changes the design decisions that you make, so that you are more mindful of equity and the hopefully positive ways that you can influence that surroundings, and rather than the negative ways, or that you do the most to mitigate what might be considered a negative process aspect of it or outcome. So that goes back, in my mind, I meant to mention this earlier, that starting in university and in the education that we give our children, we have to change the way they see things. It's already happened. My kids are much more aware of these issues than I ever was coming through my career. And hopefully, when they finally get the reins and are in charge of most things, we'll be in better shape. But we still are running the risk of leaving them a pile of rubble instead of something they can actually work with. So I would just say that that those things matter the most right now, is the connectivity of understanding the connectivity of the things that we're doing, and planning accordingly.
Thank you so much, Scott. Thank you. That was a great way to end off, especially the mitigation aspect. I think that's very, very critical. Thank you. Mr. Campbell and then Mr. Governor.
Yes, thank you. And you know, I certainly, you know, if you take what happened with the Industrial Revolution and how basic the approaches were and how much development has taken place since then, I think many of us have become more aware. If there are still denialists around climate change, then I wonder where they've been, because certainly we've seen these extremes in different parts of the world. So approaches to how we've done things in the past have to change. You've got to future-proof the infrastructure that we consider developing, along with the resilience and the consciousness of how do we, having learned from the past, you know, I think it would be nice to have a crystal ball, but also start thinking a little bit harder about how might you mitigate further damage, you know, several years down the line for future generations. I think we come back to the classical definition of what do we call it, sustainability. And that's really where we need to, as a society, need to be a lot more conscious and a lot less consumptive. So yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. That was great. Mr. Governor?
Yeah, I think, I mean, you know, just two areas, I think, you know, in terms of, you know, sustainability and moving forward with where it is. I mean, it's both a business and a social imperative. You know? So it's about adapting to that. And the second one, you know, it's part of value creation. You know, I mean, if you take those things through, you know, it becomes an obligation in terms of how one wants to move forward. Okay, but you can contextualize it in that, you know, in that way.
Right. Oh, that's it. Full stop, Mr. Governor.
Yes, short and sweet.
Wow. Thank you so much. You know, I'm a PPC. That's why you are a partner. We really appreciate contributors like you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that really brings us to the end of this panel discussion. Thank you so much for your contribution. I really believe that there is more. And in that regard, Beverly and Cape Media will be in touch with you. Would love to just hear more and see how can we take this forward beyond dialogue and engagement, particularly from a continental and a global approach. So thank you so much for your time. And I see you have all added your email addresses. So Beverly will be in touch and we can see how we can all bring this together. But we truly appreciate your time and everything that you have mentioned thus far. We learned a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Out there, you are so strong. If you've been with us from 9 o'clock till now, thank you for your patience. And we're looking forward to read more of your comments. That was the Sustainable Infrastructure Seminar in partnership with PPC. Absolutely phenomenal panel of experts. And thank you so much to our keynote address, Mr. Hidley, who really set the foundation for the talk. And from me, I just want to say we appreciate your participation. Please don't forget to hashtag SAS Summit 21 and also to visit our virtual exhibition. Tomorrow is our last day and it's going to be concluding the Sustainability Summit, and it's my birthday tomorrow. So I'm going to see you same time, same place, and we're looking forward to engaging with you further. Adios for today. Thank you.